Briscoe's not going to stay behind the 22. He wants to be up front, and now he goes to the nose of the 48 of Alex Bowman, hoping for a push.
What a move. Oh, he can't get that pushed.
Oh, into the wall he goes. And they'll collect more cars behind. The 14 stays on the ground.
Brake, hold the brake, hold the brake.
You can see it happening as he was coming around. Bubba Wallace with contact right there. Watching those guys go around turn 3 and 4. The 14's driving up the racetrack. He is sideways. He's loose way to take the lead. But look at him up the racetrack. He's loose, and he starts coming back down the track. Right in the left rear quarter panel. Goes the 48. The 48 wants to push him, but he needs to push him in the right side. But the 14's driving up the track loose, and that offsets him the wrong way.
And that 14 car was working its way to upside down. Let's take another look at this right here. Watch when this thing gets backwards. It turns around, and it climbs a long ways off the ground before it comes back down. My goodness. That thing that's scary because, listen, tipping over is bad enough, but then flipping into the grass and into traffic.
Chastain. Push comes to shove, and Gregson's in the wall. Larson's around, and Larson up the racetrack in traffic, and he collects Preece.
Hard hit.
Good grief.
Saw that. He got to pushing him hard. Chastain was pushing Noah very hard, but wasn't patient. Was ready to go right off the bat. Turns him around right into the fence, right in front of everybody. Well, you see a big push out of the 5 into the 1. That got Noah sideways, got him up the track a little bit. Chastain saw the window, wasn't much of a door, and he tried to take it. Wrecked him.
Oh, Larson slid up the racetrack, and Preece coming at full speed.
That's a bummer for Noah. Have that opportunity there. Didn't even get a chance to really make much of it.
Well, just had a little too much movement when he got pushed, and it unfortunately got him to the outside and opened that door. That is a huge hit.
Let's ride with Noah Gragson. All right, this is Ryan Preece.
Oh, he actually throttled up. Tried to get there.
Tried to get through.
Get where he was going.
Chris Wright, the 0-2 truck being hung to the outside of 3 wide. Connor Jones is 66. Right next to him. Josh Williams is going to go around and just clip the barrels at the end of pit road.
7th caution of the day for the 22 of Josh Williams.
Been an eventful day for Josh. Got that thing fired up, though, and we'll drop the very bottom.
Is that Tanner Gray going to make it 4 wide for a second? And Tanner Gray had Tanner Gray not have been there, I think Josh would have maintained control, but just clipped that barrel. Wow, that was close.
A little plastic flying, but not much. Could have been a whole lot worse. This caution helps out Daniel Dye, 29th in the running order. The rookie from Florida gets the free pass back on the lead line.
It was going to be a mess of sand or water, whatever's in those barrels. And I'm sure Josh was looking out the windshield saying, oh, please let me just miss these barrels.
Here comes Kyle Busch with a push from Boyer on the inside.
Benedetto! And everybody!
Good.
Oh, no.
Are you kidding me? This is big.
Wow.
But it...
Boy, it just reminds me of the Clash. Same type of carnage that we saw where these cars were going everywhere. A lot of damage as they all got to turn 3.
Well, that ruined everything. Side lane, DiBenedetto and Paul Menard.
Yeah, Paul Menard giving a pretty nice push down the back straightaway to DiBenedetto. Gets to his right rear. Oh, yeah, that just starts to turn him a little bit.
Got him in the right rear.
And then he collects Menard.
Yeah.
Logano just misses it, but the whole outside lane and half the inside pile up.
And this is exactly what we were just talking about. At this stage in the race, you can start to taste victory in the Daytona 500. You want to see that checkered flag, and you'll do anything to get it, and you know you've got to be more aggressive with those bump drafts.
It looks exactly like the Clash. I mean, all those cars, third turn,
all those cars wadded up, sliding up the track with sparks flying. It just so much like the Clash.
That is the 17th of February, looking way too much like the 4th of July.
Amen.
Fireworks everywhere.
Yeah, and it really and truly, it was Paul Menard. He gave to Benedetto a little shove, but it was on the outside, on the right side, and that just turned the Benedetto into the outside wall, and then it was on from there.
And a different situation than we saw in the clash between Menard and with Jimmy Johnson, but it was a similar thing when we heard the spotter on the 21, Menard say, well, he zigged, and we zagged.
If you're racing here, you should just go by Junior, and there's trouble again. 3 on the stage.
My goodness.
And a major hit for Dexter Stacy. Blaine Perkins with huge damage.
He hit the end of the wall, Joey.
Great where he kicks out like that. Oh, my.
Debris everywhere. And see where everything started here, coming off of turn 2.
So we're going to see a spin from the middle, the 66. He's going to come down and hit the inside wall very, very hard.
And this is where the wall kicks out right there. And that shot doesn't do justice. And look at this car. Barrel rolling down the backstretch.
And that wasn't the half of it. By the way, Dexter Stacy has also climbed from his race car.
So this is Blaine Perkins. You see he's going to get hit. The car's going to catch the air, land right here on the roof, and here comes the barrel roll.
Right when you get sideways like that, it starts to bite, and then off it goes. And at this point, you hope when it's up in the air that it doesn't land on the roof.
Look at the parts and pieces just coming off that race car as it barrel rolls down the back straightaway.
It's at 6, 7 times I think I saw that car go around.
The effects of that race car, whether it's loose or tight, depending on which side of the bumper Denny gets to. Told Denny to calm down just a little bit back there. Denny said he was just trying to learn for later.
Oh, no! Big crash on the back straightaway takes out William Byron, Kyle Busch, and Harrison Burton. Oh, crap. Somebody was upside down. I don't know who it was. Lap 63. Caution number 3. Brad Keselowski behind.
He's flanked off that right-hand side.
Come off the corner, the car got light exactly like I was talking about. Man, it went over too. I was right. Dang it. A lot of good cars. Denny Hamlin with a spin there.
You know, pushing obviously on a rookie. Tony, you talked about it. Again, come off of that corner, got light, and that thing was long for the ride, but very aggressive pushing.
That is not at all what you're looking for. That kid is sitting there going, what happened? He's lucky it didn't bite right there.
Yep.
And here's Harrison Burton on the radio.
You can't push to the right, Brad. I mean, Dale. I know. Is it going anywhere? Just spin the tires. That's lit. Yeah, it's important.
Chase Elliott, I think, fortunate to get away with that.
How about Alex Bowman in the 88?
He gets a shove. He's going to go sideways right in front of the pack.
The 48 caught up. The 9 is caught up. The caution has come out. He got a big shove right into the front of the pack. The 42 of Kyle Larson, he is there. The 11 is caught up.
Here you go right here. 22 being pushed. Goes to the inside. Alex trying to block. They make contact. Around Alex goes. That's what we're talking about with blocking. You know, blocking is one of the things you have to do. You also have to know when you can't do it. But if you don't block, you're not going to win this race. Yeah. It's just a difficult decision to make.
Yeah, you have to be aggressive and block, but you also have to realize, I guess, when the run is so massive behind you, you're just not going to win.
How much damage Chase Elliott get right here? Car goes around. Not sure he ever hit anything. They're coming to the line with 2 to go.
Yeah, the stage won't restart. But pit road.
Oh yeah, the 9 did get hit.
Pit road closed when caution came
around this time. And there goes Daniel Hemrick off the bumper of Sheldon Creed. And this is the big one here at Talladega.
Oh my.
Got one upside down. Is that Daniel Hemrick on his roof?
Upside down.
most of the field is caught up in this wreck. Only a handful of cars are driving by us right now. Takes the camera out.
Yeah, here's a view of some of these hits into the wall. That's how Hemrick gets over. The 91 takes a pretty good hit there.
Riley Herbst looked like in the 98 riding right underneath of Hemrick as he went up on the wall. Chandler Smith got heavy damage.
You see a lot of these guys on the bottom, some damage, maybe not that bad, right? They're all kind of out of control spinning, but all the big hits really happen on the outside of the wall.
Austin Hill, one of the most dominant cars of the race, he gets caught up in this as well.
He and Moffitt both with just a little bit of a spin here, but I'm like Joey, I think they're a part of that group that had minimal damage as they slid down to the inside. Not a lot of contact for those two drivers. There goes Balicki. I'll say this, incredible work by all of our camera folks. Had an incredibly long day today here for Cup Series qualifying, did the ARCA race, and now this extended afternoon for the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Hey, this is the worst part about
straight away. Hard in the wall goes Hamlin. Chase Elliott.
Hard impact for Denny Hamlin.
That was a savage crash right at the start-finish line.
The inside of Chase gets loose. You see him lift out of the gas. The flames crowded Chase, got into him. But they saw some retaliation there.
Or did Keselowski get into the left rear corner of Elliott there?
I saw Elliott. You see Elliott lose his nose and lift out of the gas. Flames come out of the pipes.
Yep.
Chase it up, squeeze Chase into the wall, and I think the rest is self-explanatory.
Well,
you never know. No, as hard as he hit, you know, you start bending them toe links and things like that, could throw these cars around.
Oh, goes the 18. The 42 collects the 17 as well. The 62 upside down.
That's going to continue to take place out there at the beach. Right back. You gave the top five. Carroll, Blaney, Eric Gilmore, Daniel Hemrick, who is fourth, then Austin Dillon. The rest of the top 10, 6, Ty Dillon 7, Brian Newman 8, Chase Elliott just will not go away. He's 9th. Corey Lee. It is amazing, and we continue to sit under the line caution here for the 9th time. Well, that's all of Bush giving Kyle a shove that turns Kyle into the wall and directs everybody else nowhere to go. That was racing here at Talladega when something goes wrong in the front of the people. Nobody behind that has anywhere to go.
Remember, Chase Briscoe was actually racing with the left middle finger that he broke when he was doing some dirt late model racing, and we got a wreck on the track, guys.
Caution number 8, giving praise to Chase Purdy. He's involved. 19 of Christian Eckes.
I think Zane was involved as well in the 38 truck.
Oh, Zane got in the corner a little bit better. Did Purdy have a problem on entry there? He let off pretty early.
I'm not sure. I think too early. Zane didn't think he was going to let off that early. And then you see Christian came in with nowhere to go. And he runs into Zane.
Look at Caden Cunningham. Wow, Caden barely got to the bottom.
DiBenedetto did a really nice job as well.
It's weird looking. He let off about the same. It looked like you saw the fire come out of the pipe, and they both let off about the same point of the track. But Zane didn't expect the Ford truck to slow that much, and he just got ate up on the right side by Eckes. I'd be surprised if it didn't mess up that suspension on that 38 truck.
Caution is out halfway through our second stage. First time the yellow flag has been displayed today for an incident on track. The only other caution came out at the end of stage 1. You see the AMR safety team rolling up. The white car pulling away with the window net down is Parker Chase. Anthony Alfredo has damage, and he's not the only one. Parker Retzlaff as well.
Let's see what happens. It happens, I think, towards the middle of the pack here on the top side, I believe. Oh, or in the middle. Oh, wow.
24 gets hooked into the
31, who comes up and gets into Anthony Alfredo.
Alfredo just an innocent bystander. That's just part of being in the...
Watching this 31 go around reminded me a little bit of last year's season opener at Daytona. On the last lap when that 31 did something similar to that with Myatt Snyder driving, he did go over. I'm glad they were able to keep all 4 tires on the ground there. At least he settled there. And look at Ryan Sieg.
He barely got through that, didn't he?
That was
outside line organized to push and help each other.
Oh, and around goes the 22. A hard hit by Joey Logano.
We're in it, guys.
The 41. Logano was running in the 2nd position up there on that outside line.
Left rear tire blew out on the 22 car.
Pushing the 38 around. Oh, no. One got in the back of the 24.
Yeah. It wasn't a flat tire at all. It was the 24 spinning, catching the left rear of the 22. You guys talked about it yesterday, the point of these Chevrolet noses. It looks like a pretty straight push from the 1. Square into the back of the 24, but look at instantly, oh, it comes from like 3 cars back.
Yeah, they all bounced off each other. Nothing Kurt could do about that. He was getting pushed from behind. Byron had no idea that was coming. Boom, boom. 3 or 4 of them all together.
Right in the lookout. Wow. 22 almost went over.
Yeah, that's a moment that all the safety of the roof flaps and the hood flaps definitely saved that 22 car from going over. Years ago, I'm confident to say that car may have went airborne for sure.
Huge push by the 18 of Kyle Busch on to Denny Hamlin. That's what hurt the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Here they come.
Oh!
And behind him, hard into the wall.
Logano, there's Logano.
The caution, Logano is wrecked. Did the caution come out before he got the white flag?
Incredible job by Joey Logano not to drive up the racetrack and get in the wall to get that car corrected. That may sound like a little thing, but if he's in the wall, his day is over.
Daniel Suarez.
Win. Well, really, it starts with Brad Keselowski. He has to go 3 wide, 4 wide, and they just run out of real estate. Contact with the 41 up the track, catches Hemrick. Logano down there on the bottom of the racetrack as he went out of view, got caught and went through the grass. This will be a great look at the 22 right here at the top of your screen, that bright yellow car. He's going to come in the screen and gets pushed down to the grass.
Now, how much?
Top tacking up. Sam Mayer crash. Sam Mayer around. Derek Kraus involved. The 8 of Josh Berry. The 7 for Justin Allgaier.
Got 3 of the Junior Motorsports cars right there.
Oh, he has to
Stacks
lift
up for the block in front of him, and that's just kind of put Josh Berry into him.
Interesting, that was Truex sliding up. If you rewind last Saturday night, they got together at Martinsville.
Yeah, looked like racing to me.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
That's kind of
I would agree
what it was. I mean, Truex was trying to get up in front of him there, and Sam did what he had to do, right? Sam had to check up for that.
Yeah.
And by the time the chain reaction gets back to the 3rd car,
will he be able to get to the apron? He does. Can he stay out of the line as the racing continues? Austin Dillon up front. They shifted him out.
It's going to be a big
one.
one.
Now around goes the 3 in front of the pack. They're all collected. The 11 with damage, the 22 as well.
Big wreck here.
Smoke rolling out of the cars that even cleared this incident. They shuffled out. The 11 of Denny Hamlin, and then while trying to regroup.
He goes back to the bottom, or does he block the 14? The 14 makes a move, the 3 blocks. You said it time and time again, blocking causes accidents. This is an accident at the front of the field.
But he moves to go inside, and that upset the 3 a little bit. Got the 3 a little bit loose. But the 3 headed on down the track to try to block anyways. But try to get down there and protect that line, protect that lead.
Let's go back and look at that outside line, top of 3. He's got some help with him.
My God, into the wall they go. The 11 now also caught up in it.
The whole
Haley. The 3 of Austin Dillon squeezes through. He is in front. And look at virtually the only car to clear it.
I mean, there were, I'll tell you how it started, but it's like 4 or 5 things happening all at once. When we pick it up, you've got 2 or 3 cars sideways from multiple types of contact. The 17 of Buescher trying to go into the middle there on the 31, on the 16. Oh, the 99 just loses it. Denny wrecks.
Well, the 31 just lost it too by himself in that top lane.
I wonder if it was rain.
Well, yeah, I mean, both leaders are in clean air. They both catch their car. That tells me that there's something down there that's reducing grip.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, guys, there were a lot of drivers saying, hey, it's raining. Why are we racing right now? And that could have been the result of what happened there.
Watch this 31, right? Watch him. He's a clear indicator. Inside lane, very top. All right, as they roll through here, see right there? He's sideways.
Yeah.
The 11 sideways.
The track is wet. Parker.
And Jeff, exactly. His spotter was telling him it's raining, and then after that all went down, Justin Haley came on the radio and said it was raining. So, of course, there was no grip.
Didn't take long, and around goes the one, and that into the wall hard. That's going to collect multiple cars behind him. Timmy Hill in the 66. Cole Custer in the 00. Numerous cars. There's Cole Custer. Michael Annette in the 1.
You're going to see right here that red, white, and blue #1, second in line on the top. Gets basically the same situation we've seen. He catches the 2 of Tyler Reddick. It stops his momentum. Christopher Bell's behind him. He doesn't know, can't do anything about it. Just hits the 1 so hard it spins the 1 out at the front of the field.
Yeah, when the 11 drove underneath the 2, watch right here. Watch the 11 make this move right now. That's slowing the 2 down. The 20 is pushing the 1 right into the back of Reddick, and that's what caused this wreck. Just that slow down by that side draft. And Christopher Bell can't see that. He cannot see, 2 cars.
To the inside, and there's still 3, 4, 5 wide mid-pack. Oh, we got cars in the fence on the back straightaway. Kurt Busch hard in the wall. They were 3 or 4 wide out there. Looks like Stenhouse is being held. Oh, Kurt's wrecking the car. Kurt's in the fence. 34's in the fence. Looks like he blew a tire and just lost control of the car. Got into 34 and turned him around. So here's contact with the wall. And that will cut the tire down right here. Or, yeah, either that or he just gets turned by the 17. I believe he had a flat tire as well. And that takes the 34 McDowell along for the ride. There he is. Yeah, so I think Stenhouse was the first one in the fence with all his cars side by side there. Not enough room. Yeah, Kurt Busch squeezing the 17 into the wall. And look at here, maybe the 17, a little angry with that. Turns him into McDowell. Almost flips the 34 car.
Trouble.
Hey, Greg. Here's the big one. Man.
Well, there goes half the field.
For the 10, he's going to push him all the way up to the 2, and they just, right before the 10 gets there, there's a little bit of movement, and that little bit of movement, when you make that much contact, turns your car right around. That's exactly what happened to Brad Keselowski and the 10 of Almirola.
And that happens right in front of most of the field.
And that really all started with a big push from Joey Logano. Remember Joey Logano talking on the radio earlier about, you got to tell me when I'm pushing that car and it's going to make contact with the car in front of us. Well, that right before he made contact with the 2, hooks his bumper, turns him around.
Oh, he slammed Alex Bowman. And then it's on. And for the second time in less than a handful of years, Eric Almirola, Chris Buescher, and he gets tagged by Di Benedetto. Truex is in it. And so is the 77 of rookie Justin Haley.
Right on cue.
19 of Truex getting caught up in this.
Larry, that trend was nobody's friend.
Nice run behind Chris Buescher. Almost tries to make it 3 wide right there. Buescher comes down. Little bit of contact right there, and just turns the 37 around.
Boy, and Benedetto had nowhere to go, and Truex had nowhere to go.
So happy to see that 37 car stay on the ground when the 95, able to see the contact, but I know, I mean, the way that car turns so abruptly, you know the contact was there, and then, wow, look at this.
Green with this restart here at Kansas Speedway, and Brett Moffitt, who elected to stay out, challenged by Austin Hill for the top spot.
We got a spinner.
Oh, and it's Clay Greenfield and Johnny Sauter. Friesen is involved. Majeski, maybe even Natalie Decker there got tangled up in it.
The 68, the blue truck on top of your screen, and yes, he got turned by Tanner Gray. Tanner probably just trying to give him a draft push down into the first turn, and
Johnny.
But Chase is going to be able to push that Atlanta car back out front, more wrecking.
And around goes the 95 and the 37.
Hard hit.
Into the wall.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's awful.
Ryan Preece in the 37.
Fantastic.
That's right.
Looked like Ryan Newman got into Christopher Bell trying to get up in front of him. Then they make contact.
Oh.
Poor Ryan Preece. We talked about he's had a string of last place finishes, and wow, such a Junior and I in this booth, when he was heading to that wall, we were both cringing. It's not what you want to see, but it's good to see him get out of that car. Look at this angle of impact.
So violent. 3,400 pounds of race car just thrown up into the air after it bounced off that.
Behind him, Tricks going to the bottom. Oh, there's a big wreck. Huge wreck. Hard
into
hit.
the wall. Matt DiBenedetto, he gets tagged by Austin Dillon.
And something was broke.
I saw Logano in the back of the back of the shot. His car was turning right, going to the wall. Wow. Right there, he had to get off the gas. He went right because when he lifted, the 4 got into the back of him, but Joey having a problem. And that started all of this. Austin Dillon,
looks like
he had a good run on the outside, and he just, nothing he could do. Matt with a big hit.
It's almost like the 22 had a left front tire go flat. Just looking at that before he hit the fence, the left front looks really low.
Yeah, it's like a tire went down. He had to get out of the gas or something.
Yeah. It was slow, it was a lazy. Oh, Kyle Busch gets into the 17. Busher
trying to stay out of traffic.
There's a big save, but a spin behind him. That L38 car hard into the wall.
Anthony Alfredo. That all started.
Yeah, I appreciate the 14 lifting for that wreck. Excellent job.
That all started on the front. Now fire.
Big fire.
Yeah, I think the 14 is thinking this might not be a yellow because until the 38 goes into the wall, it looks like the 17 is going to continue. So, there's always going to be a judgment from drivers on, yes, you want to be safe and try not to get into an accident if the 17 comes up the racetrack, but I think the 14 of Briscoe is thinking he could gain some spots as they all stack up, and then, already a heavy impact. That is when it gets very, very scary as we see fire erupt.
Only 30 laps left.
Yeah, it's going to
make your way through this field.
29 to go now as the green flag flies once again. Haley, not a great restart here as Ryan C gets off to a good start, and now they're 4 wide going into 1.
That's it.
Oh, and around goes the 7, hard into the outside wall.
Buddy, hang on.
The 7
hang on.
on the apron. The 21 of Anthony Alfredo was into the wall hard. He's upside down, sliding through 1 and 2. Looks like the 18 back there of Riley Herbst also involved. AMR safety crew will get to Anthony Alfredo quickly here.
Or orange number 7 back here. That's kind of where the whole thing starts.
And normally you think you're going to get down here and you're going to slide up into the racetrack, but he just never had a chance to. Allgaier just kind of, I think, needed to give that spot up and get out of the throttle, but knowing there's a race win, if you can make it work, maybe ahead of you, just chose to stay in the gas.
And look at this car. It gets up on its side. It's sliding. These cars have roof flaps that design them to stay on the ground when you see a high speed rollover at, say, a restrictor plate track.
Getting a great shove from Justin Allgaier. Bell got one from Busch, but it's going to be Reddick that'll get the fender out in front. Side by side into 2. They make contact. Reddick and Bell hard into the outside wall. Everybody races pushes to their inside, and just a sledgehammer shot into the safer barrier as the front two crash with 8 laps to go in the Brickyard.
Are connected to the 20 wiggles. I don't think really Reddick did anything wrong, nor did Christopher Bell. That was actually into turn 2. He tries to get on the door of the 20, which is, I think, what Reddick has to do. That's how you win the race. And Christopher Bell stays in the gas because that's what he has to do. And it's just not enough grip in the 20 car. You see the wiggles as he goes up the racetrack. Guess what? Reddick's there. So Reddick may have said on the radio that he took responsibility. I don't blame him at all. I'm blaming the 20, but it's not like he meant to. He just lost control of his car down there at the bottom.
Really very similar to what we saw a little bit ago with Austin Cindric and Brandon Jones, right? Car on the outside.
Sideways, he and Keselowski make contact. Keselowski and Jones into the outside wall, and Brad will slam hard into the inside wall. Massive, massive collision for Brad Keselowski, who makes just a hellacious hit into the inside wall off turn 2.
And it looks as though that car is sideways, maybe up on top. Yeah, it's up on top of the tire barriers. So Brad Keselowski, you see the window net is down, but hard contact for the 2 and Brad Keselowski into those tire barriers. The passenger side contact for that 2 getting up under the tires.
Actually, I think those tires were very well placed. That wall is kind of an opposite angle. So while it looks very dangerous up on its side like that, I think that protected Brad from hitting kind of a negative angle against a very solid wall. This is another view. Look at the 20 with a huge impact, and then the 2 slides across the left side right here. And as I mentioned, those tire barriers, Jeff, why, you know, they look vicious. I think they have to be softer than the concrete wall behind them.
Yeah, you know, normally tires, you know, there's a problem with tires, but in this case, I mean, yes, it put the car on its side, but look how fast they're still going. This impact right here, you would think would have slowed the car down more, but as he turns and goes across the racetrack, it is rolling. I mean, still flying. Hits that wall. It absorbed a ton of impact.
Yeah, we talked about
a huge hit.
Yeah, we talked about the 2 car, but also the fuel cell and safety in the back of that 20 car to keep that car from catching fire. Pretty amazing.
Johnson, 3 wide to the inside. Johnson goes around hard into the wall. Kurt Busch is there. Paul Menard is involved. Others are trying to avoid him. Jimmy Johnson, whose playoff hopes have just ended here at lap 104 in the Brickyard 400.
Draft, they're 3 wide right there. And I don't know, Jimmy just doesn't think he had enough room down here. His teammate very tight on his door. That was the Byron car, but I don't know if Jimmy knew they were 3 wide. We've seen it already at one time over there today with Eric Jones. The cars, it's like the 48 car right around.
Yeah, the one car, Kurt Busch, he just had some issues and just got up the racetrack, and that allowed both of these guys to get underneath them. And you said it. I mean, when you get underneath somebody like that, it's easy to get the air taken off of your spoiler, and just around they went, 3 wide. Just normally doesn't work very well.
Nope, he's just backing it down a little bit. Looks like he's just backing it down a little bit, trying to preserve that tire. Look at this got a big crash here.
Slamming the wall hard. The 34, you see the 24 also involved with William Byron.
The 11
was that poor car jammed up a little bit.
Byron with contact. A lot of good cars in this wreck.
Look at the 48, Jimmy Johnson as well. There's nowhere to go. Hard lick for Michael McDowell.
How much Jimmy Johnson's left front, a little bit of damage.
Hole, little aerodynamic damage there to the left front hole in the 48.
See, Alex Bowman in the 88, I think he got through clean.
Watch this contact. Safer barrier flexing right there.
Knocks a real clip down on that car really hard.
What has happened to Tyler Reddick? Jamie.
He just radioed to his team. I got a vibration. He's saying it's a right rear flat. His team getting up on the wall. Trouble for our leader here as he drops
he
back.
just got hit.
He hits the wall, guys.
And William Byron is involved. And now caution waves. 9th caution of the day.
Well, it definitely went from bad to worse right there for Tyler Reddick, but including William Byron. He was making his way back up to the front. Huge blow for them. I think that tire is blowing out. You alluded to it earlier with Chris Buescher, maybe possibly running those things too low on air and eventually got the best of it.
Yeah, it's getting through on the inside. William Byron is not one of them.
That was really odd. That was
Yeah.
really late. It'd be interesting to see the whole view if there were some other cars around him. But
Or
that
he
was,
got loose and had to catch it.
Yeah, because that was quite a while after he was going slow up against the top.
Reddick has made his way to his pit.
Front two there. Chase Elliott around the outside. Kind of flip-flop from what we saw earlier. Oh, 43.
And around goes the 11. The 20 also around. Ryan Blaney caught up in this in the 12.
They're wrecking.
Truex barely working his way through there.
Did Blaney get damage here? Yes.
Oh, yes. Damage to the 12 of Ryan Blaney.
Steering wheel is 180 degrees.
11 cars pushing the 43, just gets him loose. And then he gets very loose. Just chaos behind him. Guys trying to check up. And when you check up, you get ran into.
Checking up, stay up high, go around it.
Wow. Truex drives all through this. Look at the 19 there on the right side of the screen. He works his way through all of this, I believe, without any issues.
Junior, he believes only flat spotting the tires, only tire damage on the 19.
Again, the two drivers fighting for points, Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., and Blaney with damage to his car.
Boyd with Blaney, it seems like they all stack up. I don't know if the 43 had a handling issue and just had to breathe it, and Denny was just too close and they all couldn't react, or if it was a push that turned him sideways, but it definitely started with some sort of stack up in the bottom lane.
We kind of saw some similar things in a Daytona 500 with Harrison.
About 108, you're clear. 108 at the line here.
Oh, we got a crash.
48 goes around. The big one happening. The one's upside down.
Slow, big wreck behind you.
Kurt Busch climbed all over the top of the 41 of Custer. The 2 is around. Playoff contenders involved.
Yeah, right there. The 14's pushing the 48. Gets him turning around. Now, off the right. Kurt Busch way up in the air. Fortunately, came down on his tires. There it starts, right there. That trial, we talked about it earlier, that is the worst place.
Eric Jones with help. Here comes Almirola. Crash into the wall. I think it's Stenhouse. It might be Blaney.
Oh my goodness. They were, what, 3-4 wide? Slamming and banging out of the 4. Here comes a huge run. John Hunter Nemechek to the rear bumper of Eric Jones, just shoving him to Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney goes from the top all the way to the bottom to try to block that run. More contact. Man, Stenhouse.
He went backwards because he chose the right. Oh, he's wrecking. Joey Logano.
Hamlin and Logano. And Keselowski.
He's in it.
Boy, it's just scary. Anytime that air gets underneath that car, gets it airborne like that.
Try to go on the bottom, gets turned, turns him into the Joey Logano. And then, Jeff, we've all felt it. That silence. When that car goes over, it gets really, really quiet. Not a fun sound.
And you have no idea if that car is just going to start rolling and continuing to roll or if it's going to settle down. Luckily, that's what it did.
Let's use the Goodyear aerial coverage, see if we can see how this started.
Okay, so there's the push of the 22 by the 11. Watch the 47 get to the rear bumper of the 11. Right here, that's that sandwich we talk about. And when Denny stepped out, the 47 was still connected. And that little bit of contact is what turned Denny into the 22 of Logano.
Laps to go, 66 miles left, and we got a crash. Oh. Hard contact. Noah Gragson head on into the outside wall.
Mike Snyder was in that also. That was a huge impact, guys. So you know, Gregson's on the bottom, Brett Moffitt on the top. Little contact. Jeb and Moffitt got together.
Dale, it was just like you were talking about earlier. The push really needs to come on the right half bumper of the car. It seemed like Jeb got on the left side bumper of the 02. Watch right here. He is on the left side, kind of lined up, probably trying to get a little air. Really, the 02 comes around before there's even any contact. The air alone seems to turn the 02 down the hill. And then what a huge impact for the 9 of Gragson. Then Myatt Snyder makes contact as well. And as the 9 continues to spin, now he comes back down into traffic for some more hits. So great to see Noah get out.
And these guys coming in behind him, they just can't get slowed down.
Not only does that car
communication sometime, is it? Oh, there it is. It's Austin Hill and Zane Smith. It's going to be more, too, Vince. Wow. The big one.
More and more trucks keep piling in. There is nowhere to go now. And you can't even go through the grass because it'll just rip the splitter off. Oh!
Sauter involved in that one as well. I think it's going to be easier to tell you who wasn't involved. Let's go to the front of the field, and this is picking it up a little bit after initial chaos began.
What about Matt Kraft in one of the first trucks to sneak through there? Haley Deegan sliding sideways in the one truck, but she never hit anything.
I think she's going to get through there clean, but let's look at this replay. This is where we'll see the truck on the inside get hooked and shoved up, and I believe it's like the fourth truck in line.
I think that would have been Gilliland that maybe got into the back end of the 16 of Hill.
Hit the third truck in line, and then it's just it's a push forward, and that's why you always have to know how much room. Wow, Jennifer Jo Cobb coming in there.
Oh, Suarez.
Briscoe got into the back of Suarez, and he gets pounded.
Dang it.
Oh, Buscher's upside down.
I think he hooked a drain underneath the car, and that's what flipped the car. The upper A-frame was broke. The whole right front suspension dug in.
That was Todd Gilliland, tried to go high and just didn't have enough room.
See, that right front wheel dug underneath the car, and that's what dug in and caused it to start flipping. Violent crash.
Now let's ride along with Daniel.
A lot of cars slide through the infield. The last thing you think is going to happen is that you're going to flip. That was the last thing he thought was going to happen. But I'm with Clint. It almost appears that impact from Suarez
watch when it spins around right here. You see the right front.
See
it flip
right
over?
There.
Yeah.
Dug in.
Upper A-frame was broken. As soon as it rolled underneath the car, it dug in and sent that thing a-flipping. Wow. What a ride. A lot of work went into the safety of these race cars. See him crawl out of that thing. Hats off to everybody involved in that.
Oh, this side track. Oh, we got a crash.
Get down a little.
Harrison burned into the outside wall. O2 of Moffitt's collected. A handful of other cars. The 54 of Nemechek.
Let's take another look right there about the third row back. You see the white 20 in the middle. Looks like he gets a push. They kind of get stacked up. And the push continues. John Hunter pushes the 02 into the 20. They start to move forward. And much like the other accident, it seems like the 20 kind of checks up a little bit. The 02 ends up on his left rear, just trying to help. No, ill attempt, and it turns the 20 left.
So the 20 goes up the track into the left rear of the 18. The 18's kind of coming down to side draft. So two guys doing two different things kind of created that issue. I think Harrison was pretty much going straight, trying to push the 7, and as the 18 comes down to side draft, the 02 sends the 20 up the racetrack a little bit with a little momentum.
A little contact there with Jeb Burton also.
Just so many things happening there between multiple drivers.
Comes up right in front of Gregson.
Oh, wreck. And we got trouble. That's Jeb Burton. Austin Center's around.
A lot of great cars right here.
Oh, no. Big hits, too.
We didn't have a big one in this race 1 year ago.
That's inside 10 to go at Daytona.
Yeah,
that's all you can say about that.
Pushing back and forth on a restart. And bad things happen.
There. Move to the inside and then watch the 8 car as he gets to them, the 22.
So the 8's going to push the 9. The 22 is going to catch up to the 8.
98 comes up and blocks and stacks him up right here. 22 gets in the back of the 8, knocks him down. The rest is history.
Just kind of one of those stack ups.
But it's a block. A block stacked them up and created that, but that block was a necessity. If the 98 of Chase Briscoe wouldn't have moved up and slowed down the momentum, he would have been passed.
Oh, and Ankrum gets a big shove, and it's going to bring out a big caution and a big accident. Gilliland is involved. Sauter involved. Alfredo in the mix as well. The 20 of Spencer Boyd, and this is going to be a big cleanup.
involved in that 3 truck.
I mean, there's no fault of Kraft in there, is there?
No, I don't think so.
Brandon Jones in the outside lane moving to the front, and he pops the wall. Gregson around. Oh my goodness, what a hit for Tommy Joe Martin.
Total carnage. Saw Noah Gregson get loose underneath those cars. The rest was history. Man, I don't know. You think that's a lot of damage on there. You see these 2 cars right here. Man, that was a shot right there.
Almost spinning.
And Reddick does spin into the inside wall hard.
And the caution is out again.
You saw it. You mentioned it, Jeff. They couldn't get away from one another.
It's just like the 98 was up the racetrack. Get another look at it.
Yeah, the 98's very high off the corner. And he looked, you can see it backfire out of the pipes. So the 98 jumps out of the gas. The 2 takes an evasive maneuver to to the left. And that kind of stops.
That actually shuffled back William Byron. Here's Jimmy Johnson to the inside of the 38. John Hunter Newton. Big crash. Eric Jones.
Jones hard into the wall, and that's Tyler Reddick right with him. And we are back to caution for the 5th time today. Lap 72.
Loose. Oh, no, he just checks up trying to go around a slower car, and Tyler Reddick had a huge head of steam coming. And as Jones moved down to go around that slower car, Tyler Reddick and he make contact, sends both of them around into the inside wall.
They were battling for 13th. There was a slow car to the outside of Jones. Oh, and he just misses the Fitch inertia barrels there at the head end of pit road.
Blaney. I knew it.
Little bit of gap here. Kevin closes in, contact with the 45. That's what also catches the 12.
And then it's on.
Yeah, it didn't take much. It looked like Tyler was having trouble holding on to it, and as soon as that Ford got back to his bumper in the corner, it just unfortunately turned him right into the 12.
Let's listen to Harvick here.
I just got it in the rock spot of the corner there. I don't know if I actually even touched him, but just came out from underneath him.
Man, did you see how close Chastain was to that?
Eric Jones, Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez are all collateral.
Yeah, Joe Gibbs' cars jumped up in front of that 9 car at Junior Motorsports train. They're going to try to get some of that momentum on the high side. Noah to the middle. That's aggressive.
Noah went to the middle. Now he's going to bring all of his teammates with him.
Oh, he get turned around.
Around goes Brandon Jones in the 19. Collects the 0-2 of Moffitt. They go back up and collect more behind him.
Big wreck there.
The 8 is in there. So Daniel Hemrick.
The 98's there. You know, Briscoe backed out, tried to allow him to save it. These guys behind are just, you know, just drive into it. You can't slow your car down on these plate tracks. They don't run very big brake packages at these tracks because of the weight anyway. Steve, you can elaborate on that. So you're not going to have a lot of stopping power in these type of situations.
Yeah, you definitely, at these speeds and this hard tire, it's not going to stop. You know, the 19 spotter said he hit him in the left rear, but I see it a little bit more like you see it. I think Briscoe was in the middle lane. The 19 was in the third lane. The 19 is the car that switched lanes.
Textbook by Denny Hamlin. Can he put the block on? Oh, car. Oh, 77.
Right behind you.
That was Ross Chastain. Got down on the apron, turned him sideways up the racetrack.
Straight into Ryan Preece.
Chase Elliott involved.
Another multi-car pileup. With 2 to go, we'll go to overtime. There's the Connecticut Kids car, 7 right here.
Well, I knew those cars were going to stall out. You can see right there, Ryan Preece sort of pushes Chastain down onto the apron. As soon as it gets down the apron, he loses control. And heavy, heavy impact to the 22, Logano from Chastain. Car goes sideways. He tries to correct. You know, those kinds of impacts for Logano, it might not look.
Oh, we got a wreck. And there they go, back behind the leaders. Brett Moffitt involved, Tommy Joe Martins, and several others.
I was looking for the 11. I think he made it through there. That's the bad part about having a problem in the middle of the race or towards the end. And I said to you, is he going to avoid the wreck?
Nope.
Oh. Man, C.J. McLaughlin just got shot out of the draft there, and when he came back up, all bets were off.
Yeah, he got loose, and when he corrected, it just went the other way. That's the thing about mistakes at this racetrack. If it happens early, you can overcome it. Typically, because the field is not really intense. They're not really pushing it. So that's when you make your moves and can get back to the front. But at this point of the race, everyone's trying to work towards the front. Nobody's sitting right now and riding. So that's when the wrecks usually happen, is when the intensity comes up for everyone towards the end of the race.
Tommy Joe Martins in the 44 caught it just right. Watch him spinning out of control, but he slides pretty cleanly across the grass, and I don't know how bad he got it, but it appears to be pretty decent for Tommy.
Giving a big, oh,
Hamlin around.
Goes around. I bet that fender caused that right rear tire to go down. Logano in it again. This one's going to take the 48 of Jimmy Johnson out this time.
Well, they'll meet up as the care center, as Denny prophetically said a bit earlier. Jeff, there's another big consequence to this, is that these cars are the secondary backups for the Daytona 500 for many, well, they were, for many of these.
Big shove by Larson.
And around goes the 3. Crash in turn 3.
That fast. Unbelievable.
And that will decimate roughly half the remaining field. Christopher Bell drops in, and Dillon may have got a shot from William Byron. Maybe not. Not sure from that angle, but up he went and down he came.
Dillon got in the back of Busch and had to check up. When he did, it stacked William and everybody up behind him. They turned him. The rest is history. That's just a product of it. It's go time. Green, white, checkered. You knew that.
They're going to be 3 wide off 4 with that lap truck up high.
This is coming to the white flag. We've got trucks everywhere.
Eckes continuing to lead. Ankrum taking a look outside. Eckes comes up the block. The white flag is out, and now the yellow.
Is that going to be the race because the white came out?
Yes, I think it's a race. I believe that Zane Smith is going to be the winner.
The white flag did come out. He waved, the flagman waved the white with his right hand, and then the yellow came out immediately thereafter with the left hand.
And Zane Smith was the 4th place truck as they were exiting turn 4.
Ankrum tried to make a move to the outside, and Eckes trying to put the block on. There's that Eckes leading, and I watch Ankrum get to the outside, and Eckes moves up, and just a little bit of contact right there.
And that was John Hunter Nemechek trying to make a move, and he was pushing him and got him sideways, and then the Klingerman ended up flinging the 4 truck. And after that, you're along for the ride.
Kyle Busch.
Whoa! That was big. Got loose off the corner. Had to get completely out of the gate. Oh, he's got right rear fire. Right rear down. Huge wreck. So Austin Cinder, or no, as Chastain hit him, turns Chase Elliott around in the wall.
And totals Chase Elliott's car.
Well, you saw it. He had a big time wiggle off of 4. That thing. Car's lucky to not get upside down.
All right, we're going to ride with the Tootsie's Cam and Ross Chastain.
Just fast. It happens fast in that car. That's a big
top. The top's going to have the biggest energy here. 21's going to come with a huge shove.
They are 2 and 3 wide behind him. Crossover.
Here he
That's
comes.
Austin Hill in the 21. Big crash. Up and over. Caution is out. That's Myatt Snider.
Just walk right out. That's a great sign.
And I would be anxious to see how close it was at the time of caution. Because look right here, it looks like the 16's out front. Whew, it had to be really close.
The caution wasn't out at that point when they left our screen, so he was clearly ahead by the time he left the bottom of your monitors on television. But unfortunately, Anthony Alfredo getting into the back of the 31 and creating that issue.
Wow. I mean, look at that car.
And look at the grass that's flying in front of him.
Where's the engine?
Oh,
wow.
The engine's gone. I mean, this kind of like a Michael Waltrip wreck that we saw at Bristol, where it's just, or the Jeffrey Bodine, right?
Kyle Larson front straightaway here at Daytona years ago.
Sam Mayer's never won in the Xfinity Series. There goes the one to the outside of his teammate.
Through the middle of the 21. Oh, my goodness.
Mayer is turned. He's upside down. The caution is out. And now the question becomes, who was leading at the time of caution? Oh, my goodness. Second straight year.
Sam Mayer back on his wheels. That's good.
We've had
Speedway race at Daytona. The Funkaway Chevy was solid.
And I would say right there, I mean, as soon as he gets upside down, from a safety perspective, even though we didn't see the lights, you're thinking caution. I think Allgaier's got a chance here. And who knows how quick they were to rule it and hit the button.
What is it, the lights?
It's not the lights.
Oh, okay.
It is when they hit the button. So the lights are a nice gauge.
Yeah.
But the reality is the caution could have come out before that for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what they say about the 7 and the 20. You know, it's kind of like they moved down together. That's going to be interesting. There's a lot of stuff going on there.
And I guess I'm saying 7 because I'm taking the 20 out of the equation just because he was below the double yellow line. But as you said, maybe NASCAR says
he got forced.
He's forced down there, and we're not going to
I'm sure he's saying
enforce the rules.
Oh, he obviously said he got forced down there.
He's team forced. It's a crazy finish.
Luckily, that one.
Ryan Newman off turn 4 for the final time. Blaney to the outside, to the inside. Here comes Hamlin up the outside.
Wow.
Crash into the wall, into the air goes Newman.
Upside down.
In a shower of sparks on his roof, Ryan Newman comes across the line, 4th. And comes to rest. Scoring. Unofficial.
William Byron. So did his help behind him, Truex. It's not going to quite get clear here. Oh, Larson's around in front of the field. This is going to be big.
Big pile of Logano, Gibbs, and more.
Such a good run for Ty Gibbs. He takes off. You can see him heading up the racetrack, and once it bit, came around in a hurry. There's Bell getting into him.
Bell, Logano, Gibbs squeezed up to the wall.
Aside from Larson, the biggest heartbreaker in that transaction was Ty Gibbs. That kid, I want to give him props today. That kid has drove an incredible race, super smart, very patient, didn't put himself in bad positions, and this is one he just couldn't get away from, unfortunately. But that kid did an amazing job all day today.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it. He's been solid. He's done that all year, Tony. He's been
for 2 years now, but I love that you don't have the fender rubs you used to have. That would have resulted in him having to pit before. And there, he clipped the inside wall, it looked like.
Sure did.
Behind you, yellow's out, yellow's out.
4 cars involved in turn 1.
Gill and Newman, Gregson hit that inside wall, shot straight up the track right in their lap.
Well, yeah, you know, we talked about them all fighting to get down to the bottom. Then they all check up, they slow down. And it's almost like Noah Clint was maybe going to try to turn underneath McDowell, like he had a little run, has those fresh tires on the fronts, turn a little better, just mistimed it.
He entered on the outside of him a little bit, and when he went to turn back under him and cross over, it's just a blind corner for him at that point. Didn't see that inside wall, got into it.
Look at that. Preece on the bottom. Stenhouse, a push from Gibbs. Oh, and Cindric is around and caution wave.
Oh, look out.
Brake, hold the brake, up more.
It's going to hit this inside wall hard with the nose.
Well, he came
Look
right.
at that thing give and flex.
He came right across the front of Harrison Burton's car without touching it. Brad Keselowski will get one of his 2 laps back on this caution.
54 laps to go. Craftsman Truck Series doing battle for the 11th time in 2023 at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we've got our first caution for cause tonight.
Wow, that was a close one. Off turn 4, the 46 of Armani Williams lost it and slid down pit road.
That's the opening that you were talking about right there, Michael.
I hit the opening
just
one.
past that. About 6 feet?
See Chase Purdy down on the bottom in that Bama Buggies. Kyle Busch truck. Oh, that looks tight. Into the wall.
Tyler Ankrum into the wall, hit by Raja Caruth. Caution waves again. 10 laps to go.
Ben Rhodes and Zane Smith both heavily involved in that.
50 laps to go. 10th caution of the day. In 1996, we've done one better than that today with 10 cautions.
Hard racing here. That Tyler Ankrum, the 16 on the outside, Christian Eckes, the 19 in the middle. They're going to get off of turn 2, and Ankrum's going to be kind of shoved up into the outside wall, I think, and that's just going to slow down that outside line.
Bounces off of the 2 trucks below him.
Yeah.
And it just shot him out.
And then he just slows down, and Raja with nowhere to go, as well as all these chain reaction trucks here.
Absolutely. Good jump for the outside there, the second place car. Oh, wreck! Truex. In the wall, turns Truex. A bunch of them here. This is the big one. Almirola's around. Logano. Will Truex stay on him?
Truex slides up into Logano, and there it goes.
Just a little bit of squeeze. Look at the 2 in the lead, though. They're both in the wall. Don't forget that. 5 gave it to him. That's exactly what I was talking about. Run him up. They both were in the fence.
It might be easier to count the cars that were not involved on this restart with 13 lucky laps to go.
Let's watch this again. Obviously, all focus was on Truex and Logano. That was the wreck, but watch these leaders here. Yeah, I think he gave him a little dose of the old medicine there, moved him up the racetrack. Chastain's holding strong on that bottom. Race is on off of 2.
Oh, we got one straight away. They're piled up. It's the big one on the backstretch.
Saw Eric Jones around sideways, a bunch of them. Cindric, McDowell, Austin Dillon, Ryan Newman around, Suarez, man. Vacation's going on there.
So watch the Petty blue car.
There he goes. You see it come off right there. He's sideways. See the wheel fall down on the right rear. Collected them all. You're going to see it roll off.
It's exactly what he said to you, Kurt, on the pre-race.
Stage point win.
Yeah.
Start banking points.
Trouble back straight away. Car spins down to the inside wall and hits at Christopher Bell. Caution.
Huge hit. Did I not tell you these boys are racing hard on these old tires? And we've got good cars having trouble.
Into this stage, points are on the line. He was second in points, by the way.
Yeah, I'm stuck.
Side wall hard here.
Wow, yeah, there's so much going on. I mean, we might not have footage of when that wreck started because it's 2 wide, 3 wide, passes for the lead. And everyone's...
6th caution of the day.
Everyone's got
the drafting is all ready.
Christopher Bell. I believe it's Christopher Bell.
Yeah, sure enough. Bell around in the back of the pack. The 8 also involved. And they're sliding down the banking. Caution has come out on lap 1.
1 lap into the race to have something like that happen.
He's already around entering turn 3. Just have to wonder if that left rear was rubbing.
Contact.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tyler Reddick, no place to go.
Tyler Reddick's day, that was big impact for him as well. What a disappointment.
Getting dirt tracking that car, that dirt track experience probably helped him right there. And
Whoa, I think cars getting together behind this pack.
Oh,
sure enough, 47 is around, and he slams into the inside wall.
Yeah, Ricky Stenhouse look at the front of this car. He had some damage. He had some damage already from that first lap wreck. And now, of course, major damage.
See how this got started here. Getting a push from Nemechek through the tri-oval.
It's John Hunter Nemechek in the 38, and sure enough,
he just spins him. That's the thing about pushing is when you're pushing another car, you need to stay on that right rear quarter panel. If you get to the left rear quarter panel, aerodynamically, it really frees up the lead car. So easy to spin out if you move to the left corner of the tailpiece, right there.
Yeah, in that case, it was almost like Ricky was going up the racetrack. Matter of fact, John Hunter was going down.
I've spun you out in Talladega here in 3 and 4, Jeff. In turn 3 and 4.
I remember that.
Getting on the left rear quarter panel.
I hadn't held it against you.
All right. Well, I didn't know if you remember.
But that is exactly right. When you're tandem pushing.
Big run from the 22 coming. It's going to get in the back of this 88. 88 tries to go to the outside.
And around they go. The 10 of Eric Almirola. Up in the air is the 18 of Kyle Busch. Ryan Blaney is caught in it as well. Can't tell who is wedged up against the wall with Almirola. The 18 was airborne. It's the 88 of Bowman.
All guys that are battling for the points.
Here it is, the 88. Probably thinking inside. He gets a big push right there. He's kind of always forced to make a decision, forced to go to one side or the other because of the aggressive push from the 22. If the 88 lifts and doesn't do anything, he's likely turned into the fence.
Yeah, just such a big push from behind. So you see right here, Logano pushing him. They get to the outside. I think he just made contact. I'm not even sure he meant to go there.
Yeah, I don't think
pushed so hard.
I don't think the 10 actually moved to block. I think he actually just had contact from the right rear quarter panel from the 88.
Yeah, that's what it just. Watch this ride.
They're both away from this 22 gets to this 88.
Yeah.
They're down.
The 10's not even looking in the mirror or doing anything to try to block that run. The 88 really kind of got forced up into the back of the 10.
Hanging on, and let me know how bad it is.
Corner.
Right front tire's flat on that car. Up into the fence he goes.
Spin behind you.
He's going to go to pit road, and a caution has come out. Talked about the spin. It was James Davison in this 53.
Well, that is an opportunity, though, for Bubba Wallace. His day's not over now. He's able to put on the caution.
He had a huge push from the 24. Dives low, tries to get by. He's able to make the move, but he did get his 2 left side tires on the inside of the double yellow line. You can't pass below the double yellow line. Oh, and they're right behind.
Wow.
Caution comes out before they get to the finish line.
Look who's in it.
Once again, Kyle Busch in the 18. The 4 of Kevin Harvick.
Wow.
Look at the damage to that 18. What a day it's been.
We'll have to see if the caution did indeed come out.
They did not get the white flag, we're being told by NASCAR.
Look and see how this happens. Oh, the 18 gets turned sideways by a push from the 8 car. Tyler Reddick.
'19 caught up in it. Martin Truex Jr. And a lot of damage there to that right front.
We've seen it all day, guys. The pushing from behind right there. And remember, Reddick has damage to his nose that may have contributed to it a little bit and how he was able to push the 18. Plus, the 18 had damage as well.
Yeah, the 18 car's got a ton of drag and a damaged tailpiece, and the 8 car damaged nose piece probably doesn't line up all that well.
What you want right here? Top line's going to roll here. Top line's going to roll. 26 in the middle stalled out. You guys tell me to stay. Coming, keep coming, keep coming. You got by the line, White.
Joe Gibbs Racing cars involved right there, as well as that 4 of Kevin Harvick. Before the white flag was displayed. So that's why we will go overtime again.
Yeah, there's a caution way before they get to the start-finish line. Just a.
And then the wreck happened as they were coming back through the tri-oval.
You know why that's an important call, and Junior, you and I talked about it before. NASCAR hasn't made that call that often in the past, but if they don't.
The inside lines together.
Oh, Bubba Wallace with a big move to get to that 3 wide and be the leader of that outside line.
He got a big shove.
Yeah, it was a great move, but there's no organization.
Oh, he gets the turn. Into the wall he goes.
Wrecking behind you here.
Bubba Wallace into the wall, and the caution has come out. There'll be a third overtime.
Bubba went up there to try to get the momentum from that high side, but it disorganized, and then he was trying to find some energy off any car he could find
to make something happen. As you said, Junior, it was going really well. Then it all got kind of disorganized right here, and now trying to find his way back to the bottom, or just, you know, don't know if he was thinking to get in front of the 37 there, or if it's just Talladega, just a Talladega wreck, you know. So easy to watch from our viewpoint and say, oh, guy should have done this, should have done that, but it's just Talladega. See it all the time.
So damage to the 2 as well, because the 43 got into the side of him.
The 88, does he get through? He gains a little bit of damage there. The 3 car of Austin Dillon, who has now worked himself back onto the lead lap.
That is amazing.
And he's involved in this accident as well.
And with this caution, see right here, to get another shot of this. See Bubba just coming down the racetrack a little bit. Priest maybe up the racetrack a little bit. Just both trying to get the best position they can. But all of these cars that were low on fuel, now it's more laps under caution.
Yeah.
So they're going to be in a position where I think you'll have to see more cars coming to pit road.
Yeah, you're right, Jeff. All the radios I'm listening to, basically, everybody's feeling they're going to have to get fuel, or with this few cars in the lead lap, you just risk it and run out. But that may lead to more green light checkers.
This is riding along with Bubba on the helmet.
So this was that run he got, Junior. Huge momentum.
He looks in the mirror and he sees he's lost his health, so he's trying to get down here in front of the 37 car, where he's trying to just get any kind of help he can off the back end of his car, get some energy from a push.
The Wood brothers and Matt DiBenedetto out front at Talladega.
No organization right now.
Look at this outside line.
Oh, we got a car in the wall, the back straightaway. Cody Ware. Here comes the 17 and the 24. They're going to try to block.
Eric
gets
up into the wall. Now the 24, a big run. He slides. They make more contact. 3 wide as they come out of 4.
Hamlin to the inside. Side draft coming from the 24 car.
Denny Hamlin. William Byron through the tri-oval coming up to the stripe. And as they go across the stripe, a photo finish. Denny Hamlin through 3 and 4. Allmendinger, Cindric, side by side. Allmendinger wins it at the line.
Hard crashing off into turn 1. I cannot believe what I just saw. This is the corner off of 4. The 22 just gasses it into the left rear. Look at this. Cars come piling in. Big hits, especially for AJ.
Yeah, Austin Cindric.
I'm guessing this picture right here might go up on Allmendinger's wall as he wins at Bristol sideways at the finish line.
You know, as long as I've watched racing, it's amazing.
Turn 2. Big spin.
Cautions out.
And sliding down to the apron.
Noah Gregson.
Oh,
sorry, guys.
That's a shame.
To catch it back to the right.
Yeah.
Sideways.
Seemed loose back there.
Yeah.
Exactly like Ross Chastain at California earlier this year. That is a hard hit, as hard as you can hit.
Well, these cars, right, lower profile tire, pretty stiff. That underwing works great in a straight line, but loses a lot of downforce when it goes into yaw. The car doesn't have a lot of side force, so really hard to catch these cars once it goes around.
Well, I think it doesn't have a lot of downforce, meaning it doesn't have a lot of air pushing down on the
push. Whoa, baby. Whoa. Big spot. Oh, round cars go on the back straight. I don't know who that is, but there's
several
one
up on
top of it.
Yeah, it's 4 of them. 4-car pileup in the back straightaway.
Whoa, one almost went over. Yeah.
Top of the screen, 1 car completely sideways. I believe that's Cindric.
There's that one I almost saw go over, the 16, I believe it was.
It was LaJoy that I saw first.
Yes.
Around backwards.
You're riding with Harvick.
Yeah, here it is. LaJoie right in his lap, right in front of him, nowhere to go.
Oh, my. Got creamed on the left side. Go straight, Yara.
I think he just lost it trying to stay off the car.
Multiple cars involved in this caution. The 6th one of the night. And
helping this 26 car through the middle. Looks like he gets loose before Brandon. Brandon maybe no contact at all. Contact with the 2. The 2's going to go back across the racetrack into the outside wall. And there's hard contact in the passenger door of the 2. Let's see that. So the 2's going to shoot back across the racetrack here. Right in front of traffic. Big contact.
Joe Graff Jr. in the 07 hit him.
Look at how far in it's pushed the door bars. And then that was crazy how it's folded that car up like that.
Saw John Hunter Nemechek. He was loose before the 68 car got into the back of him with Brandon Brown. And now Creed back up the racetrack, and you said it, just a hard impact on that right side.
It buckled the roof on the 2 car.
Roof, what? That is just a hard impact on that right side. And Creed knows, oh, this isn't going to be good. Boom, look at that roof.
Look how it pulled the car up.
Advantage John Hunter right here, I think. Oh, he's loose!
Oh, no, he's in the wall! Hard into the wall. Wow! The 7 of Allgaier as well. Brandon Jones is in it. Hemrick is involved.
A lot of playoff drivers.
Nowhere to go, man.
4 wide. Trying to come out of turn 2. Sam Mayer has damage.
Oh, no. Look at this.
Here. See him get loose?
Yep.
And now he just spins around.
And Allgaier was just sticking his nose up in there because he saw the opening. He wasn't going. And then when John Hunter got loose, he just, he was still on the throttle, the 7. Took up that spot, and there was nowhere to go. There's no racetrack left. John Hunter's coming around right in front of the 7. And then it just sucks everybody into it. Boy, that's a hard hit by Justin Allgaier.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And the 18.
Yeah, Nemechek hit really hard. And then 19 up in the air.
Man.
Brandon Jones.
Pool behind them. You see the damage to the front of that car. There's Hemrick.
Oh, we got a spin on the back straightaway. Big crash.
42 involved. 47. 48's back there. Bubba Wallace in the 23.
How about the 18? How about Kyle Busch?
Kyle Busch slowly gets through it.
Yeah, we see the 23 turned around, collecting more and more cars. Now the track is blocked. You can't just slow these things down and stop on a dime. You're basically getting shoved and pushed into the crash. Smoke starts to cover the racetrack where you can't see where to go to avoid this crash and avoid cars spinning. That's exactly what it looks like behind the wheel.
I'd like to go back and see that again. I think we just got loose. But
heavy hits for these guys as they're getting bounced around inside the cars.
If he wasn't able to clear him there, he was going to be in trouble. Being stuck on the bottom.
Trouble.
Oh, we got a big wreck here.
26 Kaz Grala, 4 Garrett Smithley. Second caution of the day.
I'm telling you guys, these cars are a handful right now. I mean,
It kind of went up the racetrack. There's the 4. Kind of know where to go. Once you commit to a lane, you're kind of committed. And for the driver, it's hard, right? Like right there, look at, you can't even see the 4 in the smoke. That means he can't see where he's going either. And so he's 100% relying on the spotter. Coleman, what's that like for you?
Well, obviously, it's a very difficult situation. With the high banking, you kind of look at it as a Bristol-type incident that it's going to funnel down. But because they wrecked so...
Remember the start of the race? He didn't have any water in that car? Look at him go now. Whoa!
Bane goes high into the wall. Here comes Ryan Seed down low.
Oh, no.
And the caution will be out.
7.
Barry's involved. Gregson's involved. Sage Karam hits the inside wall.
Justin Allgaier was involved. We're still on Sam Myers.
That's the big one.
I think he felt like he was clear, but just wasn't quite there. Gets a little bump and into the wall, and then the car just kind of peels off the wall, Joseph, and gets all these guys along the way.
Yeah, and Trevor was clear. He was clear, but when he moved up in front of him, it's so tight to his back bumper, it looks like it loosened him up.
Yeah.
And he got loose and chased it into the wall, and then he was still chasing. Here we go. You see Trevor move up in front of the 16. He's clear. It's just tight. Gets the air taken off into the wall. Now he's trying to catch it. He's still trying to catch it. They're 3 wide and just collects everybody else. I mean, when I say everybody else, like everybody else.
Logano and Hamlin on the front row. Chastain and Byron. Gregson on older tires with Kyle Busch. Here we go. Oh boy, and around goes Ty Dillon.
A bunch of them. Christopher Bell, Blaney, Almirola's around.
Priest is in it. Buescher misses it. Several cars piled up. Now they're all stacked up right. Oh boy.
Both lanes too, all over the place. This takes me back to the rule that they've changed this rule. The restart. They've added length to the restart zone. And what does that do, Tony? It gives you a chance as a leader to do a different thing, to differentiate yourself and juke them out, if you will, of when you take off. That stacks the competition up behind you, or it can.
Let's ride with Christopher Bell.
3, 2, 1. Green flag. Checking up.
Just a big check up there.
Now Joey's up. Joey says, forget it. He's turned.
He is turned. Logano in the wall. LaJoie and Stenhouse bring the caution out for the 6th time.
I saw it. He was thinking about it earlier, decided to go for it. Sees the run coming. Big run, by the way. As soon as he touches him, man, it didn't take much.
He just needed LaJoie to wait a half a beat longer to get off the transition from the banking down to the backstretch before he made contact there, and they would have been okay.
Looks like Suarez got a little bit of that too, right there. Maybe a lot of it.
Yeah, a lot of movement back there in the back, 2 and 3 wide. Pretty even. Oh, look at that. Guys getting checked up. Big contact back there. J.J. Ailey's around the 10, the 2, hard into the wall.
Oh, goodness. Kyle Busch involved. Big damage on the 18 as well. This is the concern about pitting and losing track position is the chaos on the starts. Huge damage to the Cindric. Middle of 3 wide. McDowell's going to check up and then see what happens from here.
Looks like he gets a little bit loose. He's trying to save it. More and more contact.
But the 10 spins up in front. I'm going to have to watch it again to see how the 10 spun around. Was it contact from the 15, Junior?
I believe a little contact with the with another car, not the 15, but move back here to the contact.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
10, 15 right there. And getting overcorrected into the wall head on by the 2. That's your worst nightmare, I think, in a race car. Being turned head on into the wall like that at such a high speed. Even though they're on a restart here, not full speed, these are still tremendous hits for these guys.
Look at Ty Gibbs.
Look at
Safer barrier move.
That's Safer Mario. Big move. Ways back of the car around like he's spinning out right here in this shot. And then, don't know why he was sideways, having a mechanical issue, tire down, don't know. And then got turned to the right and head on into the wall.
In finger to the bottom. Rhodes getting put in the middle.
3 still.
That's going to get tight off.
Oh, Eckes. Eckes got into the wall. Majeski got into the wall. And then when he did, he rebounded off into the tail of his teammate, Ben Rhodes.
Wow. Eckes. Yeah, that's where, again, the 99's got a lot of wheel in it, off of 4. The 66 is on the top side, trying to give him room, like he was trying to be the teammate buddy. They survived this first little moment right here, and then as the trucks settle, boom.
Eckes, or excuse me, Majeski, I think just touched a little bit with the rear of the truck on the wall, and that created the front end movement into Rhodes.
That's a reminder how fast these guys are going. That 3,300-pound truck up into the air. Majeski gets a little bit out of shape on the high side and just ran in.
Big collision between Johnny Sauter, Drew Dollar, and Trey Hutchins. Hutchins' truck had come to a stop on track, and Dollar and Sauter came through turn 4, and
Sauter was tucked right up under Dollar.
Been scrubbing the wall for a while yet, and then Sauter and Dollar came up
when you saw John Hunter was behind them, he still had a great deal of speed too. So the caution must not have been out yet. And the drivers didn't know that Hutchins was just going to be setting in the road. Oh, you could see Sauter wouldn't be able to see through the 51 truck of Dollar. And look, the speed that John Hunter has coming in there.
I guess Johnny's spotter, the veteran Tab Boyd, had radioed that he just did not see the 14.
Check up behind him.
And the 4 almost got into 22. Now they're 3 wide.
And around goes the 18. He catches the 19. Mark Truex Jr. into the wall.
Get going. They're wrecking behind it. Pick it up a little bit. Contact. Cole Custer involved.
From the highest of high to now the low. Cole Custer wins at Kentucky and now wrecks out at Texas.
And everybody up, Junior.
Now let's see how this 18 gets loose here. Oh, he gets tagged by the 10.
Did the 10 get hit by the 1?
Yeah, I think the 1 got in the quarter panel of the 10, turned him into the 18, and look at that behind him.
They're running to each other, and then look how close everybody is and just not enough room. Watch that 18 car.
Man.
Yeah, that's
Truex got in the fence hard there.
Yeah, he did. They got hit hard.
Yeah, that's a bad angle.
Stenhouse Jr.
Joey, you know that any vibration when you're in a pack like this, especially when you're a rookie. Oh, there it goes.
In the middle. Oh, no. Lost away self and upside down is the 45 of Majeski.
Let's hope he gets back on his tires here.
That thing's square on the roof. What a shame.
That's Fogelman in the 0-2, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then, man, Majeski just turned sideways down the front, and it just tipped right over. NASCAR does so much work in the wind tunnel to have flaps, air flaps, different panels on the truck that blow away that is supposed to prevent that, but probably just one of those circumstances that put him in a real jeopardy.
Yeah, and bumping through the tri-oval here is the sketchiest place to do it. And you see that big set that you saw that white truck make right there. He needed room to save it. And you try to do everything you can to not run into other cars. You try to do everything you can to keep your truck going straight. And unfortunately, wrong place at the wrong time for Ty.
9 trucks involved. Let's ride along with the 6.
Stop. Just fuel. Quick splash of fuel over.
Mark Martin.
Yeah.
And that 6 car.
Oh, there we go.
Casey Mears, Vic Murray, and front of a huge pack.
No, that's Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon is in it. Martin Truex Jr. in the 1. Gordon just got hit again.
Oh, man.
You got real hard, buddy. I didn't see it at all.
Well, we keep talking about the big one. This was it.
Looks like there's Boyer. Oh, that started way up high. Who was that way up high?
That Carl in 99?
Looks like it. Have to get another look.
That started from way up on the outside of the wall.
Like Harvick. Was Harvick right in front of that?
See if we can get a... It's going to be tough to see from that shot, too.
Now Harvick goes high and just gets tagged by Gordon. Some of these cars have already made it back to pit road.
It looks like it's Carl Edwards. Now, I don't know if Carl got tagged, but he got loose, like he got hit. And he turned to the left. When he turned to the left, he went down the racetrack and hit whoever's to the left of him.
Which was Casey Mears, I believe, in 42.
Watch 99 on the left. Now you're not going to be able to see it from this shot.
3 wide. Inside, 4 wide.
Trouble.
That's camera deep getting hit right there.
Dave Burns. Dale Earnhardt Jr. could not wait for this race to get started.
Well, he knew he had a good race car. I mean, he was very disappointed in qualifying, but in practice, his car was really strong. They were real happy with that car. And you're right, he couldn't wait to get started.
5-time winner. Allen.
Well, Bill Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking to see if he can score.
Oh, we got trouble, AB. J.J. Yaley trying to hang on to it. Caught a couple of cars. Paul Menard, Tony Stewart, David Stremme. Kyle Busch, who'd fallen off the pace, gets through it.
This is going to happen right in front of Tony Stewart. It's like Stremme is going to get in the back of the 18 and just hook him. And the 11 car ran in the back of the 20. No, I guess it was a 15 that did most of the damage.
Boy, it looked like Hamlin got through there somehow.
He ran in the back of the 20, but I'm not sure how much damage that he did.
He got it pretty good.
He did.
A lot of quarter panel damage.
So the right side tire is smoking on Hamlin as well.
Well, I mean, Yaley just got off the throttle like, almost like a tire blew or something, because he slowed down really fast. And those guys behind him, they couldn't do anything.
Here's Hamlin's on board.
He got
hit in the right side, too, didn't he?
Allen's got his pit.
And that last shot you saw right on the right front tire of the 11 car. After Denny gathered things up and got under control, he called Mike Ford, the crew chief, on the radio and said the steering wheel has turned 90 degrees. And he kind of laughed because they had made 6 pit stops after being involved in the last wreck, stayed on the lead lap, and were in that lead draft, going to have a decent finish. And now they got caught up in the second of the 2 big wrecks.
Fans cheering at Talladega. Earnhardt Jr. leads last lap. Outside. Vickers wants to go. Eight getting a little wider.
There he goes.
Junior.
Oh, no! Vickers hits 25. Hooked to 48. It takes out Earnhardt and Jimmy Johnson.
Caution is out. The leaders had already taken the white flag.
So is it going to be the 25 or the 9?
There are 19 scoring loops around the track. NASCAR will use scoring loops and videotape to determine the race winner. The checkered flag is out. Checkers and yellow out at Talladega.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Not going to be a popular win for the 25. It is.
Jimmy Johnson.
Okay, the 48 gets a run. He goes to turn out. The 25 goes with him and just hooks the back of Jimmy Johnson's car. Jimmy Johnson, as he's wrecking, gets into the 8 car. 8 car just an innocent bystander on that deal.
Now watch the 48 go on the left door. Left rear tire, actually.
Watch, these guys get a good run. The 48 pulls out. The 25 pulls out behind him. Just misjudges just an inch. Just enough to turn the 48 into Dale Jr.'s left rear.
There you see it again.
Same thing happened in the Truck Series race Friday night. I mean, last night. Mike Skinner hooked the right rear of Mike Wallace, and in the wall he went. He hit the wall. He didn't have the 8 car to bounce off of. He went in the wall.
Get on board the 8 car here. This is a look out the back. You'll see Jimmy Johnson get a good run. This is what he was waiting for. And then watch the 25 just hook the rear fender here. Just touch the bumper.
We're still waiting for NASCAR to declare a winner. Vickers thinks it's him.
Career nationwide series start. He's an ARCA veteran. And let's see if his Dodge can overcome a lack of speed in practice. Mike Garvey is still the bubble driver at 29.59.
Whoa! Oh, here he comes. Hang on to her. Hang on to her.
Ouch.
And he knew he had to step it up to try to get into the show, and then the car just would not take it.
He came within an ace of doing an almost amazing job to keep that thing out of the wall, because he was doing everything he could.
But Darrell, it all started way over there in turn 4 with his 51 car.
Yeah. He starts up the hill here. You see him push, 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 and then snap. And then that right there didn't hurt it. But once it took off like this, if he could have just see how he turned the wheels left. It was a perfect drive. Yep. It just didn't get down fast enough to keep from missing the wall. But he thought about it. He knew what he was doing.
He didn't have the speed in practice. He knew here he had to keep his foot in it and not let off.
Yeah.
But Dexter Bean's lap, 31 seconds, won't be enough to get the live wire.
And confidence is a wonderful thing to a competitor and to a racer. Oh, got a car going around here. But Mike Lynette has transferred that into what I think is the most improved driver and team to this point in 2019. Because it's not just, he won here at Daytona, which is...
And you see it right here. A little bit too hard of the left-hander there, spins him into the grass. So we'll take a quick break and be right back with more.
His eagerness to come on pit road. Here he is leaving the garage and stands on that throttle a little bit and makes a little extra lap. And those are the things, those are the things you know, like when you fall down and the first thing you do is look around. Like, anybody see me? That's what Jimmy Johnson's doing right now. He's like,
deal with, and this is really the focus of the new package, other than losing the restrictor plates.
Yeah, I mean, Marty, the simplest way to look at it. Man, we got a wreck that's still wrecking.
Byron is able to catch it.
What a save. Well, yeah, what a save. That was a huge save by William Byron.
I'm not sure if it messed up the splitter here.
His teammate to push Brad. Brad's got a big run now for him. Brad's got a huge run. He tries to go low on William. William eases down the track. Brad says, not again. I'm going to stay in the gas. But I don't think that Brad... There's the shot that I
you know
wanted.
what I mean? That is a block, but that's a pretty passive block. That's an ordinary block that we're going to see.
There'll be 15 of those every lap.
Yes.
But do you have to look at the situation you're in? We're in practice. This is final practice.
Very reckless situation.
I mean, it is practice. I mean, it is practice, and sometimes you have to send the signal, but this was completely avoidable. I think.
Just trying to send a message. I'm not lifting.
Ned has been able to make that low groove work through the turns. Now we got trouble. One car spins. He gets sideways. 3, 4 more cars battling involved. Looks like several cars down low. One of them is the 07, the double, the 90 down there.
You see right here at the bottom of the 3 wide, the 90 just gets loose. Looks like as he corrects it, he climbs the bank, he collecting the 36. The 00, Cole Custer gets squeezed and makes it through. Nowhere for the 22 to go. A little bit of damage on the nose of that car.
Yeah, Brandon Jones in a 19 car. Nothing he could do. He got some damage. It was Ray Black Jr.
Once you get into the grass, you're along for the ride, especially with all the rain that there has been in the area.
Because that's the 2 of Tyler Reddick just outside the 90. He gets lucky to get through that. As you see the 90 spin, collects the 22. The 00 got lucky. It is clear. The safest place to be, there's no safe place, but the safest place is the front of these packs.
And again, the 90 collecting the 22. So Austin Cindric, the 20-year-old out of Mooresville, North Carolina, a tough start to this race.
See, he just lost it on corner entry and never was able to catch back up.
Front. And he's looking in his mirror saying, I want nowhere back in that pack. What a huge block for the lead.
Into the wall was Tyler Reddick.
Oh, there it is.
Right behind him. Another one hits.
Keep digging. Still inside.
Oh, watch this.
Oh, Creed across the grass.
Caution's out. Caution's out. How hard did...
Creed in the 8 slides through the grass, as does the 23, John Hunter Nemechek.
Right here, a big move by the 2. He's going to try to cross up in front of the 10.
Wow. That's just such an aggressive move. Your car gets really tight. Then behind it, they all get stacked up. Allgaier got in the back of the 8. And here they go through this wet grass.
Well, that's our guy's teammate, right? It's the momentum. As the momentum's lost, Allgaier can't tell, can't see, can't react that quick. So you see right here, the 2 from the bottom of the racetrack, Jeff, goes right to the top.
Yeah, he just turns to the right, and right here, when the 10 goes up there too, it's just pulling all the air, I'm sorry, the 16, all the air off of that 2 car, and it just drives him into the wall. And then, as you said, behind,
yeah, those
chain
actually,
reaction.
They really didn't even hit each other, right? The 8 got spun off the nose of the 7, and the 23 looks like he got spun off the nose of the 00.
And once again, that infield grass at Charlotte is looking more and more like something's going to happen everywhere.
The turf there.
Yeah.
Grass here,
Ooh,
turf there.
Contact.
But slamming into the wall, the 2 of Tyler Reddick, and then the chain reaction behind them.
What a shock. There's only 2 cars. I mean, if not, somehow 2 cars get spit out of the pack.
Well, we were on nonstop. Steve looked at me and said, "This can't continue."
No.
Like, you know, he saw it coming, and you know, here it is, man. 6 to go. Stage in.
And I'll tell you, as a crew chief, after seeing Reddick get pulled out of line and then recover, I would have to start considering the strategy of, listen, maybe let's just be a little smart here, a little smart. I'm going to leave it up to my driver. If you get in a position you don't like, don't feel like you're committed there. If you have to pull out a line, remember, you can go below the WL line to bail out.
David Starr, he might have closed his eyes here. He got tagged on pit road, spun it around, but they finished the stop.
Conclusion of stage 2 of tonight's race. Ross Chastain, who won the opening stage of the race this evening, rides along in the second
Oh,
position.
trouble. Tyler Reddick wiggles and gets hit. Now 3, 4, 5 cars spinning toward pit road.
Caution is on the speedway, and a lot of damage on one of these machines. It looks to be Chase Briscoe, who just nails the sod on the inside trioval. Tyler Reddick has just collected some grass and a lot of water and has just pushed it onto the racetrack.
Control going on the track.
Oh, yeah, the left rear's flat.
Yeah, it's soft.
You can see the wrinkle in the left rear sidewall. The 2 of Tyler Reddick has a flat left rear tire. He's out of control. It looks like he's turning right, but he's chasing the back of the car up the racetrack, trying to not spin out. And in the end, Chase Briscoe absolutely in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Once again, shocked it didn't catch more cars. Justin Allgaier had a front row seat that he didn't want.
And what a crazy ride for Briscoe. Just sitting there minding your own business, thinking that everything's fine. Next thing you know, you're pointing in the wrong direction.
You see the damage to that left rear tire. That didn't happen right away, right? That rolled flat for quite some time.
Oh, this shot will be crazy.
That's the 1 ahead up top. All right, here's the 2 now. 30. What are you doing? All right, we got a little bit of nose damage now.
He loses control of his car. Look at this hit right here by Chase Briscoe.
And they all do work down the back straightaway now. Chastain, no trouble. Car around on the back straightaway. 2, 3 cars involved here. As David Starr is one of the cars involved. We see Shane Lee, Sheldon Creed is in it. 3, 4, 5 cars spin down the back straightaway as the back half of the field.
Yeah, you see right here, it's just 3 wide. It's a classic Daytona accident. 3 wide, a little push from behind is how it starts. The 93 gets turned. He comes down, collects the 52. The 52 goes across the racetrack. Somehow in all of this, the 20 of Christopher Bell, there he is. You see him moving left and right. He sneaks through as cars are spinning.
That was a big hit for Scott Lagasse Jr.
Looks like it was the 86 of Brandon Brown that was the one who maybe made the push there to get that started.
Oh, this is going to be a great shot on board with Christopher Bell right here. They're going to start banging around.
Easy, get lower, 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 lower. Keep coming mid. Keep coming mid. Get down, back up.
It's a great job by Christopher Bell. It's also a little bit of luck involved in that. You know, when they start piling up in front of you and there's a hole to go to, some of that's out of your control, but nice, calm reaction by Christopher. Expect nothing less from him. Man, this is just crazy. This race is just it's like we saw at Talladega.
What was the line again that Junior used to start off? Optimistic moves?
Yeah, optimistic moves.
Optimistic moves being made right now on the backstretch.
Well, right there, that white and green 86 sliding into the picture. Brandon Brown, he's run inside the top 20 all day. This car has yet to have a top 10 this season. I think you saw that push because he starts to see the possibility of that top 10 being out there. Kind of there's that carrot at the end that as it counts down, 25 to go, they start to feel that, you know, excitement, feel a little bit of that anxiety that Daryl talked about, trying to make a move.
And because of this pressure, or because of this caution, does that mean that now, saving fuel, you can get to the end of this race?
Yeah, I think it was very close from the stage end pit stops, but with this yellow flag,
Here comes the 7 with a run. And around goes the 18, Herbst. Sliding as they go down the backstretch.
Keep it straight.
No contact. Caution's not out yet.
Keep it straight. All right.
He does keep it straight. And Gregson. There was Herbst going around, and again, didn't hit anything. And so we stay green.
As well as Reddick, the two biggest blockers. Now Reddick's got control of the pace. Haley made a big move.
Didn't take long, and around goes the 1, and that into the wall hard. That's going to collect multiple cars behind him. Timmy Hill in the 66. Cole Custer in the 00. Numerous cars. There's Cole Custer. Michael Annette in the 1.
Annette had a fast car. Timmy Hill having a great night.
Right here, that red, white, and blue number 1, second in line on the top, gets basically the same situation we've seen. He catches the 2 of Tyler Reddick and stops his momentum. Christopher Bell's behind him. He doesn't know, can't do anything about it, just hits the 1 so hard it spins the 1 out at the front of the field.
And the 11 drove underneath the 2. Watch right here. Watch the 11 make this move right now. That's slowing the 2 down. The 20 is pushing the 1 right into the back of Reddick, and that's what caused this wreck. Just that slowdown by that side draft. And Christopher Bell can't see that. He cannot see, you know, 2 cars in front.
And I go low with the 11, changes mind, pulls up. At the same time, the 2 checks up. And like you said, Jeff, the 20 of Christopher Bell has nowhere to go. And everyone behind this is really just kind of aim for a hole and hope you get through.
A.J. Allmendinger made it through. Tell you another name who made it through is Parsons. Stephen Parsons right now, in his first ever Xfinity Series race, is running 13th.
In a race he was not planning on running.
Yeah, Wednesday. He was working underneath the car, and now he's running in the top 15 at Daytona in his first ever start.
Think about that. Working on the race car, get the phone call. Hey, you're driving it. I mean, what a great opportunity for him. Been racing late models, been running some truck races.
That's right here, right along with him, Jeff.
Correct, check up, low. One inside. Inside, nice and easy here. Low if you can. You get anything?
I got to get AJ's opinion. Drive that all the way down.
The cars that are on the bottom line.
And Jeff, he was given specific instructions from his spotter, Kevin. Oh, trouble for Justin Allgaier.
Allgaier around. Car was trying to come on the inside. Allgaier spins, and he stays going straight. They stay green. Coming up on 8 laps to go.
He stays in second, somewhat patient, and takes him to the top. He pulls these 3 or 4 cars off the front of the pack, and then
around goes Shane Lee in the 28. Had some contact. He slides.
He's no contact.
Didn't hit anything. I'm not sure this will bring out the yellow. He keeps going. Go back to the leaders here.
Inside, and we saw him sending the message to his own corporate teammate, Kevin Harvick, on the right-hand side a moment ago. I'm not lifting
today. 17. Stenhouse Jr. was in front of the 1 of Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch didn't lift, and around went Stenhouse. Into the grass he goes. Caution comes out.
It's a good thing he went through that grass backwards. That was it. Going through it backwards really helped save the front of that car.
17 cars at the top, trying to block the 1 here. Kurt Busch has got a huge run coming down the racetrack. Then he gets a little tight right there. Kurt says, not today.
I'm not going to lift. He didn't. Around goes the 17 of Stenhouse Jr., and the caution comes out.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to hold that line of Chevrolets behind. Got tight on corner exit. Kurt got underneath him. It was not going to cut him a break. Stenhouse goes around.
Credited Dale Jr. for helping him to get more aggressive, and now he got a spin.
And the 1 of Kurt Busch. He's able to save it, but you have damage to the left front of that car, and the caution has come out once again.
Going into turn 1. Just out there by himself. Tight into the fence. Gets in the wall. Has problems down in turn 3. Eventually spin it out. There he goes. Good save by Kurt Busch. He'll bring it in. Try to get tires on that car and get back in action. All these cars get moved around. Here's a better look at the one car getting turned around and having contact with Brendan Gaughan there. Big damage to the right rear quarter panel on Brandon's car. I think Kurt actually is going to come out of this okay. But the damage to Brandon's car is pretty significant there.
Had to work to get his way back up through the field, and here's the problem with not communicating what you're going to do on a stop. Brad Keselowski came in. They called a code word for the stop. He thought it was...
He got into the wall. He got pushed into the wall, and now Brad Keselowski and others are sliding behind him. There goes the 38 of David Reagan making contact. Now they go into the infield grass as well.
Brad looked like he had a handful of race car off of turn 4. Looked like he was getting a little bit loose off turn 4 and having a hard time with that race car. Down. Oh, he gets a big push from the 4. And that just turned him. The 4 hit him pretty hard. And Brad just lost control of the car. Turned Brad into the outside wall really hard. Here's a great shot with Kevin Harvick. Oh, man, it really isn't that hard of a hit. It looked like he was just trying to get Brad moving. Unreal that it doesn't take anything to get these cars out of control and out of the driver's hands.
Yeah, Harvick trying to push him to get him by that middle lane, and when he hit him, it just shot Brad up. Then it just all stacks up, and guess what? When you all run in a line together trying to help each other and something happens, guess what happens to all of you? You all get damaged.
Harvick's in the fence a little bit. I think he's going to be okay. Really impressive by Joe Logano and a lot of those guys behind them to get out of the gas and not create any more cars spinning and turning and crashing and obstacles to get through and get by. That could have collected a whole lot more race cars than it did. Harvick kind of smartly put his car up against the fence, like, hey, I'm going to go up here and kind of hope that nothing hits me, nobody gets into this wreck. Going to get on Logano's roof here.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Coca-Cola can. And watch him lift it. Here's the throttle. Oh, here is Spotter telling him everything to do.
100, and slow on the track is the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Will he be able to get to the apron? He does. Can he stay out of the line as the racing continues? Austin Dillon up front.
Oh, my God.
That's going to be a big one. Now around goes the 3 in front of the pack. They're all collected. The 11 with damage, the 22 as well. Smoke rolling out of the cars that even cleared this incident. They shuffled out. The 11 of Denny Hamlin, and then while trying to regroup, the 3 of Austin Dillon gets around. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 17, major damage.
I think he panics. What does he do? He goes back to the bottom, or does he block the 14? The 14 makes a move. The 3 blocks. You said it time and time again. Blocking causes accidents. This is an accident at the front of the field.
Yeah, it looks like Clint Boyer's pushing the 3, but he moves to go inside, and that upset the 3 a little bit. Got the 3 a little bit loose, but the 3 headed on down the track to try to block anyways, to try to get down there and protect that line, protect that lead. Let's go track. Trying to get down into turn 1.
Kurt Busch squirts out of this without an issue. William Byron, Jimmy Johnson, and Ty Dillon all able to negotiate and get through. And so they're the top 4 right now after this melee happens behind them. Look at the 13. There's Ty Dillon, and he's able to negotiate through all of this virtually unscathed. And now he's running 4th.
Check out this from the 18 car right in the middle of this mess.
Helpless feeling.
Middle.
Helpless feeling when you see smoke in front of you, but you don't know what it is.
Flat. Stay out of the grass if you can.
See that contact right there when he went to turn left? That's what moved the 3 down.
Keep coming.
Oh, that's a sickening feeling, isn't it, Junior?
Roll top there. We got damage, guys.
You know that 3 car is coming back across the track. And there's nowhere for anybody to go.
All 4 of the Joe Gibbs Racing cars involved in this instance.
Ours too. Goodness. That was wild. Wild racing.
And there's the reason for the caution, the 51. That's James Davison out of Melbourne, Australia. And a lot of damage to the back of that 51.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. That hard to make out right here, but you see in the distance the smoke of the spinning 51 of James Davison. The 62 of Brendan Gaughan also involved. This yellow brought decision time for the crew chief.
Does Eric Jones, great run here.
Yep, huge run right here.
What does Eric Jones do? He helps his teammate.
Tyler Reddick out front. Now Tyler's going to try to block.
He's in the fence.
Up into the wall he goes. The 18 also in the wall. Eric Jones gets caught up in it as well. The big one does happen. The 47, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., McDowell. Austin Dillon caught up in this. That's Ryan Newman in the 6. Kurt Busch in the 1.
A little damage to the 19 down there. He's carrying a bumper cover.
37 also, Ryan Preece. A lot of damage.
Get the run from the 20 car. Reddick's going to the inside. I didn't think he was going to get clear when Jones went to help, but he did. He goes up the block into that outside line. Some contact there with the 18, both of them in the fence.
Then behind him, the 24, the 48, the 21. I think all those 3 got by with no damage. The 24, we got to get another look at him and make sure he didn't get some damage on his right side. But you said it, Junior, right here, Tyler Reddick, clear. Way too aggressive of a block. No way Kyle Busch could really do anything there. And then everything behind it just is complete chaos.
A huge hit by that 37.
Yeah,
Gets
Ryan
turned
Preece.
back up the racetrack.
Yeah, head on into that outside wall for Ryan Preece.
He's had some hard hits this year.
It's been a bad year.
Yeah, JTG Doherty Racing has suffered through quite a few disappointments.
So the contact right there got they loose. Puts them both in the fence. Man.
This Reddick trying to win this race. All right, let's keep an eye on this next shot.
Now watch Jimmy Johnson in the 48.
There's all 3 of the point guys all right together in the middle of this wreck. Look at William Byron. It doesn't get closer than that. The pit, he's still in second. Oh, look at this. Oh. And that is why I'm up here tonight. It's just those impacts.
I was trying to see what happened to the 1 in this accident right here.
This is Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Oh, wow. Man. Oh. You're sitting there at one point thinking, I might have missed this. And then, no.
That's what
you get hit in the left rear quarter panel and you're going around.
Those images, Junior, when you, oh, look at that. Wow.
Little Joey Chitwood. Yeah, he's not happy.
Yeah, Kyle's just not had.
He's tracked and want to get the fans best finish possible from here at Daytona. So they'll clean the track up and we'll have a team. Now contact made. Kenseth came down. The 14 up. The 9 out of shape. Here comes the 22. Logano's going to take the lead away from Denny Hamlin. 2 laps to go.
Bubba Wallace on the outside.
Big run. Contact made again. Bubba Wallace sideways. Can he save it?
William Byron. They're ready.
Now the 22 goes around.
Hold the brake, hold the brake, hold the brake.
The 20's going to come out now. Big wreck behind him. Bubba Wallace got through. Tyler Reddick hard hit. Jimmy Johnson caught up in the 48.
Yeah, big damage on Jimmy's car.
Could this be it for the 7-time champion?
Watch William Byron. So there's big contact right there with Bubba Wallace. Then William Byron through the middle. Even more contact with William Byron. I think that's where maybe the 22 car lost the right rear tire. Either that or just got turned around.
Yeah, once Joey gets up the racetrack, watch right here. There's contact all the way off turn 4, coming through the trial. Well, Joey makes a big move, feeling like he's in really good shape right here. Bubba Wallace to the outside. The 11 is to the back of Joey Logano. That gets him into Bubba Wallace. William Byron makes it 4 wide. Now that's when they make the contact, cut the right rear tire. Matty D could not get slowed down, and that's how quickly things happen at Daytona. Just a point of the race where you can't lift.
See how he navigates this crash.
Clear middle. Clear middle. That's the 96 up to the very top. Check here in front of you. Stay low, stay low, stay low. Check, stay low. Keep coming forward here. Got the 48 right here on the apron. Watch that 48 slide back down.
Right on with
Keep going forward.
Denny Hamlin.
Back up.
As he gets into the back of the 22 here. This is off the bumper of Denny's car.
That's covered. Inside.
Clips the 22. I guess the only thing, if you're worried about William Byron is that left rear tire. The contact that Joey Logano has with the 24, what that damage might have done to that tire when they get this restart, because you're not going to want to give up that first place or second place position.
Yeah, and even though Jimmy Johnson, he looks like he's in really bad shape, you still are afraid to pit and give up those spots because of Bell.
What was the number you mentioned earlier, Steve? How many times at super speedway races has Martin Truex Jr. come up a little bit short?
Car in the fence, hard.
Oh, hard. Clint Boyer in the 14 slamming into the wall.
Hold your line, hold your line, hold your line.
They've already taken the white flag. The next flag will end the race. Martin Truex Jr. out front. Now William Byron fighting on the inside for the lead and the win. They run behind him again.
Stay with your teammate.
They continue to fight.
You're clear.
Through 3 and 4. William Byron looking for his first ever win in the NASCAR Cup Series. A win, a secured spot in the playoffs. William Byron's going to win. If they thought the drivers were not in danger, if they were involved in an accident, they let them race all the way back to the checkered flag. You see the 13, Ty Dillon, hard contact. We saw the 4 of Kevin Harvick also involved.
Following Kevin Harvick down the back straightaway. Harvick gets in the fence there.
I think they all got checked up in front of Harvick, and Busher wasn't able to get slowed down. And then
there he goes into turn 1, and the right rear tire's flat at that point. His teammate in front of him, Clint Boyer, hit the wall off turn 2. This is down the back straightaway. Corey LaJoie gets turned around. Hard in the wall.
Oh, there's Almirola. And Ty Dillon also making big contact.
On track for that 2019, guys.
Oh, and an issue. Caution is out. There's the 33 of Gralla, one of our championship contenders, and he's got a big hit in the front. So already 2 of our championship contenders with major issues today. Oh, Cody Coughlin got high. That's the 47 of Chris Fontaine. Fontaine saves his truck, heads to pit road. I don't know who Kaz got into. Maybe hit from behind as he checked up. It looks like he shoved into the outside wall. Yeah, I couldn't tell if he just got. Yeah, he just got up the racetrack right there and then tried to come back down, and Fontaine was there. Yeah, it looked like maybe the 16 of Ryan Truex hit Kaz in the back, knocked him into the wall. For some reason, it looked like the 27 of Ben Rhodes lost his momentum there. Probably let off when he saw the contact between the 2 trucks ahead, and just Kaz was in the wrong place at the wrong time. There was nothing he could do there, just got hit from behind. Heartbreaker for the 33 of Gralla. Right on board with him here.
It's across the board. See what happens. Down. We're wrecked.
Chain reaction. Chain reaction, yeah. Once they check up right there, everybody's coming up off the corner, and you just don't want the tire to blow out. Here's how it happened. Oh, Ben Rhodes clips. Was that Rhodes in the 27? I couldn't tell for sure, but he clipped Clay Greenfield in that beautiful red, white, and blue truck, and around Greenfield win, and that collected Nemechek.
Boy, Nemechek didn't have anywhere to go. You see him behind the 88.
That was indeed Rhodes that tried to go in a hole that Greenfield closed, and it collected those other trucks.
Yeah, and he just had such a huge rate of speed as he was coming up on him there. It just caught him right there going into the corner. And we talked about it earlier, being off-centered. He caught him in the left rear and just immediately turned him. Well, and remember when we talked to him after that second stage, and he said, I just want to run a smart race. I just want to keep it clean. And we talked about the fact that you can run smart, but sometimes you're just a victim of somebody else's situation, and that's exactly what happened with John Hunter Nemechek.
Yeah, and that's just the case here at Talladega and Daytona. You can run all day and have everything go your way, and it just takes one mistake by somebody else, wrong spot, wrong time, and this happens.
Matt Crafton had a ring.
Years old from Ohio there, that bright orange 13 had led just 3 laps before today. Spent a good amount of time out front, but now it's Grant Enfinger, last year's winner, in contact, and Coughlin goes around. Big hit for Coughlin and Fontaine and others involved. And there's John Hunter Nemechek. Looks like he has escaped. But Coughlin did not. Myatt Snyder with some smoke has obviously been involved in it as well.
Here's you called it, Kevin. Now watch Bell. He gives Enfinger a push. They're clear of this. But now here comes Gregson, 3 wide up the middle, and this has to be where problems started. Yeah.
Myatt Snyder looked like he got into the back end of the 13 and spun him.
Well, what happens is that bottom lane here through the tri-oval is much flatter than the rest of the lanes going up. And when you're in the middle, you're already in a bad spot because the back end of your truck starts to want to wiggle around. But what you saw there was Myatt Snyder was in the middle, and it looked like he came up the racetrack there, and as he went, he got loose right there, and then he just touched the back of the 13 in the right rear, and the 47 came down, and it all broke loose there.
You can see briefly up in the air was the 13 truck, and he settled right back down. The aerodynamic flaps you see on that bed, Vince, those flaps opening up, that's helping to evacuate the air from under the truck and set it back down.
Like they served their purpose.
I can see why Fontaine was slow. Wow, that was a heavy hit for him. I just think Snyder tried to get into a hole, got a little bit loose, and clipped Cody Coughlin.
Yeah, when you're in the middle like that, you know how it is, Michael. It's just you have to be so much more careful with the steering wheel and the input that you put into the right or left, because everything just becomes much easier to spin out or get loose, and the truck just is not as stable as it is in the outside or inside lanes, when the middle is a tough place to be through that tri-oval.
Almost like if you've ever had to walk on the ice, it's kind of tough to get your balance and feel secure.
Well, you see him, he kind of, I don't know if he thought the 13 was going to come back up the racetrack right there, but he kind of jerked the truck to the right. The 51 truck of Myatt Snyder kind of jerked the truck to the right, and then when he went back to the left, when you put that input into the wheel to the right and then pull it right back to the left, it instantly makes the truck loose.
And watch at the back of the screen, the pink truck that's torn up. That's John Hunter Nemechek. Heavy contact by Wendell Chavis there into the Rhodes truck. Watch where Nemechek goes. He's racing to make the next round of the playoffs, and he used every bit of the available real estate there down into turn 1 to clear that mess.
Well, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me.
And that move right there is probably going to make the playoffs for him. I mean, that was just one of those moves that you don't know where the trucks are going to go, and you go with your instinct and shooting for the gap there. But those are big hits.
That's the 13 of Coughlin, and then the 47 of Fontaine. Now on board with Myatt Snyder.
He sees.
Working here. Outside.
Yeah, he was just in trouble. When he started going up the racetrack, and you could see that steering wheel aggressively.
There's the spin. It's an art, and some of these guys aren't artists. I mean, you can tell by the way they push.
When they started getting scattered.
Sauter jumps to the outside, hoping that he gets some help. They're coming through the tri-oval to the white flag. Kligerman by a nose over Enfinger as they cross the line in the final lap, and contact and a big crash.
And John Hunter Nemechek sneaks through.
And the 8 of John Hunter Nemechek escapes, and it's going to be Parker Kligerman. For the second time, a winner at
Talladega. Yeah, and I think the 24 was really expecting Johnny Stoddard to go with him there as he out, and that just didn't happen.
9 of the last 10 races here at Talladega. The final lead changes happened in the last couple of laps. Happens again today as you see the carnage before they could get to the finish.
Group of cars working together and not making mistakes as we see some cars making their way to pit road now.
Oh, there you go. There's a
big group, and there's a problem. Jamie McMurray gets hit. Earnhardt gets into him. McMurray's going to get hit again.
We see that so many times at Talladega. Everybody trying to get on pit road at the same time, and they just make contact. Jamie McMurray with big contact.
You see the damage and the carnage to the 33. That's Jeffrey Earnhardt climbing out of that car, or attempting to. The one of Jamie McMurray, a playoff contender.
Pit stops can be so difficult. Here's what happened.
Well, you can see, I think Kyle Busch was on the inside of Jamie McMurray. Did not know he was trying to pit. So here we go. We see Jamie McMurray trying to slow down.
He's in the second lane, way up on the racetrack, and the 77, I think, has no idea the one is pitting or just can't tell. And he hits him reasonably close to full speed, Jeff.
Also the 15, we see Mark Thompson got into that as well. Chris Buescher in the 37, also collected in this. But Jeffrey Earnhardt in the 33. Massive contact there with the one of Jamie McMurray.
I just think that Jamie McMurray was trying to come to pit road, and he was outside the cars that were pitting. So look, he's above the double yellow line. Look at the cars that have already pulled down. Well, Jamie McMurray is a lane and a half on the racing surface. I don't think Kyle Busch has any intention to come to pit road. And Eric Jones, I don't think he has any intention as well. I mean, the damage on the 77 is unbelievable. I'm not sure even he can finish. So Jamie McMurray didn't mean to do it, but that's a bad place on the racetrack to try to commit to pit road. You have to get to your left, Rick, and blend out of traffic.
All those drivers.
And contact coming to 5 to go. We saw the 21 to 48 make contact. People are starting to push each other around. Caution.
Smoke up into the wall. Looks like Paul Menard potentially in the 27.
There's no caution so far.
And now the caution does come out. It is Paul Menard in the 27. As we look at the 27, all that maneuvering could pay off for those that were able to get up there, but you see him moving way up the track.
Yeah, at the start of that replay, there was already sparks coming out of the 27. That tells me he had a tire going down. Metal was on the racetrack, so he goes up.
Take a look at this. 88 gets into the back of car slowing down because the 6 of Trevor Bayne has a tire going down.
Yeah, the 41 got alongside. They made contact maybe with the 19, and then they made contact with the 6, cut the right side tires down on the
restart zone. Logano and Blaney making up row 1. Logano on the outside, the lead car. He was able to get a jump on Ryan Blaney, and now he'll dive to the bottom of the racetrack. He stays in front of Ryan Blaney, and the wreck happens behind him. A.J. Allmendinger in the 47 spins, as does the 43 of Eric Almirola. Contact behind them. Clint Boyer's involved in the 14. Cole Witts in the 72. And we see a very slow rolling Michael McDowell in the 95 going through there as well.
Rick started in the back. Not enough space for those cars. Michael McDowell trying to make it through the middle. Cole Witt, I just don't think saw him.
Yeah, I think it was as simple as that. Michael McDowell was looking to go 3 wide up the middle, try to make some moves. The 72 had the same idea. Hey, I'm going to come down, get to 3 wide in the middle. They were both changing lanes and both trying to take the lane.
You have a lot of room. 13 going to the top 2 rows behind you. Top 3. Hold brake here, guys. We're spinning. Hold brake. Left rear. All good. You're all clear.
Hamlin, Larson, Johnson, Suarez, Menard, all lined up on the bottom of the track up front.
Oh, and we have a hit back here.
Hard hit. 23, hard into the wall. So Joey Gase bringing out the caution for the 8th time. And not able to control it. You see that right front tire towed out. Big contact there as Joey Gase was running 29th. And the window net down.
You see at the very back of the pack. Black car can't make out who that is. Is that Brendan Gaughan? I just can't make it out. It's a 55 car, I'm sorry.
55 of DJ Kennington.
I think he got in the right rear quarter panel.
That put Joey Gase hard into the outside wall. And then he was more or less along for the ride.
They got hooked together and just couldn't get apart from each other.
Both cars running on the lead lap.
And that's the worst way to get wrecked. Somebody hooks you in the right rear quarter panel and just going to turn you right. I think that's a break. Obviously not for Joey Gase, but I think that's a little bit of a break for Keselowski. We hadn't seen him really move into the front, but that's going to bunch everything back up.
Number 6 on the outside. Riding along with a bat cam, 100 miles an hour on that camera as they go down the back stretch. Hard into the wall, the 41 of Kurt Busch. He'll collect the rest of the field.
18's in it, the 48's in it.
The 88 is in it. Just on the front edge. She starts to roll now on the apron. The 32 of Matt DiBenedetto. The 4 of Harvick.
20 of Matt Kenseth.
78, Martin Truex Jr. Brendan Gaughan in the 75. The 17, major damage. You guys mentioned it. Ram Guts and Glory, the big one. When will it happen? It just did.
It's like the 78. Was that the 38 perhaps? David Reagan?
Yeah, I think it was a 38. It's like the 78 trying to make it 4 wide. That's the moves we see drivers make. Late in the race, you see right there the 78 trying to get on the outside.
And this is what we talked about all week. Why do the playoff drivers fear Talladega? Because of this. Every one of these drivers, the 18 of Kyle Busch, the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, you see heavy contact there as well. 4 of Kevin Harvick. They have to be in the middle of this pack. They have to fight for the points. That's why those stages are so important. Think about the points that were gained by Keselowski, Blaney, even Johnson. He got 10 points over the stages. That's going to take a little of the sting away from this accident, because this has eliminated all of these race cars.
And this is back-to-back weeks for the 18 of Kyle Busch to have a wrecked car.
Big hits.
And think about that. Everyone had Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr. automatically in Miami. It was, they're automatically going to be there. They have all those points. Nothing is automatic into the playoffs.
Control down the front, just go with that 48. Still bottom 3. Keep digging. Try to hold this thing straight. I can't see you here. Four in front of you, slow up high, slow up high, slow up high. Car up high, car up high, car up high. Come through, come through, come through, come through, come through. Outside, caution, outside, outside.
And it's good to have communications with the two when that happens.
You saw how quick it happened for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. There he is on the bottom. Boom, there's somebody, from his car. He knew nothing was happening until the 38 came flying in front of him.
And look at the 11 of Danny Hamlin right in the middle right here. There's cars wrecking on both sides of them, yet he sneaks through the middle, as well as the 2 of Brad Keselowski on the bottom of the racetrack.
Kevin Harvick's in it as well. I didn't see Kevin Harvick until just now, but Kevin Harvick is also in this.
Riding along with Dale Earnhardt Jr.
2 outside, middle's dropping back pretty big here. The 11's in trouble. Keep coming, the jamming up. Keep going, low, 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 come on, low, 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 low. Keep coming, keep coming. Keep coming if you can. I cannot see you. All right, straight, come on straight. Go straight on the track if you can. There you go, straight it out. Come on, nothing coming here. Nothing coming. Coming to you maybe next time, Greg. I can't see it. Forward time, second, just a little second. Back it down, stay low, stay low. Stay low, stay on time, stay low if you can. Stay low if you can, can't see you. Are you rolling? I can't see you. Hold here if you can.
coming right at us.
Side by side for the lead. Larson trying to take it away from Chase Elliott. He's got no help behind him. Suarez back up there. Big wreck behind him. Logano gets in it.
Wrecking behind you.
Trevor Bain also involved. Ryan Blaney in the 21. Big hit for him again. And the 4 of Kevin Harvick also into the side.
Let me get rolling here. For you.
See the 21 and the 22 made a little bit of contact, and it pushed the 22 Logano down into the side of the 6 car.
Gone in the 75. Made contact as well.
So right here, just they contact or the air just moved them, but just moved the 22 Logano down inside into the side of the 6 of Bain.
And to add to the frustration of Kevin Harvick, he was really on a lap of his own. You don't even see him in the picture because he was behind the pack. These cars just don't stop right away, running almost 200 miles an hour. So you see on board he's slowing down, trying to slow down.
Front easy. Get him. Easy.
Small pack, but this is it. All fighting. A huge opportunity for some drivers out here. Suarez is going to go around. He got tagged from the back. Right in front, hard contact.
Hold it up there. Hold up there. Yellow's out. Be ready, guys.
An attempt to make it 3 wide.
Well, guess who wasn't involved? The 88s. It's an attrition race now.
Today, see right here, Chase Elliott tries to make it 3 wide, and the 42 came up a little bit, the 19 came down a little bit. Another big wreck. But the hole's there. So Chase Elliott, he's doing it. Why not make that move? It's there, and then it just closed up.
Well, this is what we talk about. How aggressive do you want to be? If you're not going to go for that hole, then you're not going to win this race. And you could argue both sides of that. Say, hey, it's a good points day. Don't try to take that hole. But that's not how race car drivers are wired. When they see that gap open up, Jeff, that is green light. That is going for the win at Talladega.
And again, it's not that the 42 or the 19 may have turned their wheels, but when you have that many cars and they're that close, the air moves you around. It's not like the cars just go perfectly straight.
Let's ride along with the 88.
There you go, buddy. 11's right on you. Make sure you keep coming high, high, high. Low, 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 low. Keep coming low. Come on, low. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Caution's out. Good job. Lined up to our right. One back 31. I'll get back to you. It's going to be a big wreck in front of you, big wreck in front of you, big wreck in front of you, big wreck. Come through. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Caution is out.
How about that? Keselowski still in front. Through the trail will they go. Keselowski's going to win at Talladega.
He just won the race. Can't believe I saved that.
Jeff Gordon in the middle, and here comes Reagan. Yesterday's winner, David Reagan, in the number 6 with rookie Joey Logano up top. Where'd Logano come from? That would be 22nd.
They worked together yesterday. It was Logano that actually gave Reagan the shot that he needed to get to the lead to win the race yesterday. Oh, goodness. Boy, Jeff Gordon.
And around. He's car to the wall.
I think that was Jeff
Here we
Gordon.
go. Here we go. 8, 9, 10 cars. Mark Martin's involved.
Man, you hate to see this early in the race.
I believe Jeff Gordon was the first car sent
came up on me.
up and into the wall. Somebody
hit Jeff, and that guy started it. See where Jeff Gordon is here, because you see the smoke first when he makes contact with someone.
And it's the car to his inside. Now here's Gordon. Here's Matt Kenseth. Watch the two of them and see if there's a puff of smoke.
Looks like Jeff has got cars on the inside of him, on the outside of him. Oh, and Kenseth just looks like he was leaving a little room on the bottom and moved up a tad and got into Jeff.
Casey Kane involved.
Oh, I think
Allmendinger.
Listen, when the field went by, there were only about half. It's only about half a field left.
You can see right there, Matt Kenseth just gets into that left front of Jeff Gordon, and Gordon goes up and gets in the side of the 71. Gilliland, nowhere for Kurt Busch to go. Brian Vickers, and they just stack up from there.
Look, that's a six-pack into the wall, just all in one move.
And this is the way the big one works at Talladega. I saw cars running in the top 5 that were involved, cars running outside the top 25 that were involved.
Yeah, I hate that. The old Pepsi Challenger is getting opened up like a can of Pepsi.
Got Gilliland as he went around, who spun down off the nose of the 2.
Harvick. And look at Mark. Mark took a heck of a ride in the 5 car.
Now Casey Kane has climbed out of his car. He's okay. It's going to be easier to list the cars that were not involved.
Mike, when they went by here, and of course we'll see them on the track out here, that's half the field.
Most of the cars in the low groove up until then. Oh, Boyer took a hard shot after contact from Gilliland.
So did the 71. I mean, there are cars that were getting pounded in this wreck.
Let's look out from behind Jeff Gordon. That's Kurt Busch.
Man, just like that.
And again. And again.
We're done. We're done. Completely junk. Kenseth came up on me.
Let's ride with Kevin Harvick.
Go low, go low, go low. Stay in it, stay in it, stay in it. We're in it, boys.
And let's ride with Casey. Let's go back. Here are the cars involved in the wreck. This is in numerical order.
He drives for Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Nationwide Series. We feel like somewhere in the future.
Trouble, guys, in the tri-oval. Michael
Waltrip.
Michael cut down in front of somebody. I think he's going to save it. Save it, brother. Save it.
He did.
All right.
Did save it.
Wow, what a save.
What a save.
Hold on. Watch out now. Watch out.
Caution's out.
Slow down. Don't tear your fenders off.
That was unbelievable.
He cut down in front of somebody back here.
Most awesome piece of driving right there. Woo. Nice save, Michael. I'm wanting to put myself in that spot. I thought I had him cleared. I didn't.
He thought he had let's see who it was he thought he had cleared. He's going to cut down here in front of somebody.
Marcos Ambrose, his teammate.
Goodness gracious, his teammate.
That old big blue wall was coming up in a hurry, though, wasn't it?
But see how he backed off. He's sliding. He's headed for the wall. He backs off the brakes. Car bites, and he saved it.
Now that area toward that inside wall, that used to be grass.
This car
could have been a wild ride.
It would have been gone normally, Mike. I mean, it would have hit that inside wall and just killed it. But he is driving it. He is driving it, baby.
That's the finest piece of driving I've seen your brother do since he won Daytona.
Thank you. I think you're right.
What a save. Twice.
You know what? A lot of times I think people would say he was just hanging on. I'm going to tell you what, he drove that thing out of that.
Thing.
Well, let's ride with him. There's Ambrose, the 47 to the left.
Inside now, inside.
My goodness. And then he said, oh, look at him. Go, Mikey, go.
Wow, what a save. What a save. Hold on, watch out now, watch out.
That'll put your stomach.
We didn't hit anything, man. That was a...
Caution is out.
Hold it right there on the bottom. Dang good job, Kurt.
Man. Yeah, I don't think there's
dirty up there.
Any contact whatsoever. I think he just, as he just said, got a little high. Here he is right back in here. Gets a little high coming through here. Gets a little close to the outside wall.
Just came around on him.
Goodbye. Right through Mikey. Look at it. Same tracks Mikey took.
And then it's like, no, I don't want to go that way.
You know how fast he was going through there? 190 mile an hour. Team's out there, but he's all by himself. Dale Jr.'s going to have to get up there. Oh, he turned him. Yikes.
Truex
Yikes.
down the bottom. Truex can't save it.
Oh, no.
Busch is around.
He tried. He just couldn't hang on to it.
It's us.
Yeah, but it isn't bad, I don't think.
Nope. And Truex
I don't
is
think
kind of the
it's bad.
victim in this one, but he's okay.
I don't think he's bad either.
It's us. We're coming to you.
You're all right. Come and get your 4 tires. Let's go.
Well, got to stay on the lead lap now.
Be okay. Gets it fired back up. Do all that spinning around.
All that starter. Send a truck.
Oh, it's Kyle Busch. The car will not fire. Let's show you how this all got started.
Well, this
with
checked
Carl
up.
Edwards. He was right in front of Carl Edwards, who'd been trying to avoid all this.
He just checked up a little too much. Down on the apron, down on the apron. Neither car ever got, neither one of them ever got hit, other than when the 31 knocked the 18 around.
I know, it's incredible there's no contact. Now, Jeff Burton had been frustrated with Kyle Busch from where Kyle tried to run him down to the flat a few laps earlier.
This is just some amazing driving.
Unbelievable.
Amazing driving. Montoya.
Wow.
Reagan may have, the 6 car may have gotten to the back of Montoya just a little bit, but I don't think that was bad.
And now we hear that, you know, the 18 has no starter. He can't get cranked. He's going to go a lap down.
You know, the fact that this ended up being just 2 single car spins
They're still inside.
is pretty amazing.
Well, we've seen that all day, you know, with the 55 and the 2 here in the trial.
Stay high there.
I mean, we've seen some incredible driving by these guys today. 18 got fired up there. He got a push. He's in the pit.
Go 3.
Yeah, Martin
Right
got a boot from David Reagan. That's what started.
He's going to lose it here. Keep coming.
Sent Truex down.
Stay high. Stay high. Yellow's out. Yellow's out. Good job, buddy.
Reagan in that 6 car and Tony Stewart in the 14. There goes Burton right up in the front of him. You get a little bump down the back straightaway.
Here we go.
Oh, trouble hard in the wall, Robbie Gordon. And around goes Jimmy Johnson.
Denny Hamlin's involved. Martin Truex Jr., David Strimmy. This is version 2 of the big one.
Well, desperate men were starting to do some desperate things out there as the laps wound down.
Like I said, Mike, this is when you lay it all on the line. If you got it, use it.
Both ends for Martin Truex. Robbie Gordon, oh, thank goodness he's moving around in that car, because look how the front stove in as he hit the inside wall.
Mayfield going there in a 41 car. He's got a lot of fire coming out of that automobile. Boy, that's a hard lick. That is hard right there. Oh, my.
But you know the great thing? They've installed the safer barrier back there on that inside wall.
Yeah, look at that. Is that Sam Hornish that went up and hit the outside wall?
Yep, and kept going. Let's do some ride-alongs here, starting with Michael Waltrip.
Heavy impact today, hard impact in all these, and the big one and then this one.
Of course, Jimmy Johnson had taken the points lead since his teammate Jeff Gordon, the 24, had problems earlier.
I want to tell you about Robbie Gordon's hit. If he hits another 100 feet down track, he hits the concrete instead of the safer barrier.
Let's see what happened here. Montoya got hit by the 11.
Yep, there it is.
And that turned him a little bit to the left, and then or to the right, and then when he corrected, he got into Bobby Labonte, and it was on from there.
Boy, Hornish scooted through there for a while and then got turned. Let's look back from Jimmy Johnson's car. Carl Edwards.
I'll tell you, I don't know if they can catch him. What we've seen today, 2 cars get that big a lit run on them. I don't know that the 39 and the 88 can catch them.
They're in the draft of Edwards and Keselowski.
He's all over you here, just you and him.
Carl Edwards restarted 8th.
If that 09 can stay hooked to the back of that 99, it's going to be hard to get him. It's going to be close right here at the line.
Can Keselowski try to win it?
I don't know. I don't think he can step out until he waits till the last second and picks up.
He goes to the outside. Is Edwards going? Oh, no! He turns him.
No, no.
Oh, and that destroyed the front end of Newman's car.
No.
Edwards will not make it to the flag.
Oh,
Brad Keselowski won this race.
Unbelievable.
Carl Edwards' car destroyed. And Junior's protege, Keselowski, the winner, and Carl Edwards is moving around and ready to climb out.
Larry, look at that. The carburetor's gone off.
It's completely gone.
Carl did what he wanted to do. He stayed at the back all day long. He played it smart. Had this race possibly won. Not now. Not sure where Carl's going. Maybe he thinks if he runs across the start-finish line, it'll count.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
He's like a you know how he is. He's an athlete, a marathon runner. I want to finish the race.
And he did,
yes,
to a standing ovation from the crowd. Shades of Ricky Bobby. Bought it from Rick Hendrick. Leased the engine. A whole Hendrick package.
Let's take a look, Mike. Carl Edwards, he opened it up just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this is a hard lick right into the fence. I mean, that car, that looked like Bobby Allison did here in 1987.
The catch fence did its job, and the car did its job.
Thank goodness we have the new, much stronger, safer catch fences.
And Newman took a hard hit from Edwards as well. Look at just a car with the room left on the bottom.
And what happened here is the 09 looked to the outside. Carl went up a little bit to block him, and 09 went right back to the bottom and clipped him.
You know, the move looked a lot like the one that Brian Vickers put on Jimmy Johnson when Vickers won.
Wow.
But what a hit.
Wow. That is 1987 all over again. Oh, my gosh. And did you see that? I believe it was Biffle that almost T-boned the 99. But watch. The 09's going to look to the outside where he already has. Carl went up to block him a little bit. Now he's going to come down to try to block him again. And you get one shot at it, but you don't get two. Watch this.
What a lick.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable.
You know, and looking very carefully at the catch fencing that held, and I did not see any debris go into the grandstand. And that certainly is
unbelievable.
It's very gratifying to see. Well,
I knew it was going to be wild. I didn't know it was going to be this wild.
Here's a 3 back from him.
This is from Carl's onboard
Looking
camera.
inside, 09.
But Darrell, I want to ask you.
And from Dale Jr. Oof.
But Darrell, I want to ask you on air, because I did not see Brad Keselowski do anything wrong there.
No, it was a blocking move on Carl. The 09 looked to the outside. Carl went up to block that move, and when Carl came down, the 09 was there.
Another first-time winner at Talladega. Here's the cool-down lap. Dale Jr. kind of getting together. Junior with a big fist pump, and whoa, Keselowski.
Brad Keselowski didn't see him up there.
Now everybody's going to say it. Kyle.
Hello, New Hampshire, and has run 5 nationwide series so far this year, 8 for his career.
Did you miss that? Did the announcer miss that?
Folks, you look up, you see the smoke coming out of turn 4. It's like a big crash up there. The car sits facing the opposite way, or so it appears from our standpoint. Yep. Right down there at the entrance to Pittsburgh last night, if you were with us. You got to see one of the trucks take out those yellow and black barrier that protects the
Terrible crash. Front of the field, all torn up. Earnhardt's number 3. Head on into the wall at 190 miles an hour.
frustrating years for Earnhardt. So close, so many times when it should have been his, and it wasn't. And for Jeff Gordon, he's doing this for someone else.
Here goes a pass. Gordon making a move on the inside of Earnhardt. Oh, Jarrett's loose.
Down the back straightaway. Big trouble. Earnhardt out. Up and over number 3. And for the 19th time, Lady Luck deals a bad hand.
See him coming off. That's Jeff Gordon right under Earnhardt. Earnhardt gets into the outside wall, moves over in traffic there. Everybody checked up. There's contact from the car just behind him.
Dale
Jarrett got into him just a little bit. You can see Ernie Irvan there slamming into the outside wall.
And going under him. The end of another 500 for Dale Earnhardt. From inside Jarrett's car, watch these pictures.
Well, he was going to follow. He saw Gordon make the move coming off of turn 2, and those cars get close together up there, and Earnhardt gets into the wall.
You could see Earnhardt's car get sideways just before he got to the wall there. He could not control it. It got over into the wall, and it was a chain reaction from there on. Watch him come through here. Watch it turn sideways just a little bit. Bam, right into the wall there. Now everybody didn't have time to check up.
I think Ernie got into the back and Terry got into the back of Ernie Irvan. He got the 28 car into the back of the 88. The 5 in there was a chain reaction.
Momentarily, he hit that brake pedal. It's a lot easier to just touch that brake than let off the gas to slow that truck down. Jeff's staying up high going in the corner. He's not following the truck in front of him. Don't know what's going on there. Whoa! Oh, look out! We got trouble. This is going to hurt. Uh-oh. Oh, my. Oh, my.
Yep.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Going to come along and hit him here. Watch and listen. From Jeffrey Bodine's on board. Listen. One more angle. Lyndon Amick, the green car, goes down. He and Kurt Busch go up, and they touch the 46 of Rob Morgan, and outside retaining wall goes Jeffrey Bodine.
The truck comes totally apart. You'll see the motor flying off there on the left upper portion of the Sadler.
There's the tire blowing. There's the first time over. Second, third. How many times did you go over, Elliott?
I think we ended up 12 times before it was all said and done. It's definitely the scariest time of my life, but I tell you what, the Wood brothers built me a great race car as far as being safe. NASCAR did a great job on the specs, and I'm just happy to be here with you.
We have a problem. And the crash that we had hoped would not happen, and look at the mess right here at the start-finish line. Too numerous to count. I mean, there's just nowhere to go. I saw Bobby Labonte, our coordinator, trying to get his car going. He's trying to drive back down the pit road the wrong way. That was down his, I guess that's the 7 of Michael Waltrip. And then, look, there's just no place to go as those guys come across the racetrack. As the smoke goes up, there's nowhere to go except in the side of another car.
And from another angle, watch the contact between the tied car and the one running right beside it. Right there.
And the 40 car of Sterling Marlin goes in the back of Robbie Gordon, which turns him around.
But Marlin, although he may have gotten some damage in the front end, was able to get through it.
And look at that debris up there in front of these cars.
And from another angle, Michael Waltrip took a hard shot in the outside wall, and Ted Musgrave did also in that 15 car.
BP.
And there he makes contact. He comes down trying to get in front of Kurt Busch. They make contact. Watch that thing fall. You know, it lands on that road you talked about.
And then when it gets onto the racetrack again, it takes another nasty flip. Watch this hit.
That's a hard one right here.
Oh, man.
They all look pretty hard. Yeah, they do. I don't want to be in there in any of them.
Like I said, that car really held up well above the driver.
But you see the hood flopping around and the deck lid, the tethers that NASCAR has these teams installed to keep the hood and deck lid work.
He took the steering wheel off right away. Yeah. That's unbelievable. He had a crash in practice driving for the Wood Brothers a few years ago in Michigan that looked like that.
And see, that's the problem when you get, like I said, when you start mirror driving, and that's what these guys are doing. They're trying to get in front of each other, trying to make blocks this close to the end of the race. You're not going to give a guy a break. Oh, yeah, I mean, you know, one moves and everybody moves pretty much.
And from a bad crash over in turn 2, Michael Waltrip has hit the wall hard. The car is upside down, and you can see the car is really torn up.
Michael Waltrip's car begins to slip and slide on the outside and contacts the concrete wall nearly head-on. The car is sawed in half by that concrete barrier there. One of the most spectacular and violent crashes I have ever seen, Ed Jarrett.
Jerry, I've been involved in auto racing for more than 30 years, and I don't remember ever seeing a car torn up this much.
He blocks Bobby Hamilton. Cannot believe it. Contact. Bobby Labonte's over. It's the big wreck on the final lap. They're racing back for the win. Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Tony Stewart are side by side. This is for the victory as Jeff Burton gets in the middle of it. At least 10 cars involved in the wreck on the backstretch.
You see Bobby Hamilton, the 55 car, trying to get on the outside of Bobby Labonte. Labonte comes back down the hill, and now all of a sudden they're 4 wide. And Hamilton gets in the left rear of Bobby Labonte's car, and we see the car start tumbling down the backstretch.
And there's not a whole lot you can do. When you're behind that, all you see is smoke and cars go sideways. You just try to hold the steering wheel straight and get through it somehow.
Rode the roof the whole way, never flipped over. Just on the roof, and that's how it rode the whole way down the backstretch. Hard crash for Benson there. Mike Wallace. There's Rusty Wallace in the grass. Ricky Craven.
Yeah. Is that Bobby Hamilton Jr. there in the 4 car?
Yeah.
One more shot. Once again, Hamilton tries to go on the outside. Bobby Labonte, the 18, goes up to block him. They make a little contact, but everything's okay. Then Hamilton drives to the inside, and here they're going to get 4 wide. There just isn't room coming off that corner for 4 wide. And how Jeff Gordon got through that is amazing. The car behind him, Mike Wallace, crashed.
Oh, jeez. Is that the 92?
That is a big hit.
I think that's the 92. He was... Oh, man.
Yellow's out.
It better be. Is the window net down? He's moving. Whoa, something broke. Something broke in the car. Oh, my God. Something broke in the car.
Now gets launched right here, and it just pretty much clears the sand trap. There's nothing the trap can do at that point.
Look at that. I mean, Jimmy's a great off-road racer, but there's no way he
can. 4 got into the back of Ward Burton, I believe.
And then Burton's 22 got into Stewart. And everybody scrambles.
That car is taking a whale of a ride, that 20 car is. It's getting hit, it's upside down, it's hit on its roof, it's on fire.
And here's another angle.
Come coming off of turn 2, where we've said that it's the wind. Somebody got into the back of that car right there.
That's Ward Burton right there.
You saw a puff of tire smoke, and then everything let loose.
I think that's what started. Somebody got in back of Ward Burton off turn 2.
I'm pretty sure the 4 car got into the back of Ward Burton, turned him into the 20 car, and God help all of them because there's no place to go. And you can't see. And here we come off of turn 2 again. Right there. See, Ward Burton got pushed around by that car, and that's the 4 car.
And he got in the back of Tony Stewart. Of course, Tony Stewart going airborne here.
And it was Ward Burton's car being sideways that blocked up the track for everybody behind him.
Boy, and it gets hit by every car in the field, seems like, and Tony Stewart's car just took a whale of a ride. It's the big one. It's what we've all been fearing. This kind of racing is going to happen.
A horrible crash on the back straightaway that began when Tony Stewart got turned sideways against the backstretch wall number 20.
God help all of them because there's no place to go.
"33 lead lap cars as Paul Tracy just made a stop, went a lap down. Crash, car upside down, start finish line. It is Stewart.
Daniel Quinn in the 50 got into it.
I don't see anyone else, but Stewart has taken a wild ride.
Side, and I think Tony thinks there's a hole right there that he's trying to get down in, and there's just not, he just doesn't quite have enough room to get in front of Kenny Wallace. And look at that race car. They just become like feathers blowing in the wind. Now, this is a hard lick right here. Fortunately, it's just, it's more in the left front than it is anywhere else.
And it was the right side of Stewart's car that took the brunt of the impact as it went over.
See, he's trying to get down in that hole right there. Not much room. I know Kenny Wallace is doing everything he can probably to give Tony all the room he can, but there's just not enough room there. You see the roof flaps deploy. Car goes upside down and hits hard on the left side.
Yeah, the roof flaps deployed. They did.
Terry Labonte and Bobby Labonte have both been shuffled back in the field. Bobby Labonte was a strong player in the Daytona 500.
Trouble in turn 1. In the front of the pack, he's in trouble. Kevin Harvick slams the outside retaining wall. He gets labeled by John Andretti. A massive pileup in turn 1 and 2. 10, 12, 15, 18 cars and more involved. One car making it through somehow was Ryan Newman. Robbie Gordon goes to the grass. A number of cars piled up, one bursting into flame down on the apron.
A number of these cars are going right to the garage. There is a parade of the pit boxes being rolled back into the garage. Let's see if Adam Alexander has caught up with anyone yet.
Well, Kenny Schrader, one of the guys that's out of the event, he hopes to get back onto the racetrack. Heavy damage on both the right and left rear. The hood is up. Kenny, can you tell us what you saw in that wild melee over in turn 1?
Smoke. We just saw smoke. Knew it wasn't going to get any better, and had just no making it through. And knew collect up a bunch of cars. We made it quite a ways through, and then run out of options.
You guys are going to try to put it together and make some laps here?
Oh yeah, that's the plan. I didn't knock off the oil pump belt or nothing.
All right, Kenny Schrader with heavy damage to the M&M's Pontiac, but he's one of the guys that's going to try to get back out on the speedway.
That was a big part of the problem, Joe. At the minute that started and all the smoke started coming up from the cars that were skittering all over the racetrack and sliding sideways, once that smoke pops up in front of you, it's like Kenny says, you don't see anything. You just drive in there and hope you come out the other side.
And Kenny was a guy who was strong all throughout the day, led early on in the running of the Daytona 500.
See if we've caught up with any more drivers over there.
Some of the teams making their way back here to work on their machines. Casey Atwood's crew is coming back. Also John Andretti. Also the Kmart Ford of Joe Nemechek is on his way back here. The DeWalt Ford of Matt Kenseth has made his way back. Most of the problem is the cars have been able to get back to the garage area, so the work has not yet begun. But it's going to be a feverish work to the finish here for most of these back.
Oh, trouble down here. Who is that? Is that the 26
It
around?
is. Amick.
Oh, no, a car just turned down. One car just turned over. It's upside down on the back straightaway.
It's Michael.
Holy cow, what is he doing?
He slammed into Amick, Darrell, and that flip turned the car right over. Look at how he hit him with the right front.
Well, he needs to get out of there. What started all this, 26 car back here. He gets around on his own. People start taking evasive action. He's coming down the hill. All of a sudden, here comes Michael
right there. Just
there it goes.
Over the left front. Catapults him upside down.
Just turned him right over. Several cars involved. See the 26 car get around right there.
And everybody's trying to crowd down to the bottom.
Knowing he's going to go to the bottom of the racetrack.
The 54 car.
Yeah, Kevin Grubb is involved. So is Casey Kane.
4 wide, just like you said, Wall.
Yep. Now so you're going to get through. You want to be down on the bottom, I think, going through one of the first lap. You certainly don't want to make it 3 wide. But everybody looks like they're behave themselves so far anyway. But you still got to get through 2 and 3 on the first lap.
Ricky Rudd gets the jump. He's the early leader. Oh, trouble! Steve Park is off into the infield. Another car valve over on his lid. It's Parkindale Jr. Terrible crash.
Just missed. We see the Jimmy Johnson car, and there's Rusty Wallace. You see Park trying to squeeze up the outside.
I see he was trying to go on the outside of Rusty. Rusty moves up. They make contact, and Junior gets under the one car and just kind of bulldozed him into the wall and over.
Yeah, that's what actually turned him even more sideways. But I'll tell you what, that guardrail did the job.
Oh, it did. It great
took
job.
A lot of that absorbed a lot of impact right there.
Watch the yellow car back there just turn left.
And when you hit wet grass, it feels like you pick up 200 mile an hour.
But you can see how that barrier gave way. When
Absolutely, that barrier absorbed a lot of energy, and I'll tell you what, that nice to see happen, because if that were a concrete wall, he would have taken a much harder hit.
One more shot. Rusty's right in the middle of the racetrack. Steve Park's going on the outside, but Rusty decides to come up to the outside line, not realizing that Steve was there. They made contact, and the ride is on.
Look at that barrier give. Thank goodness.
But again, that's one reason that Steve was able to walk away arm in arm with Dale Earnhardt Jr. because of that wall that did give.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%.
And you know, the spotters on the roof here.
How about Dale Jarrett? Started 41st. Here he is in the lead.
Well, we saw that at Daytona. You know, those guys in the Fords, they complained about their cars, and they raced pretty darn good.
Uh-oh, Kyle caught up. The field accordion's back.
Whoa, man.
Trouble, Stewart in the wall.
Here we go. Here we go.
Robbie Gordonson, the 33. Harvick is around.
Here we go, guys.
The big one.
It's just a matter of time.
At least 20 cars.
At least.
The way this started, Kyle is trying to find a place in line, and everybody scrambles.
Mike Wallace in the 33 up against the wall there.
Elliott Sadler flying toward the inside wall.
Takes a hard hit on that inside wall, guys. That is a heavy hit.
Mark Martin, Terry Labonte.
Now, watch. Here's Bobby Labonte right back here. Watch this. Bang, bang.
That was Mayfield.
Mayfield come across and got him. I'm sure he thought he had made it through.
Elliott Sadler took that hard hit, but he's okay. Matt Kenseth is out of the car and okay. Bobby Labonte has climbed out.
29 and the 31, both the Childress's cars.
Steve Park has climbed from his car, and so has Dave Blaney.
10 car on pit road with damage.
From Tony Stewart. Nudge, wall, mayhem.
There's nowhere to go.
Involved in the crash, Mike Wallace, Dave Blaney, Mayfield, Park, Robbie Gordon, Kenseth, Bobby Labonte, Harvick, Sadler, Grissom, Schrader, Benson, Andretti, Martin, Skinner, Stewart, Spencer, Wallace. Mayfield.
Cars everywhere. I mean, the 5th place car had a problem.
Is this?
Oh, Meal got into Riggs.
It looked like Riggs had to maybe back out of the throttle a little bit because Kenny Wallace's car washed up as they come off the exit of turn 2 right there, the 48 car. Right here, this is turn 2. Kenny Wallace, the 48 car right there.
Oh, I don't know. It looked like Shane Meal possibly just got into the back of the 10 car.
The 47 car, yeah.
Yeah, got into Riggs. Look at that 2 flipping. Looks like Rusty Wallace's flip in the number 2 Winston Cup car here not many years ago.
And when it hit the grass, it even tumbled more. There's Randy LaJoy. Greg Biffle.
Oh, Biffle.
There's
Jay Sauter.
Kerry Earnhardt.
There's everybody. Jack
Sprague, our point leader.
And the track's completely
Tim Sauter.
blocked.
All the Sauters.
I think we did the right thing by saying who wasn't in it.
And because the track's blocked, NASCAR has displayed the red flag because the cars can't even get through on the back stretch.
It appears to me maybe 10 or 12 cars is all that's left. Boy, that 2 car went over big time and then gets hit, tumbles. That car's, look at that thing, Larry. It's turning every which way.
And then the 21.
And then he gets in the grass. Watch this.
Shot across.
Gets hit again.
Johnny Sauter, number 2, out of his car. And okay.
Now we talk just like we saw yesterday. You worry about a driver mistake, a mental error. But yesterday we saw a mechanical problem that caused the big one.
Right. Johnny Sauter running 4th, cut down a tire. Treble, turn 1. Hard, a car in the wall. And spinning down to the bottom. It's going to be 10 or more cars involved. Johnny Benson. Lap 4.
Darrell, I believe the 12 car, Ryan Newman, looks like he was out of shape, maybe starting to get loose by himself.
And Newman almost flipped over.
Remember, he had that hard crash at Daytona where he got on his roof at back in February.
I can't imagine that there wasn't some sort of contact that started that, because that looked so violent. Man, that car was almost over on its top right there. It hit that wall a ton.
Rusty Wallace, his teammate, the 2 cars involved.
As they come through, watch for the last 2 cars, which I believe, there's Earnhardt Jr. up high getting through with Schrader and Tony Raines.
Oh, Brian Vickers, look at that. Wow, that's sliding right across the start-finish line.
That's coming off turn 4, and somebody did clear him, or he thought he was clearing some contact in the rear, probably.
Sorry, guys. I should have just spun it out. Sorry about that.
He tried to save it. Yeah, tried to save it.
You get one shot at saving these cars. You know what I mean? You get, when it gets away, you get one shot, and if it hooks and goes the other way and you still try to save it,
big trouble. He's trying to go by Robbie Gordon in 31.
And he's pushing. He pushed. He slid up the racetrack. He pushed into Robbie, and then we were just talking about it. You get one shot at saving these race cars. So, wow, man.
West Wing all over again.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, that was a shot. But that's what happened. He just lost a nose, and this is a racetrack too where you'll get aero tight around other race cars.
This is at full speed. Watch this.
Taylor Lawson was completely sideways and spinning through the grass.
And back out onto the racetrack in front of a few trucks.
Oh, Skinner gets clobbered. Skinner gets hit hard down into turn 1.
On his side is Mike Skinner, back on the wheels now. He got hit very hard.
He was, I'm okay. He got turned around after Mossum spun off 4. I just happened to be watching it. He was sliding backwards, went up in the middle of the racetrack and got clobbered from behind. But
13 of Johnny Sauter. Sauter pinches him a little bit low. Pinches him into the grass. Now watch
this. There's a white truck that clobbers him. Watch this.
Right there. Very hard hit. Got completely underneath that 5. Hard hit. Is that TJ Bell?
I believe
in the 11
it is.
truck?
I believe it is.
Take another look. There, Skinner was in the grass. Now you see the caution light come on. See the roof flap goes up, and then TJ Bell. Ooh, wow. He had no idea. TJ Bell had no idea that 5 was coming up the racetrack.
No, he couldn't. He couldn't. Even if he had it, there wasn't anywhere he could have went.
Nothing he could have done. This is real time. The 5 truck on the inside. Skinner gets sideways.
Just jumps around with him. You can see he's got his wheels cut to the right, trying to save it from it spinning, and he never got them turned back to the left. And when it got straightened up, you know, it didn't have any way.
And look at this pack. Trouble off
Trouble,
turn
big
4.
trouble.
Newman slams the wall. Man. Comes Schrader, and Newman is in the air and over. Ryan Newman, last year's Rookie of the Year. The rear end ripped from the car as he slides down the asphalt, and when that car hit the grass of the tri-oval, Ryan Newman went upside down.
Watch her here and see what happens. Oh, Kenny Schrader got out of control, got into him. Oh, that's what happened, Mike. His right rear tire came off. Car goes airborne, then when it hits the ground, it digs in and just rips it apart. Let me tell you, the way these cars are inside, he's like he's in a capsule in there. And so these cars, they've done such an incredibly good job with the safety and protecting the driver in these cars. Look at that thing lift up, Larry.
Just takes off like an airplane.
That's 3,400 pounds, folks, just lifting up in the air like a feather.
And the right rear wheel digs into the dirt and tears the whole rear end loose from the car.
Yeah, if the tire hadn't come off of the wheel, it probably wouldn't have turned over like that. But once the tire came off, and it dug in and flipped it.
Now, when Schrader's car was heading down pit road, he was basically a passenger.
Welcome back to Daytona. Rick Crawford just taking an unbelievable ride and coming to rest in the infield just in front of the grandstands. The caution comes out.
He looks to the inside of Todd Bodine. Todd comes down the hill, forces him to the inside. The air gets underneath the truck, turns it over. One revolution, and then back on 4 wheels. What a ride.
What a ride. He needs to make sure he doesn't go too fast right now. He's got a flat right front tire. Check out this look. Todd just ping-ponging back and forth, Phil.
Yeah, he bounces off of that Terry Cook truck into Rick Crawford. You can see the tire mark on the right side. You see the wheel still spinning on Rick Crawford's truck while it's up in the air.
He hits the brakes there.
He was finally smart enough to let off. That's pretty. That's using your head. He's flipping over at Daytona, and he let off the gas. I'm proud of him for that.
But brought it to pit road for this reason.
I may have a tire going down. I don't know. I just picked up a regular vibration. I feel like middle 1 and 2.
Oh, and into the wall is Chase Elliott. So right side damage to the 9, and the red flag has come out on this practice session. There's still 11 minutes to go.
All right, so you just heard him say tire, and a lot of damage, right rear tire. That is
of course.
Very interesting that he said that and a wreck, and we just heard Larson talking about a tire, feeling like he might have a tire going down on the same lap with essentially the same number of laps on their tires.
Dave mentioned about having this early practice, having the grip in the track, the speed, the loads. We know the teams find speed in running low air pressure in the back, getting the rear down, getting the diffuser closer to the ground to create downforce. Maybe they are in a area pressure-wise that they feel comfortable with, that they've ran at multiple tracks. But with this early practice, the extra speeds, extra loads, maybe shooting beyond that target point in loads that the tire is seeing, that created this problem. If that's exactly what's going on between Larson picking up on that problem before he has a failure and what we're seeing with the 9 car immediately after.
And if that is what happened, then, you know, some of that's luck. Some of that, Kyle Larson going down the back straightaway, comes off turn 2 or whatever and feels it right, and he's like, oh.
This is why Carl Edwards didn't want to come down pit road. You see these guys coming out of the pit stall. David Reagan is trying to avoid the 70 car, Tony Raines, and just spins the car out on pit road.
They just missed the 9 car of Casey Kane.
Dangerous down there. The one thing that the 99 team needs to be careful of, though, is the same thing that happened to Jimmy Johnson. You know, yeah, you can stay at the back and you can still to the front. Oh, trouble!
David Ruderman sideways.
Right rear tires up down on this 44. Oh, no, Jeff Gordon's torn up. Oh, man, this is going to kill him in points.
And he is nosed into the wall.
How bad is it? He's behind the scoreboard, can't see him.
Yeah, he's got fluid coming out. That's what they can't see. That's not good. It's either the radiator. A lot of damage to the body, which is extremely important.
Right front really hard, left.
There it goes.
There's the tire.
The tire just exploded, almost just like what we saw Friday on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car.
Oh, he came right across the front of Gordon, who then went into the outside wall. He didn't hit the 44 car. He might have just grazed him, but I believe then he was we could get another shot. I think we'll see Jeff Gordon hit the outside wall.
Yeah, look, he veered to the right to dodge the 44 coming across his nose, and looked like he might have had a bump. Let's see him turn into the wall.
Yeah, I think these things, when you make a hard turn like this, you just lose control of them. Now, let's see. Right there it is. He has to make, yeah. There's nothing you can do.
Close. Out of nowhere, and I tried to avoid him, and when I did, the car turned to the right and just lost control into the wall. So pretty much...
We've got our Hanes on now. Napa Auto Parts. Napa. Get the good stuff. And Subway Restaurants. Subway. Eat fresh.
Watching back here to see if Edwards got through.
And the big one has happened at Talladega. Carnage all over the front straightaway here at the exit of pit road. Cars that have just been ripped apart. Martin Truex.
Blue on the 83, guys. Right front.
Junior's the leader of the race.
Oh,
right there.
man.
Yeah, tire blows.
Well, he just gets misses the 31. 9 cars involved into the 38.
Look at Bobby Labonte. He's fishing his way through that. I'm telling you, he missed 2 or 3 guys by inches. Then you see Martin Truex had a hard lick on that inside wall.
How did the 31 not get hit here? Watch the car come across right to Burton, right there.
Oh, that was
goodness.
close.
Well, didn't we say in the top of this you had to be lucky? So that's one of those times it was lucky. You see Terry Labonte spinning down through there in the 45 car.
70 of Tony Raines involved.
Come on, buddy. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. There we go. Caution's out. Nice job. Blue tire.
So these guys are just riding along in their draft.
Yeah. Well, Martin Truex, just a victim.
Yeah, he had a great car. He'd pushed Junior to the front here.
Harvick's view looking across from the 29 car.
And you see Jeff Burton right there. He's on the bumper of Brian Vickers, but he's able to sneak by Rule right there.
That is the Allstate Good Hands move of the race. The 31 car of Jeff Burton and the 29 of Kevin Harvick. 2 of the Richard Childress cars somehow making a move to be able to get by. Watch it again from the front angle.
When all of this happens, you're just sitting there trying to drive straight through and hoping that somebody doesn't come across, just like you see right there, and collect you in it. And it's just a matter of if it's your day and you were lucky to make it through when it happens that close to the front.
Well, that may be in a product. Oh, trouble on the racetrack. Montoya gets shuffled below the yellow line.
Come on up
and will blend back in with that.
Guys. Out. Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Denny Hamlin in the wall, the leader. Another problem now.
You
up
okay,
front.
Denny?
And he hit it a ton up there.
That thing just took a dead. Definitely got some kind of issue right here with these tires.
Yes, we do.
All the way from the bottom of the racetrack, from that yellow line all the way up into the safer barrier. Watch Tony Stewart getting by, right in front of the 18 car.
Watch how fast this car goes up there to the outside wall.
Half back and outside. Keep coming. Keep coming. Yellow's out. Yellow.
Elliott Sadler was in the high lane.
Stay low. Stay low. Stay low. Stay low. You're all right.
Adjustments on Travis Bubble's machine.
Carl Edwards spins it around, exiting pit road, and does a 360, Joey Chipwood style. Walter's got to be humming that Beatles too.
Oh,
Gets by with
Kevin Harvick.
Trouble. Harvick on the bottom of the racetrack.
Like he doesn't have any damage yet, other than what the grass did here. Okay, he's got it started up, so he'll stay on the lead lap.
Yeah. Looks like David Reagan got hit. Yeah. Wow, how this didn't create something major.
Wow.
Look at this.
Look at Reagan just getting by.
Woo. That's some really good driving and a lot of luck. You see.
88's backing up. All right. Just got turned there.
Harvick couldn't go any further up. He was hitting Jeff Burton, so just a product. Oh, got
trouble
up front.
Biffle right in front of Junior.
Carl
Kenseth is in
Edwards.
it.
Oh, and turns Quapple into the outside wall.
And
Kevin
a lot
Harvick.
of chasers involved in this one.
Oh, 17.
When you get off there, if you can drive it.
This is definitely the big one we were looking for, guys. I was hoping we had not seen, or we had seen it and we wouldn't see this, but
these guys hung back all day, and that's what they get in then.
We don't have any brakes.
We told her, look at Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s car, all torn up in the front. We mentioned
Interesting to see on the replay exactly what did happen.
Travis Quapple, the pole sitter.
In a real run, you see Blaney gets turned a little bit there, but that was okay. That looked like that could be big. But the trouble's going to start right up here in the front whenever, looks like maybe the 99 gets into the back of the 16. That's all three Roush cars that it takes out right there. And Dale Jr.
Look at Jimmy Johnson just squeezed by this. There's still some wrecking ahead of Jimmy Johnson yet.
We talk about bump drafting. It's hard to see from that angle we were right there, but bump drafting in the corners. You have to believe that Biffle got a shot right there. I don't think that the car would just turn sideways. Jimmy Johnson right there in the middle, just behind Kevin Harvick, who was involved in the accident, but Jimmy Johnson's going to slip through. See Jeff Burton down the apron. Let's watch right here.
Still free. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
Right there, you cannot touch somebody right there on that left rear corner.
You just can't keep hitting them, especially in that corner. You got the wheels turned already, and you just have to lay off right at that point. As much as you're wanting to help move forward.
Turn 2 here.
Yellow, yellow, yellow. Put debris up at 2.
Jamie McMurray's car slowing off of turn 2. Looks like a cut tire.
Yeah, it looks like a right rear tire has gone flat on the 26.
What happened here to McMurray over in the corner?
I believe that right rear tire didn't hit anything. Sure, there's a lot of debris up there in turn 2.
A great move there, but nobody wanted to go with him.
I can't believe that these guys at DEI cars are going to be satisfied with second and third. They're going to have to go for it here.
Now watch the 31 and the 07. Teammates for Childress, Burton, and Boyer.
They want to try.
Run single file.
They're all wanting to go, but everybody's just filling that spot, so they're not getting that opportunity.
David Reagan hasn't won. Regan Smith, the rookie. Paul Menard is there. Tony Stewart has never won at Talladega in a NASCAR Sprint Cup car.
He's going to have to do a lot of blocking right here. They've got to run on him. Got to run.
Here they come.
I can't go down there and do that, though.
Actually, I think it's legal on the last lap. He might have got it right there. I think it's legal on the last lap. We're looking next door to see.
Below the yellow line. It was below.
We still haven't got an indication, but it looks like Regan Smith won this race.
Why would it be legal on the last lap?
That's what they were
187.
You heard Tony Stewart, some of those guys commenting on you can't go below the yellow line to make that pass. There's Tony inside the car. We are waiting to get definitive information from NASCAR.
He definitely passed below the yellow line pretty much the whole way.
Has won the race. Tony Stewart is the official winner here at Talladega. They would not allow that pass below the yellow line.
That's all the bottom of the racetrack. Boy, it came around fast. It's like he said, into the wall hard.
Yeah, that's one thing I've heard about these cars. They say once they get in yaw, they're really hard.
Oh my gosh. Chris Buescher. These boys got their hands full.
Oh boy.
Oh, he did get into the wall.
Yeah.
Man, that thing came around way early in the corner.
The car looked like the right sides took off right on the seam. Or right at the end of the session, Christopher Bell goes around. Whoa, and he's in the wall.
Nice. It's funny, you know, I saw that little bit of yaw, and I was like, he's really got his hands full, and I didn't think they were quite that.
Riding around there, and cars out from underneath that. Whoa! He got down to the apron and around it almost goes. What a nice save. Great save.
No problem. Same song, second verse.
No contact yet. No contact. Still on. Just got into the grass.
He didn't get all the way down, I don't think, where he wanted to.
Holy cow.
Christopher Bell in the 20 car on the outside, Rick.
Yeah, the back.
Oh!
Into the wall hard goes Ryan Blaney off the nose of Ty Gibbs, and the big one happens behind him.
And it brought so many people into it. Look at all these cars. Good race cars, big impacts.
Yeah, only 6 cars have gone through already. Look at how many cars involved.
Oh, sorry, let's see how it starts. Bad pushes start so many of these wrecks right there.
I'll be honest, I was watching that 54. He had a little bit of a wiggle before the push. If we slow it down, I saw that car just wiggle just a little bit before. It's hard to tell right there that there's like a little bit of a kind of a move where the car looks like it's getting uncomfortable and out of control. Massive.
Huge hit.
And Blaney's out of his car, which it was a massive impact.
16 lead lap cars. We're back under green. Logano to the outside.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick in the 4. He just did not get a good restart, and Joey Logano in the 22 jumped to the outside to take advantage of it.
That's very reminiscent of what happened here.
Oh, around goes Hamlin. And right in front of Boyer, and into the wall hard goes McMurray and Jeff Gordon.
Not again. Jeff's car is destroyed.
Whoa.
Hamlin just spins out. The car just came around with him.
Nowhere for Newman in the 31 to go. You see Clint Boyer in that 15 barely squeaking by.
Boy, but did you see Jeff Gordon? He almost had that wreck cleared, and he caught the front of McMurray's car there, and that turned Jeff down the hill. Well, look at Harvick. He's struggling right there, and then here comes Hamlin. He just spins out. No, watch this. Here comes Jeff Gordon coming. Bam. He almost
had it missed.
Almost had it made.
Jamie McMurray got him, and then he hits the inside wall as well.
Those are hard licks, man.
Everybody scatters.
Ooh, six car gets turned.
And there he goes.
And the 18. Oh, here's 11 right down in the middle of it.
Hamlin able to get back down and avoid the action. David Reagan got turned around. Kyle Busch, wrong place at the wrong time.
Coming to you.
And just going to mention, Busch has not had a good run lately. Struggled late last week at New Hampshire and problems at Sonoma 2 weeks ago.
Hit the wall, but we probably
got
a splitter and all
first, but he was loose early.
He's sideways right there.
Yeah. So he had been struggling with that even earlier because he was one of the guys I saw in the pack that looked like his car was really loose.
And the 18, you see the 18? The 18 never got to him, never got into him. I don't know who that is behind the 18, but it's like he gets hit. The 18, right? It almost looked like the 18 got tapped by the 99, and you can't tell from that angle. That's a bad angle. But when the 6 got loose, the 18 had no place to go.
Now we ride with Kyle Busch into turn 3.
Yeah, he was already.
He's already sideways.
He hit him the second time after he got hit by Carl.
Yeah, and it's hard to say whether Carl got into him. You know, we don't have a good camera shot. It ended up making a difference.
Hunt you down and I will make you pay. And a whole lot of Southern charm.
You are but a peasant in this vast kingdom called woman.
Meet television's coolest new cop, Memphis Beat. All new Tuesday at 10 on TNT. We know drama.
When you're a part of Wide Open coverage on TNT, you don't miss any of the action. And unfortunately, this action involving 8
under. The 18 comes off the wall, and they just get together right there. And part of this is you see the racetrack still a little damp here. As he's sliding, and this thing begins to slide, he's in the gas trying to make it do something, but there's no grip on that wet racetrack, and he just slides into the inside wall.
Yeah, what happens is he tries to stay off the 18. You can see him cut down on the 18, and as he's cutting down, he's getting loose, and him and the 18 made contact.
It was Bobby Labonte that went right behind Allmendinger as he slid down. Watch the inside lane.
The 18 did
being in front of you, stay where you are, just keep coming.
Denny Hamlin's involved.
Tony
the 14 got caught up.
Tony's in it too.
God damn.
Something happens here as we start down the back straightaway. Ooh, the 11 car.
Reed Sorensen in the 83.
18.
Paul Menard able to duck by there on the bottom.
I mean, like the 37 got into Tony.
See Tony there. I thought he had it saved, and it bounced right out into the outside wall of the car to the left of the screen there.
But usually when we come to super speedways, it seems like nowadays we need to prepare our backup cars as good as more so than our primaries. But same thing that happens a lot of times here at this track. Kyle's just misjudged it by a hair, and you know, it caused a wreck. But I've done it before, and most everyone in this garage has done it before at some time or another, super speedway racing. But you know, it's just this is our last one, so we can't. Luckily, practice is over, and you know, but he's got a backup. We have a backup, and he was going to have to use this car if he wrecked again. So luckily, you know, as crazy as it sounds, luckily he didn't get damaged because, you know, then we would have been short one car.
This has just been one of those days, but man, I hate it for the 11, the 14, the 83, the guys that got caught up in that. I misjudged it, just tried to jump back in line a little too fast, and just hooked the 11 just enough, man. And at these speeds and with not a whole lot of grip here, whether you're in the corners or on the straightaways, I just turned them sideways. So I apologize to all the guys involved. You know, I hate it for them, but I feel like our interstate batteries, Camry's not bad. You know, the first one was really fast, and
I guess he hit our right rear, but that's what happens here. You'll be going straight, and then next thing you know, you'll be in a wreck and not know why. But that I don't know what the backup car's like. I think it's pretty good. They said it is. So these Red Bull guys do a great job, and I'm sure they'll.
Caution's out. Caution.
Right in there. Smoky Cheddar Steakhouse XT, July 19th.
Oh, he just turned us.
Kyle Busch into the wall will bring out our fourth caution of the night, and there was no question he got turned.
Wow. Yeah, he did. There was definitely no question there.
You all right, Kyle?
He's got his net down before the car's even stopped. He is hot.
Yeah.
Kyle Busch leading this race. Caught a big break early after having to make an unscheduled pit stop.
And you know, that's kind of...
He's okay. He's getting out.
He's going to be looking for the guy who turned him, I believe, which is going to be the 42.
The line trying to get out of the way, and they just hook right there.
Happens virtually every time we come here. It's going to create for some interesting situations. As you're right
outside you.
Kyle here.
Too wide here. Just two. Corner. Hanging on your corner. Oh, he just turned us. 42 just turned us.
And you hate to bring this up, okay, but it's kind of the same situation that the 18 did to the 11 the other day. Down the back. Oh,
and here's a big one. David Reagan in the wall. McMurray and Truex get a piece of it.
Wow. Too bad a couple of real good race cars that were running up front up there most of the day are now done.
A break for Kenseth. We just made that pit stop under caution. We look at what happened once again.
Reagan gets just dead sideways loose, and I'm sure these guys just stack up behind him. Yeah, Jamie McMurray had nowhere to go, and neither did Truex. No. Those were two innocent victims of that crash. But again, at Daytona, when you get a guy that gets sideways or crashes in front of you, how
up there? That sounds good, but I don't think so. No.
Now online.
Trouble.
And there it is. David Strimmy goes around.
You okay there, David?
Sixth caution flag of the night.
I got loose either. I don't know. Something happened there. That's pretty big.
That's Robert Richardson Jr. sliding through the grass.
and everything Larry just talked about, just on the apron goes back up the racetrack from just, and that's just correcting. You're trying to catch the car at that point in time. These guys did a really good job of avoiding him right here.
Oh, somebody just got into him right there.
71 of Mike Bliss able to get through unscathed, but Robert Richardson Jr. not so lucky.
No.
Robert just got caught in the right rear as Strimmy came.
Well, we got problems in the back of the pack. Elliott Sadler, and it looked like Matt Kenseth. Perhaps, and there's Mark Martin on the inside of the track.
Yeah, and they run into somebody or something's thrown up.
See the caution out for the 7th time, Tony Stewart.
Wow. Up to speed completely.
No, Matt and the I don't know if Matt and the 5 got together or the 5 turned left, because Matt goes up. You can see the right rear corner where he slammed the wall, and the 5 comes down on the bottom. And everybody kind of drives between them. There's the 18.
Oh, hang on, Jeff Burton.
Burton up into Hornish.
Oh, he's going to come back up.
And now the big one.
There it is.
7, 8, 9 cars involved, many which were running inside the top 10.
And that's the whole field, isn't it?
That's the whole field.
And look at that. Nowhere to go.
And these guys were trying to avoid the 2 coming back up on the racetrack, and the first group that saw them check up, and everybody runs in behind them. That is massive right there. That's incredible. I don't think I've seen a wreck like that at Daytona.
It happened with 12 to go.
Yeah, the 12 and it looked like I don't know how they got together, but the 83 and the 12 were at the front of that pack. And look at these guys. They're packed in there. Montoya's headed backwards, and you can't see. I mean, they kind of slide out of the way, but they're 4 deep and packed on top of each other, and they're still coming in behind them. You see the 12, you see the 42, you see these guys.
And there's just nowhere to go. I mean, there's no openings on the racetrack whatsoever.
Nowhere to go. And you can't imagine sitting at home driving into that at 170 or 80 miles an hour, getting up to speed, but driving into that and not being able to know left or right. And the spotters are
Trouble. Hornish out of trouble. He hits the wall.
Big wreck behind us. Come to the line. Come on. You're clear. Come on.
The leader did not take the white flag, meaning we will get a green-white checker finish.
There ain't anybody to have a green-white checkered finish with. Boy, 19 went in the wall hard. He got turned, and boy, he went in.
And poor Kurt thought he was safe at that point in time. These guys behind him did a really good job of avoiding. You see, I think it's the 99 that goes down pit road. He's getting ready to turn right here and head down pit road. These guys hit pretty hard. He's got to be.
Kevin Harvick, the race leader.
That 29 car is going to get wide here in a minute, because he's got to stop this momentum of this 9 car. Look at the 2 car up there on the outside. Coming. Look at Kurt Busch.
He's been involved in the last 3 cautions.
No more Mr. Nice Guy.
No more Mr. Nice Guy right here.
Driver number 2 will not be denied. There goes around.
Backing up a little bit. Got spin behind you. Come on. Keep coming.
As of now, we don't have a caution. We'll see if they let him race back to the line, and it appears they will.
And there's no caution because he's so far behind and there's nobody back there. I'm sorry.
Kevin Harvick, the race leader, off of turn number 4. Casey Kane and Jeff Gordon behind him. Will they make a move? They will not. Harvick wins at Daytona.
Oh, yeah.
The 2 car. They got together right here through the trial. These guys did, the 2 and the 71. 33 looked like he kind of bounced off the outside wall and came back across Rudimann's front end. I don't think Rudimann had anything to do with that at all.
Carl Edwards just shot out of line.
Yeah, Carl just up the race. Oh, right in front of Bliss right there in the 71. Bliss had no place to go.
And after all of that, Kurt Busch finishing 7th tonight. Look at that race car and explain how he.
That. But another thing that's really been happening, Chris, with the 22. Oh, let's go to yellow.
Caution on track for Paul Menard. Fire under his race car as he made his way down through the tri-oval.
Wow.
Yeah, that's blowing up big.
Yeah, and we saw this, with the 29 car early in the race.
And we understand it's for Joey Logano. Sparks flying below the Shell Pennzoil Ford.
We're rolling. Do you want to come to pit road or garage? I can't tell. Come to the pit. We're all here. Okay, come on to the pit.
Here's a replay of what happened to Joey Logano.
Yeah, it looks like tire went down or something, because he shot up the racetrack like.
You see the damage for Truex. Now let's look at the replay at what happened.
You look at the run Denny has on the 56. It's almost like he got the 56 of Martin Truex arrow loose. He never touched him. But sometimes when you have such a run on a guy in the corner like that, you can get somebody that loose. But I'm just, that's what it looked like. I don't know if the 56 just broke loose or.
Yeah, because you see the 56 almost start to get sideways before they ever touch. From that angle, it looks like.
But what?
Wow, the 18 is right there.
Watch from the 18 car. Let's see.
I think
what kind
he got
of a run the
damage.
11 has.
I think Kyle Busch got a little damage on that right front headlight.
That's Denny in front of him. Oh, yeah. Get a little tag on there. Boy, that Truex, we talked about the opening. Had
9 circuits in the lead. But he may have company soon.
Smoke.
Big crash.
Well,
4th caution of the night, Eric Almirola with damage. That's David Strimmy going down low through the grass.
like Stremme was trying to get to the bottom, and Ambrose was there.
Yeah. And the wreck happened. There was 2 wrecks.
In the back of the pack on purpose, Adam. Crash on the track, Adam.
Just
Jimmy
talking about
Hamlin got
Danny
airborne. A.J. Allmendinger, Jeff Gordon, David Rudiman, Matt Kenseth all involved.
The 11 car's in there, too. You know, we're just talking about how...
Where you get the 11. It looks like these guys get, you know, he just dove down.
Wow.
And then corrected maybe. Yeah, that's really a strange act. Man, Matt did a good job not hitting that car, but then he got clobbered.
See Blaney in that. And Blaney had a good run. Those guys had run in the top 10 or 15 a lot tonight in that 7 car.
Yeah.
You see,
he drives down like almost like they're slowing down in front of him, but he just...
When he got over there, yeah, but you see I mean, he didn't have the tires really cut one way or the other. You know what I mean? It's not like he's got a lot of left turn in it or a lot of right turn in it when you look at that left front tire.
You know, one thing, Kyle, possibly, you know, when he drove down underneath that yellow line, he tried getting back up above the yellow line because he didn't want to be on the apron and you know, going through the tri-oval with the banking being different. I'm sure we'll talk to him, and he tried to get rid of Jimmy Johnson as far as...
and there goes Kane out of line, spinning down to the inside of the back straightaway. Hard hit on the inside wall.
Yeah. But I was going to say, this is where you try to get Jimmy Johnson in the middle of the pack, get him away from...
Wow. Yeah, he just got body slammed to the inside. I don't know what exactly happened to Ambrose, but Ambrose just changed lanes suddenly and just body slammed him. And I don't know if Ambrose run up on the 48.
I think he was going to the middle.
And he seems to be headed there, and he sees the 48 come over and tries
to. Or, you know, the 48 got tapped.
Yeah, the 48 kind of forces him over and forces him right into the side of Casey and just body slams him. And this is... You see the wall kind of take that...
We'll decide it.
Wow.
Tony Stewart feeling good, and how about Kurt Busch in that outside lane with help from David Gilliland?
Oh, here we go.
We got trouble.
There we go. That's it.
Like I said, you lead at the white.
That's it.
You're good to go. But they may race to the finish.
They're going to let them race back here. That happened over in turn 2, so they got plenty of room.
Wow. Let them race, boys.
Hopefully they're cleared when they get back down there.
Tony Stewart won this race last year. He's won it 4 times.
Shoving the 14. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but...
Through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. Off the corner, here comes Jimmy Johnson. He's dominated the race. Now he can see the finish line. That's Busch in the outside lane, not making a move. Trouble behind him. Danica and others. Jimmy Johnson gets the win at Daytona.
Yeah, she got turned right there.
That was a dominating performance by the 48. Yeah. Patrick and Danica gets just tangled up with the 38 car.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, like I said, once that starts happening.
Ryan Newman.
Pack, and here's the reason why. Whoa, look out. Here goes going across. That's Allmendinger sideways, but it looks like if he can keep it down.
Get a caution. Again,
he's off the wall.
Still nothing.
And the first caution of the race is out. Leader spreading out. Well, the 2 Red Bull cars got together. Scott Speed got him and AJ. Looked like it might have been Keselowski that got into the back of AJ. Plenty of room at that section of the track. And the only damage is to the rear of the car, as you see right there. Here's the angle from behind. See the 12? Yeah, 12 gets into the 43. We'll step aside for just a moment. Here is our first caution flies at Talladega.
Radio, his spotter doing all the work as he works his way through this traffic. Mike Ford, the crew chief, hasn't said anything. Now we've got a problem, Marty.
Jeff Burton has got tagged from behind, turned into the wall. So far, it looks like he is the only victim. A hard hit for Jeff Burton.
Yeah.
Now there's flame shooting out of the right side as the oil line. Our caution here Second of the day with 54 laps remaining. The window net's down. Jeff is climbing out.
And Dale. Yeah, looked like just a little bit too much help from Junior. Was lucky that wasn't a big wreck right there.
Dale's damage on the right side of his car. Joey Logano, Greg Biffle, both of them miss. How about from Denny Hamlin's point of view?
You can see right there, they're in the middle of the corner, and it doesn't take much. And NASCAR's always tried to tell them.
Caution will be coming out.
This bump drafting in the corners is a bad idea.
Well, here's the bad news for Denny Hamlin. As you get one more look at this, see where the 39 is of Ryan Newman? He had just been passed again, so he is in the lucky dog position and not Hamlin.
88, look out. 401 going around. Marcus Ambrose, 29, and Kevin Harvick is involved as well.
So Harvick, who had been running up front all day to avoid this, now has damage to the front.
Maybe too bad. Just put some tires on it.
The 26 of Bill Elliott also involved. There's the damage to the nose. He says it's not too bad on the radio. It looks a little worse.
Yeah, I think it's a little worse. Definitely worse than he thinks. See Ambrose right here. They got actually 4 wide right here. See Kyle Busch going to the inside. Kind of squeezes into 33, gets into the back, and then the left rear quarter panel. There's Harvick getting involved.
Gordon misses it. I don't see where the 11 was involved.
Nope, didn't see it there.
4 wide right there, 4 wide. Come on, stay in it, stay in it.
From Harvick's camera.
Now Harvick's just going to be in position here that he was not wanting to be. Yeah, you can see there's going to be a lot of damage on the front of Kevin Harvick's car. You feel like sometimes when you're sitting in there, there's not that much. It wasn't that hard.
From Marcus Ambrose.
He's going to go 3 wide middle, 4 wide.
Yeah, Kyle's one that kind of started that.
All right, get it stopped.
You can see Kyle Busch goes right down to the bottom. He's not doing anything wrong. It's just that the 42 really doesn't know that he needs to give Marcus Ambrose some more room. That's where things get started, and Clint Boyer couldn't stay off the rear bumper of Marcus Ambrose. See Jeff Gordon just sliding by. You see the 11 car right back in the back of that. I don't see him involved at all in this.
Ah, there he is coming through.
I don't know.
Well, we'll wait for official word from NASCAR.
Bill Elliott hit the wall hard down on the inside.
All the way to the bottom. One's on your bumper. Trouble in front of you. Trouble in front of you. Stay on the track.
White flag.
White flag is out. 2.6 miles to go.
Oh, trouble.
Trouble. The big one on the dinger, on his lid. Side over side, end over end.
Kevin Harvick's going to win this race. Yeah, that's.
The race is official because the white flag was displayed. And Kevin Harvick was in the race lead.
He was at the he was in the lead at the start finish line, but did he continue to have that?
Actually ended this race.
Jimmy Johnson got out of shape first there, but saves it. And right behind him, everybody starts getting together. Looks like Tony Stewart forces Allmendinger upside down.
Boy, and that. Thank goodness the safer barriers on that inside wall.
Yeah, and we've seen in past that when something happens behind the leaders that NASCAR's let these guys race back. But obviously this was in an area they would have been racing back to, so they had to throw the caution.
All right, let's talk to Kevin Harvick.
You saw Kevin LePage's car off the pace on the apron.
That one's spun at 4.
Do have one spun. And wow, big crash. Jennifer Joe Cobb in the 27 and Johnny Chapman in the 43.
Fire. Can I get out yet?
Yeah.
Caution flag for the first time.
Here. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, right there you can see just catches Chapman up there. He's trying to avoid this spin. It looked like the 27 maybe hung the left front down on the apron, caused it to get loose and shot up in front of Johnny Chapman. That flash fire went out as they stop here. Pretty significant fire. Wow. Yeah, that was kind of right there pushing it in her window.
Pit stops.
Here, I got to stay behind you. Caution.
Caution is out.
They don't get hit.
Oh, my goodness.
What a job Keselowski did there to get back on the track.
You weren't going to make the commitment line. The yellow light was closed, and we were already committed.
I'm not sure, though. He wouldn't have been better off to go ahead and make that.
Flat tires, be careful.
Well, loose.
Yeah,
that didn't have anything to do with. I'm pretty sure he wasn't trying to make pit road. But he did a nice job of saving this, not hitting anything. And Allgaier just misses him.
Wow. Yeah, he didn't realize when he was trying to get back on the racetrack that he put himself in the danger lane there.
Man, close call. It's not surprising, though, that these Dodgers are the first ones to try to make a green flag stop. They're making a lot of power, and that doesn't bode well for mileage. So they were coming to pit road right here. And you can see, I mean, they're out of control trying to get their car stopped and still made this move.
Back onto the racetrack. You see the commitment cone there, center of the picture. So some time.
Yeah, Keselowski and Kyle Busch both slid through their pit stalls. Kind of.
Oh, and a tire, too. Who's that from? That looks like maybe some of Greg Sachs's guys standing there waving their arms. Well, Michael McDowell got the free pass, but so much for that.
Didn't have enough fuel.
The traffic. And Paul Menard again.
Yeah, another right front tire down on this 98 car.
Still under green. Not anymore. Caution's out for debris from.
And there it went. Man, you can see that tire pop.
Same spot on the racetrack, too.
There's too much at this point in time. If that is indeed, they may be looking at left sides while they're getting fuel, depending on how long they're going to be out there.
Yeah, that's what I would be looking.
Oh, trouble!
Gosh, what a mark.
Ryan Newman hard into the wall. Michael McDowell hard into the wall.
Caution's out. Caution's out.
Terrible crash. That difficult spot between the exit of the carousel and turn 6. You saw Newman tried to drive, it looked like, for a second, and the left rear tire just fell off, now dropping the window net. And that's Michael McDowell. Look at the damage and how hard he hit that guardrail.
See the window net down now on the 31. That's good to see.
That 31 hit the safer barrier. That's the guardrail where the 95 did, but the 31, reminiscent of Jeff Burton was driving this 31 car a few years ago.
Destroyed the guardrail right there where McDowell hit.
Wow.
Yeah, is that a tire up on the fence?
Yeah. That is McDowell out of the car, and there you see Newman walking toward McDowell's car. So both drivers have come from the car. The field is being red flagged. And the race is being stopped.
This looks like right here. Looks like part of the rear suspension.
Just broke the rear end housing in half.
And you see Michael getting up after catching his breath. Wow, what a great sight.
Sure is.
What a terrible crash.
Another example of the safety of these cars that NASCAR and these teams put on the track today.
Well, this part of the racetrack, you see the funnel between the guardrails. And if someone gets out of control exiting that carousel corner, it's not going to be good. We've seen this before, and we just saw it again.
Yeah, you look right over here, you see
looked like Ryan Newman overran that corner just a little bit. You see quite a few cars over there. So come back on the track. Contact between Biffle and Newman.
Yes, Biffle came back on the track. Newman was right there. Got into him and hard into that guardrail, and the tires sends him back out in the middle of the track here into McDowell.
You see the rear end housing loose from the car, and then it goes over the fence. Well, that last impact for McDowell was the one that probably knocked the wind out of him.
What a piece of driving by David Reagan, sliding through there between those crashed cars.
Coming right at you now.
From Regan Smith. Danica Patrick's view.
Back it down, back it down, back it down.
Well, she did a good job, too.
Nice job. I just saw that on TV.
Yeah, that wasn't much time to react at a high rate of speed by her there. Good job.
Watch it, back it down, back it down, back it down.
Biffle coming back on the track that made Newman try to avoid running into him.
It's just hard to appreciate how much speed you're carrying out of that carousel until you see that happen.
Yeah, you're well over, I would say, definitely 130 miles an hour.
What a mess. The trouble began when Greg Biffle had troubles coming off that carousel corner, resulting in contact with Ryan Newman, and Newman's car hard into the barrier, collecting Michael McDonald's. This, the view that we caught on Greg Biffle's radio.
Went in the bus stop 3 wide. They'll stop it because the guy's in front of me, and there's nothing I could do, you know? And there just wasn't any room for, there barely room for 2 cars through there. And they hit both sides of the front end.
Greg Biffle's explanation to his team.
Yeah, and there's no way that we're putting the blame on Greg Biffle for what happened by any means. They're racing hard off the corner, and we've seen dozens of times throughout this race where the driver in front gets off. But it just, in this case, it made another driver in Ryan Newman try to take an evasive action not to run into the back of the 16 car, and when he did, he lost control of his car.
But it almost sounded like it started earlier, like in the bus stop, and I don't know what kind of incident that caused and what transpired from there.
Yeah, I heard 3 wide, and that's not going to work pretty much anywhere around here.
Well, let's look overhead. Back as far as the bus stop. That's the leaders up in front of the incident. We'll see it unfold off the corner here.
McDowell's car was up on its side there for a minute.
When it hit Newman's car and it ripped that rear end housing loose, that rear end housing got under the car and almost served like a pole vault to launch that car up in the air. Well, at least 5 cars involved and taking damage in the accident, 2 seriously, but both Ryan Newman and Michael McDowell have climbed from their race cars. After the first one came back, got on the oh yeah, look at all the debris.
Yeah,
white flag at Daytona. Stenhouse in the mix in the 6 car.
If those front 2 get side by side, that could open the door for Stenhouse in that 6. He's had a great run all night.
Kyle Busch still bottled up back in traffic. He's 11th.
It's like Logano might be waiting until turn 4 here. He's getting a run right now.
Stenhouse pushing. Here goes Keselowski.
Got a wreck in the 3. Keep digging. Keep coming.
There is a car in the wall behind them. Here they come to the checkered flag.
You got it, man.
And Earnhardt is going to drive a number 3 car to victory lane at Daytona again. Dale Earnhardt Jr. wins.
Well, damn. Good job, guys.
Start finish line. Logano comes down into Paul Menard. One car gets up on top of a group and goes flipping over and over, and the 30 lands on its roof. That's Parker Kligerman,
Cole Witt's teammate that just wrecked in that first caution.
Trying to get with his teammate Kyle Busch, but comes back up. That tips Logano into Trevor Bayne. His nose catches Paul Menard, who plows into Kligerman, who gets up in the air on top of Menard's car.
That's the 83 car of Ryan Truex.
Trevor Bayne, the 21, looked to me, Larry, like he was going to bump draft.
And Kenny, you've run this track so many times.
A scary crash. Here's our camera on top of the safer barrier right at start finish.
Safety fence is doing a great job.
Oops. Stuff. And that just sucked him right up into the wall.
Whoa, look at this.
Like that. Oh, gosh.
Hold the brake. There's obviously oil down. Going to take out her teammate Tony Stewart as well.
Unbelievable. 2 teammates. See if we can get back up here and see where it starts.
Here comes Danica.
Off turn 4. You see it start smoking.
And look at the 1 car gets into the oil, and then he hits the wall extremely hard.
Yeah.
Then Tony's in the oil as well, and he goes spinning into the inside wall. That was a big impact by the 1 car.
And he's just trying to get Jamie Murray's trying to get his car woed up so he doesn't get into Tony down here on the inside of the track.
And a long slide down to the wall for Tony. Something blew up in a big way right there.
Tony, and you know, the only thing that he's fearful of is making contact with a wall like this. You don't really know how strong his back truly is until he goes through something like this, but we don't want to, and I know he doesn't want to see himself go into an incident.
He said on the radio, he said it hurt. Now, he did hit the wall coming off 4.
About halfway down here, you saw him get into the oil.
And then again, no, that was the Biffle. Now, Larson stopped shy of the pit wall. Red flag is out.
Oh, Larson's
he got loose.
Now he's gotten real loose.
Super loose.
Oh my God.
Oh wow.
And Biffle just
had a big run.
Had a big head of steam and couldn't get off of him. I mean,
look how sideways Larson got right there.
I think
I
think Biffle thought he was going to spin down to the inside, and he was able to hang on to it.
I don't know. Well, listen here.
Stay down, easy.
He actually got out of the gas. He saw Larson get loose, and when he got out of the gas, the back of his car turned sideways, and it just sent him right into
I'm pretty sure he thought that 42 was going to spin down the hill, and he was going to clear him on the outside.
I'd also say that it sounded to me like Greg maybe had fresher tires because he was in the gas hard and early.
Yeah.
And Larson obviously was not on fresher tires.
I think Larson was hanging on to that thing, keeping it up next to the wall, and it just didn't come down like Biffle anticipated.
It doesn't feel like that. It's speed. Everything's... Oh, and around we've got cars on the track. Already involved is Kyle Busch. The 16 of Greg Biffle's involved. Looks like Denny Hamlin in the 11. And this is exactly what you didn't want to see as a crew chief, Steve. Cars getting torn up. These are their primary cars.
Yeah, I mean, you're kicking yourself now if you're in this crash. Did you really need to be out there? It's just a classic case. You see that the 18 and the 2 were running nose to tail. The 18 moved up. The 2 got down. The 18 kind of came across his front bumper, and once he spins, everyone's in a pack. There's 25 cars in a pack. There's nowhere for the 9, for the 11, for the 16, anywhere for those guys to go.
Cars got collected in this. Martin Truex Jr. in the 78 up against the wall.
Jeff Gordon with a good move.
24 of Gordon stayed right down by the double yellow line, was able to avoid it.
Sam Hornish, he comes in here. He's nothing he can do. I mean, there's nothing he could have done different right there.
Yeah, the 18 came down the track. Sam Hornish collects him. Jamie McMurray in the 1 also involved. Martin Truex Jr. landed the wall pretty hard before he got into the 18 as well. But it started with the 18 and the 2. The 2 just behind that 18.
And that's the tough part. You're running in such close proximity. You have to help each other. Right here, you're on board with Kevin Harvick. And he's looking ahead. His spotter's
in the garage coming at you guys.
Oh, he's coming this lap. The spotters are coming this time. Now he sees it. He lifts. He lifts. All you can see is smoke. Gets really low. Good job.
And so talented there. He got back in the gas because he saw the cars coming back down.
You see right there's a classic case as the 18 moves up. The 2 feels there's a middle lane. He doesn't mean to catch the 18. He thinks he's going to go by him, and at the same time, the 18 is going to come back down to the middle lane. That happens so quickly. And once those bumpers get misaligned, it's so easy to turn one another.
It almost looked like the 18 slowed just a little bit, too. I mean, it's the gap in front of the 18 in the car.
Honestly, not the way he wanted to start this practice.
There's Carl Edwards.
What kind of time do we get?
Sees it. He's lifted.
Got hit.
I get him from behind.
Watch your left side.
Boom.
We got it, guys. Yeah, I just got run over.
Yeah, got hit from the back. We saw a little curvature to the car after he straightened it up a bit.
Oh, trouble on backside.
Right into the 52, trying to lock the brakes up. Issues on the backstretch.
I saw that one coming.
Has the 52 of Joey Gase stopped on the track. And the 5 of Brad Sweet couldn't get stopped, and we saw him slide right underneath that car.
There's a 70 car right there. And you got some more cars up here in front, and they're all trying to get off the racetrack. And boom.
And there was a car in front of the 52
something
that had him stopped.
In front of Joey Gase.
So Joey had stopped. He was trying to avoid this.
Exactly.
Ooh, is that Kevin Harvick?
Harvick tried and slid by on the outside, luckily.
I think Kevin made some contact with that car. Wow.
Big.
Entry, he's been one of the fastest.
Bubba Wallace with a massive hit there, Steve.
Yes. He did not have a good day yesterday. The bad weekend continues. The difference is we were expecting to see maybe a couple spinouts for Bubba Wallace, but this is a KO. This will not be a return to the action. Man, it's heavy contact on that left front. See the window net down.
Glad to see he's okay. That's a big impact.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. This is one of the things about a new track is it's not a lot of reference spots. Try to figure out exactly. Oh, he just gets loose and he's nowhere to go.
Wow.
And that's a moment that you're thankful that wall is designed to move.
Is correct. Oh, man.
Huge impact there.
And Steve, you've mentioned it. That backstretch chicane is so inviting because it invites you to carry so much speed through there.
Well, it invites you, and it's required. I mean, everybody I've talked about says this would be a good shot at right here, real time. Wow. So, it's inviting, and what people have told me is that if you give up a little there, it costs you all.
Look at McMurray. He has a big run down.
Oh, we got one spinning.
And it's McMurray.
Got it.
Man, that thing is flipping, rolling.
That car is junk.
You got that right.
Well,
I just hope he's okay.
A ride right had been incredibly fast. He got a huge runoff turn 2, caught a pack of cars, made a quick move, and ended up in the fence.
Mike, it just really wouldn't surprise me to see some kind of maybe adjustment on the speeds here because the cars are really, really fast.
Yeah, that happened way too easy.
And he's climbed out. Jamie McMurray is out of the car. Thank goodness.
See the 31 of Newman with a pretty good run. No, he maybe cut a tire.
Something happened to that car. It just went around all by itself on the straightaway.
And see, what really sent that car over was when Newman hit him on the left side, it lifted the right side up and caught air.
Yeah.
And look at that car come apart against the fence.
It just disintegrates.
I mean, everything did its job of what it's designed to do. The fence kept the car on the racetrack. Car stayed intact.
Watch this car now. It's just it's gonna turn all by itself right there.
Oh, the left rear. The left rear tire.
Yep. Right over the top of Newman's car.
Yeah. Newman and Ty Dillon both with a good bit of damage.
And Mike, the two fastest cars, the 1 and the 13, were both involved in that accident.
That's right.
Came up a tiny bit and caught a little air. Even just before the 31 made contact. And that goes back to what you were saying, DW, about how fast these cars are right now.
They're just blazingly fast.
Ty Dillon.
Keep going middle, check up below.
Looked like he checked up that hit from behind.
Yep.
Who's that rolling back there, Ty?
Odds and numbers. Oh, no.
Kyle Busch.
FLM is in trouble. That's the big money talk.
And it's also getting into turn 3 spin out. It's just like I was talking about, a product, in my opinion, if your car's a little bit nervous, a little bit twitchy getting in, that wind and that gust of wind can spin you around in a heartbeat.
Left rear flat, or the left rear was going down on that car.
Yeah, it did. Right there, you saw it set down.
Yeah, he had run 9 laps, and yeah, you can see it was definitely getting soft because it just swapped ends.
So now the question is, Larry, to you, is that a product? Did he run over something?
He finally did it.
Ambrose, awful day continues.
This has had this written all over it this whole practice.
You can take the quarter mile back here down. Yeah, let the backup count.
I mean, that car earlier in practice had the hospital hop, Darrell, and now
well, I mean,
he's done.
He's 18th quick. He's like a missile going up through the hill there. This thing is, there it goes out the right rear. And then, of course, the grease comes out, and he gets it on his tires, and that's how that's why he wrecked his car.
And what holds that axle in is an aluminum hubcap that has, some of them have 3 bolts, some of them have 4. I don't know if maybe the bolts broke, maybe if they had changed the gear and didn't get the bolts tight.
Saturday. Got to get this baby set up so it'll go through those bumps.
On the way to the booth, walking past the super. Whoa, Jimmy Johnson's in the wall.
We're in the fence, guys.
Pretty good.
Jimmy, up.
Heavy contact.
Let's get this back up, fellas.
Looks like he's up I don't know if the bumps got him up high like that or if he was trying to avoid the bumps in 1 and 2, but definitely got up into the gray area where there's not a lot of grip. Dirty, sandy, and he just lost it.
Yeah, and Darrell, he had not completed a lap. He had just come across the start-finish line to start a full lap.
Let's think about this. What was the last thing on track? Nationwide qualifying, where everybody pretty much runs one groove. And Jimmy did look like he was a little high up on the racetrack, and that may have caught him.
Yep.
We're in the fence, guys.
Now, he qualified 6th by going to that backup car. He'll have to start at the rear of the field. You talked about Kyle Busch, set on the outside of the front row right near the end of that first practice. He gets in the wall off turn 4.
Driver crew chief combinations.
Trouble. There we go. That's Mark Martin in the 5.
Oh, man.
Jamie McMurray the 1.
Hamlin in the 11.
And it almost seems like this happens a lot in Budweiser shootout practice.
There's 2.5 junk race cars.
These cars are just really moving around a lot on the racetrack. Boy, that thing is killed.
All right, watch on the right side of your screen. Watch Mark Martin in the 5.
I think Hamlin must. Yeah, here comes Hamlin. Oh, he just gets into the right rear of Mark and turns Mark around and sets off a chain reaction wreck there with a lot of race cars.
Yeah, Biffle involved, goes to the infield.
29.
Yeah, Clint Boyer in that 29 was
29
involved.
got hit.
I think several cars got some type of damage.
Exactly. I think everybody's out of their car down there. Looks like everybody's okay.
Looks like Brian Vickers got the tail end of it. Now you're watching from the 5, Mark Martin's car. There's the bump.
Yeah.
And it's on from there. All right, let's have a look at it from turn 1.
You see Mark's kind of in the middle there, and Mark starts to move over just a little bit. And quite honestly, the 11 car just, it wasn't even that Mark crowded him. He just got into the back of him.
And the 11 had his teammate Joey Logano, the 20, actually pushing him.
Exactly. Well, that's what drove the 11 into Mark, was that the 20 was laid into him.
Well, and Logano had Matt Kenseth pushing him.
Yeah, that's what happens. You get these chain reaction deals. You see that outside line. Everybody's coming. And, wow. Boy, McMurray, Mark, the 11. I believe the 83 may have gotten through there, Vickers, without hitting anything.
Now, you know,
There's 9 innings worth of hits there.
Got a feeling there's going to be some guys not happy with some guys.
Tightly drafting Denny Hamlin when this broke out.
He was a lucky man.
Oh, Chase Elliott,
24 car.
That's going to definitely be a backup car.
You know what I'm seeing here, Jeff? It looks like when they go to qualifying trim and they try to pick it up a little bit, maybe we're just not quite there yet with the track.
Well, yeah, I'm really curious to know what kind of tires Chase Elliott had on that car. Were they stickers? Were they up to temperature?
He had just started his lap. He was half a lap into a run, Jeff, according to our scoring monitor.
Just a little high. You see him off
gets
turn.
high.
Get a little high right there. Gets
Very
that outside
similar,
wall.
very similar to what happened with Eric Jones. He gets out wide. Boy, heavy contact to that inside wall with the nose.
Yep.
He tries to save it, but makes contact with the right side, and then it comes around on him.
I think we got 10, 11 minutes here to go in practice. I think everybody's trying to get into qualifying trim, get a qualifying run in, and some of the cars are just not, they don't have the grip they need.
He was more than a car width up and out of the groove there.
And I think what's happening, the track has a lot of grip in it if you're in that groove, but there's very little room for error.
Yeah.
As Jeff pointed out, it's going to be very important here. So, oh my goodness, we have a
big hit here.
wreck right
Ryan
here.
Sieg in the 39's involved, as is Kaz Grala in the 26. But heavy contact there.
Wow.
So the red flag coming out on this practice session. That'll send everybody on to pit road.
Really good. What happened? Oh, Sieg just, my good. I don't know if he's lost brakes.
It has to be a mechanical issue. There's no way Sieg is in the corner like that without some sort of issue, is it? I mean, he was in trouble way before he got to the corner, and Kaz Grala's got to be like, what just happened?
Yeah, I mean, there's something, Ryan Sieg is an accomplished race car driver, and there's no way his car would be that.
Couldn't do it. And live, we have trouble with Danica Patrick.
Correct our car, guys.
Who hit me?
That car's junk.
Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely be unloading the backup car for Danica Patrick. There's the 46 car of Michael Annett as well.
This happens going down the back straightaway. It'll be head on in this view.
I'm not sure. We'll watch right here again. See her back there, and here comes Denny. I think Denny dove out from behind her. She didn't realize he had moved out from behind her. She started to go left, and he was there.
Annett tries to go high, and I believe he had a push from behind. And got tangled up in it.
That
was Kenseth.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know how he missed that.
And Kyle Larson in 42 just as well. You know, the thing about Danica Patrick, Michael Annett, and Jeb Burton, as far as headed into the duels tomorrow, by no means are those three drivers safe on speed or on.
If they go out there and stay out there, that means they don't need an adjustment. Oh, no. Somebody's going to need an adjustment.
Anthony Alfredo in the 78. Boy, he got it good.
That's going to bring out the red flag, too.
It's a tough place to go off. That's over just off of turn one, and you certainly you don't want to have to roll a backup car out. And by the appearance of that one, I would say that that's very likely what's going to happen for those guys.
Yeah, that's a mess. And
just went straight on him when he
got throttle into turn one. Throttle's hung, I think. He's still gunning it. Is that what happened?
Take a ride, a lap here with Joey Coulter.
Lifted mud, or are you wide open? And inside.
We were
riding along with him when he blew a right rear tire.
Impacted in the fence over here.
You heard that tire start to flop?
That was the tread coming off of it. It probably just had a slow leak fill, and eventually enough air went out to where the tread started coming off, and around it went.
Yeah, I'm good. I just backed into the fence hard, freaking right rear tire just popped right in the middle on me.
We heard it. We can back you up, Joey.
Yeah, the second we started riding along with you, you could hear that tire go away.
And you could see the truck wander up the track and eventually into the wall.
And a backup will have to come out for Joey Coulter.
Such a good-looking body on that truck.
Well, it was.
Used to be.
Yeah. Just nothing he could do. He's just along for the ride when he loses that right rear tire.
At approximately 80 miles an hour,
I'd say in
the corner.
185 to 90, I would think.
And you know when you start feeling something go wrong and then you start to hear the tire flopping, that's just a helpless feeling. There's nothing in the world Joey Coulter could do when that happens. And that could be a result of what we saw down in the garage area. Let's ride along and listen to this tire go away. And I want to tell you, Joey Coulter did everything perfect. He didn't hop out of the gas. That would have turned the truck around immediately. He tried just to ride it out, and it just wasn't happening. But, Rick, we saw trucks down in the garage area with tires being rubbed because of the back of the trucks being down so low. A lot of work going on Matt Crafton's truck.
The reigning Sprint Cup champion. First driver in 6 years not named Johnson.
Whoa, there he goes.
Oh, boy.
There we go.
5 cars are in it.
Maybe more. Not
heavy damage to both Penske cars, to Tony Stewart.
What did Tony say this morning? He wasn't going to push Ryan.
That's right. Because every time he does, bad things happen.
Problem.
Yeah, both of the Penske drivers, there you see Brad Keselowski in the 2. We just saw A.J. Allmendinger, the 22. Both of those drivers were involved, and there's our current champion, Tony Stewart.
Also damaged there's Martin Truex backing up to the.
He starts to go by and then he thinks better of it. But as you can see, once he goes to the right side of that 51 car, Kurt Busch's car, it just pushes it around.
Yeah,
they
Kurt
were
Busch
trying
had to move up.
Yeah, they were trying to get up and around Truex, but goodness.
In the minute Kurt Busch moved up, that put Tony pushing him on that left rear quarter panel.
Yep.
Thanks to DirecTV for the aerial views. Now they're fine right here.
You just get to moving around a little bit too much right here. You see he's kind of going back and forth. He was going into the left, and then he moved over to the right. And when you get right there, there he goes. Bam.
Well, Kyle Busch, 18, got a ton of damage.
Pretty big hit.
What's Jeff Gordon slip to here?
I think Keselowski got the worst of it because he's going to come down and then come back up into Allmendinger.
The 2 Joe Gibbs drivers, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, they just stopped.
Steve Burns.
Looking incidents of the entire test session for all 3 series on the backstretch, Eric Almirola from Joe Gibbs Racing makes some contact coming down the track and ends up on his roof. Fortunately, only the car was damaged. It was a very scary looking tumble, mostly because he was upside down for quite a while, but the safety crews of the track got the car back on its wheels and got Almirola out, but a tough way to get accustomed to Daytona.
Draft with Sam, he did a great job. A couple times the car got loose. He saved it really well. This was not as good.
Yeah, scary little ride for Eric Almirola in the 18. At this point, apparently, he was still on the radio and still in communication with his crew.
Yeah, wondering how thick the roll cage is, I'm sure. But you never know. I mean, it's testing. The car's upside down. I don't know.
Snaps. I mean, just turn that car around.
And Ryan Blaney will be there.
Chase Elliott
goes around.
Oh, heavy contact.
That's not going to be fixable.
Nope.
I think it was the left rear, right on entry.
Oh, boy.
That is what happens if you can't. The worst case scenario, you see that left rear tire down, spun around, much like we heard with Kevin Harvick. Yep. This is the other way that happens.
Well, let's take a look here.
Yeah.
Looks like it's already down. Yeah, it's already starting to roll out of the.
That was the 15th lap of the run, Larry Mack. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I kind of question what Clint was talking about a while ago, you know, what these guys are doing with that left rear air pressure. Goodyear says do not go below 22 PSI, so you just kind of wonder what they're doing with it.
Yeah. Well, if indeed that's what it is, what they're doing is letting the air out of it. You need longevity speed.
On the last lap, will they make it back?
Wayne will pass the fast when he's got the 29 pushing him here.
4 deep behind Stewart and Kenseth. Yeah, Kevin Harvick's got some real help coming towards the front here. Michael Waltrip in the 55 into the picture, pushed by Casey Mears. Kenseth with Harvick behind him. Oh, there's contact. Stewart into the middle of the pack and over.
Fortune's out.
And a huge wreck to end this race. Matt Kenseth is going to get to the finish line first. Is everybody okay? And one of the championship drivers got through. Which ones didn't? NASCAR will check the video to see who was out in front at the moment of caution. They have just called confirmation that Matt Kenseth is the winner of this race. So many cars involved in the accident. Tony 5, Mears in the 13, Stewart in the 14.
You can see Tony just a little bit late in making that move to get back down. Harvick and Kenseth on the outside had a run, so they were literally going to go by him on both sides.
Watch the two. The championship leader somehow avoided getting really torn up in that.
See, it looked like Martin Truex was going to get through there. Bobby Labonte caught him right at the end.
They waited all day to do it, but it was big when it happened.
Yes, sir. See Michael Waltrip just barely catching the left rear quarter panel of Kevin Harvick. Get him involved. Stewart's car upside down on top of Casey Kane's number 5.
Down here, Greg Biffle, Kyle Busch, both of them kind of describing amongst the laugh and probably a big sigh as well. How long they got for
incredible.
Greg Biffle, 5th place right now. What did you see out there coming to the checkered flag?
They're coming to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and you know as a driver, Tony Stewart's leading this race. He's got no help. He tries to make a move that's going to get him some push and help. And you know as a driver, if you make that move, there's a chance that somebody's not going to lift on the last lap, and this is a situation that could happen. It's a product of this type of racing, and every driver knew that's the situation that you could find yourself in.
Just got to go straight as all I did. And once I was clear of all the stuff, you know, I kept going.
From Clint Boyer's seat.
Dig hard. Coming to the checker. Dig hard. Dig hard. Dig hard. 4 wide, you're on the bottom. Come. Get it right if you can get it. Get it right if you can get it. Get to the checker. If you get it started, get it started. I see it.
Casey Kane. About to have an unexpected passenger. Oh, trouble in the grass. Caution out, David Gilliland in trouble off turn 4.
Bumper, Eric Almirola there loosened him up just enough. Oh, Sam Hornish just slips by. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know that that was all aero. That could have been a little bit mechanical, too. Looks like he may have made some contact. I'm sure the 43 didn't get into him just a little bit.
I don't know how he didn't hit him right from this point in time. Watch the move Sam Hornish in this 22 makes.
The wheels have turned to the right. Now he's got to turn to the left.
Sam said, uh-oh, I got to do something quick.
Yeah, you're thinking about this point as a driver. This isn't going to turn out too good. You're expecting to get hit in the right rear, which...
A strange and terrible wreck as Mark Martin was caught up in an accident in front of him off turn 4, spun down pit road and caught the butt end of the opening of pit wall. You see Mark climbing from the car there, fortunately, because look where that car hit that wall, just behind the driver's compartment.
I don't know if that got the oil tank there. More than likely, that's probably exactly situated right behind the driver's seat there, just in front of the rear tire.
Yeah, you can see oil up inside the glass, the rear window.
4. Yeah, and Mark had caught these cars. You can see Bobby Labonte looks like just loses it, gets loose with that car right up behind him there. But Mark had been there for a while, and you can see Mark spinning now. Not much you can do except hold on and lock the brakes as a driver at this point in time.
And right there,
Yeah, I was lucky the crew members weren't injured there as well. I'm telling you, that was just a crazy accident.
Mark's trying to keep it off the wall right here and keep it a little damaged as he possibly can, but just can't get it back out. Wow, you can see all the oil go out from under
instantly it ruptured that oil tank. That could have been a big problem if it had caught fire immediately. Man. Safety crews were right on the spot, though.
And Martin had caught this 47 and 42 and been behind them for about 10 laps, but couldn't get around them because the 47 and 42 had a little fresher tires, but you can see the fire underneath, but the fire crew was right there on top of things.
You see the end of that wall just penetrated the frame, and everything got to that oil tank immediately.
And you see the tire getting knocked in and some of the equipment into Casey Kane's pit stall. Crew members jumping around.
Is it kind of ironic that we're talking about the 47 in an accident and all comes up too after last weekend?
Marcus Ambrose, Jeff Burton, all in the mix there. Let me mention, we saw Casey Kane spin in the accident. He did make a couple of pit stops. They do have trouble there. Ambrose nips Regan Smith, who goes for a spin.
Hold it. No more coming now, no more coming.
Third caution is out. Has the race
thing sends you up into that car, and it looked like Mark Ambrose was chasing his car up there and unfortunately got into Regan Smith.
Yeah, we saw Ambrose chasing his car early in the race like it was loose on tires that didn't have many laps on them, and that might be the same thing that happened here.
Slap the wall.
I believe that was contact from Montoya. I mean,
and the guy that's running right behind him there probably has a third story, right?
Well, the problem right here, the groove's really narrow getting in the corner. You don't have a lot of room to arc it in, so the groove's very narrow. See, this is after the first impact. Can't hardly steer it now.
And their biggest problem, is once they get up there.
Told you can't count on anything here, Al.
Wow.
Got out of the groove.
That just took off on him. It almost looked like something. Air was down on that car. I believe it either knocked something off the car. Yeah, there it is.
A pit road a while ago might have slid the tires just a little bit, and that got that left front. And then
Darrell, it's almost like Brad Keselowski in that 2 car was right there at that left rear quarter panel. It's kind of pushed
against the wall, and now he goes to the inside. Looks like a little more right from.
Not the way that little 21-year-old wanted to start this 2014 season. Great news, though, for Greg Biffle. We just had spoken.
For his scheduled stop going out of the pits, just right there at the apron, at the exit of pit road. It's still damp. Play of what Larry was talking about entering pit road.
The 7 Arnett is going so fast. There's no way he could really get it checked up. And Casey Kane had to take he had to gas it right there to keep Arnett from getting in the side of him.
I would have.
Is going to crash big.
Crash out of turn number 4. A multi-car pileup. Eric Almirola, his car all torn up. That is Michael Waltrip, who will not win his 3rd Daytona 500. David Gilliland's car is crashed. Almirola's gone straight to the garage with his number 43. Gilliland stuck in the mud, and Danica Patrick.
And Mike, Danica, she pounded that outside wall head on first. It happened because he just abruptly, the 33 abruptly turned to the right and went up the hill. We got our pole sitter involved. Danica.
Austin Dillon, Danica Patrick, Michael Waltrip among those involved. There's Waltrip coming off the outside wall. He collects Justin Allgaier in the 51.
Paul Menard at 27, been fast all night.
Paul just can't catch a break down here this week.
David Gilliland into the mud, and Ryan Newman taking evasive action. Here's the ham cam on Almirola's car.
Say aye.
With Danica Patrick.
The longest line. Just that 9 outside you. That's all you got out there. Stay to the bottom. Check up, check up, check. Good job, good job. Back it down, nice and smooth.
Oh my. What an impact. That was, oh.
Very hard hit with a safer barrier for last year's pole sitter. Now here comes Danica. Watch that green car shoot across the track.
Are you all right, D?
Oh, man.
Okay?
God, what the hell happened?
Oh, yeah, took a pretty hard shot right there to the right front there.
Trick. Eric Almirola. Thanks, Krista. Dale Earnhardt.
Whoa, here we go.
Big crash again, turn 4. It's Calamity Corner. There's rookie Reed Sorensen sliding down off the banking. Big damage to the Ford of Marcus Ambrose, number 9. And caution waves with 38 laps to go.
He chases it up the hill. 42 was maybe inching down a little bit. Kyle Larson in the 42, and they came together, and that's what caused that wreck.
Just nowhere from Mike Lynette in the 7, Casey Kane in the 5. It's nowhere for him to go.
I think there was something going on with that 3 car, because off of 2 down there, it got sideways. He goes into 3, it starts to get sideways. He washes up into Kyle Larson in the 42, and then from there on, it was on. I think Kyle Larson.
That team had a top 10 finish here a year ago.
Trouble, Trevor Bayne's around. Big crash for Bayne. Past winner of the 500, and with 17 to go.
Dude, just hold the brake. Hold the brake.
We're under caution for the 5th time.
And got into the left front fender, and
here's what ends up happening 1 lap later.
Let's see if we can see anything happen to that left front tire. No, the car just gets loose. Car does a little wiggle right there. It gets loose. He tries to catch it, and he can't do it. It turns and goes right into the outside wall.
Daryl, he was on the inside of Kurt Busch in that 41 car.
Hey, they're trying to, got another car.
Up goes Ryan Newman. Justin Allgaier, Brian Scott, Terry Labonte.
Gone.
Cole Witt.
Right at the back of the field. Whoa, it looks like the 3 car of Austin Dillon got into the back of the 31, gave him a shove, and it got him loose.
And I think Ryan Newman in the 31, Darrell, was checking up for something in front of him.
Plus, it just as he was about to turn off in the corner as well.
He got a little bump. To 3rd place.
White flag with Stenhouse up in position to challenge in that blue Ford.
You know what, Larry? I believe that tape's going to stay on there, and that baby's going to come home a winner.
Denny Hamlin has not lost a race this week. He's number 11. Keselowski, the 2012 champ, battling back to the top. And Dale Earnhardt Jr., the Pied Piper of Daytona, trying to hold them all at bay.
And Kyle Busch was trying to make a 3rd line at the top of the racetrack.
Boy, here they come. Now, this is where it gets interesting. We've seen a lot of passes off turn 4 to the start-finish line, but that 88 is pulling away.
Less than a mile to go.
Oh, we got a wreck.
3rd generation star, Dale Earnhardt Jr. brings him to the flag. Checkered flag waving. It's over. It's Earnhardt.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Junebug. Woo.
Reed Sorensen's race ends up in a crash. Harvick into the wall past the end of pit road, and Carl Edwards 99 all torn up. Here comes Kyle Busch, the start-finish line.
Jr. at the back of the single file line. He's got Brendan Gaughan just in front of him. Moving that second line. Blake Cook, and around goes the 85. So Bobby Gerhart spins, brings the caution out. Gerhart coming into the tri-oval area and the grass. Success in the Xfinity Series as well. You see him behind the pack getting sideways.
It almost seemed like a one-car incident. It's hard to really understand exactly what happened there.
That was coming out of turn number 4. Take another look. There his Bobby Gerhart.
It is not a single car incident. There's the car behind him obviously got in the left for the quarter panel and got him spun around. Nice job of locking it down. Just kept the wheel straight, locked it down. That's the best thing to do. Sometimes you try too hard, you get yourself wrecked worse. He did a really good job of just accepting the situation, getting all 4 wheels locked, just getting the car slowed down.
And Kyle Busch mentioned the fact that he'd love there to be no grass around a racetrack. Well, he was able to save that, lock it down, and just kind of glided into the grass here because of that pavement as they came out of turn 4.
Watch the splitter dig in. You know, the wet grass, when the front end sets down, you got all the weight of the car, and it just grabs the grass. And you know, the faster you go through it, the harder it can grab it. We've seen a lot of damage to cars done. This incident, he was going pretty quickly, but you still saw him dug up all that grass.
So the first caution comes out on lap number 2 here at Daytona. Out in front of the field, it was Brian's position when he got into the grass as well. Looks like he might have had some help.
When we talk about the grass, you see a perfect example of how the grass there on the entrance to turn 3, kind of the car started bouncing, the splitter got down into it. You see here he gets kind of spit out of the pack. Luckily, the splitter stays on it. Right there where it digs in, there's an opportunity to really do some damage to the front of that car.
And one advantage he had also, brakes. Now you got a guy behind you that's hitting you. If that's going on in the middle of the corner, a lot of times.
Oh, into the wall, we've got another one. Sparks are flying, and the caution comes out once again.
He just turned right to try to go on the outside line, and there was a 33 car, and you know, he didn't know he was there. Just turned right, turned himself in.
Into the wall, and that brings the caution out once again. Back of that pack. Let's take a look at what happened with Cale Conley.
Well, difficult to know what happened there. Obviously, he was, you know, only car in the shot. Don't know if he had a tire problem or something.
And around goes the pack in the middle. Darrell Wallace Jr. gets caught up. The big one happens just as they go through the tri-oval. Back up into the wall hard, Brendan Poole. Eric Almirola caught up in this in the 98. The caution comes out.
Pointing here, guys.
Causing the 16 to turn left. It hits the 62, which picks up the 6. And then as they come back up the racetrack, there's nowhere for these guys to go. You see the damage, the cars all over the racetrack has forced NASCAR to put the red flag out, stop the field here on the front stretch while they do cleanup. You see the 6 spins to the inside. The 60 has nowhere to go. Really, and look, as the 52 and the 6 spin to the left, this is that new pavement area down into turn 1 that Daytona has added for this race right here. And then the 42, this is still a big, heavy impact. He comes back across the track, up the banking, and you see that soft wall, the give of that soft wall. That is a heavy impact, but I assure you that Brendan was trying to drive it.
The left, whatever lines build momentum, he's got to slow it down by trying to get in front of him.
And now up against the wall. He gets into the wall. Brian Scott trying to block into the wall, and he goes. The caution comes out again. Brian Scott doing what you said, trying to slow the momentum down, did it too late, got hooked up, and into the wall he went.
Now, Brian Scott, this is his responsibility. We know that's how this racing is. We know you have to block if you're going to try to win, but you got to do it at the right time. He just made a mistake. It was an aggressive move in an effort to win the race. Obviously, his mistake. Had he pulled it off and done it a little bit earlier, he did the right thing. He just didn't move quick enough.
So many cars involved. I mean, once they start spinning, there's nowhere to go. You try to get on the brakes, you try to get on the gas. Casey Kane, he somehow avoids another one, Rick.
Austin Dillon, Casey Kane, both come through. White flag in the air, Austin Dillon, your leader. His his best finish at Daytona, a 4th, looking for his first win at this famed track.
Still all single file, top 4, all single file. Half back to the 9.
Can the 9 get a push right here from the 1 to propel him by the 33? The 1's trying all he can. 9's closing the gap just a little bit.
Andy Houston, the spotter, telling him all about the traffic behind him. Austin Dillon trying to stay in front. He's off that yellow line, staying in front of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Elliott with a final run, trying to get by as they come into the tri-oval. And around goes the 18 of Suarez behind him. Austin Dillon will hold on. He's winning Daytona.
Huge crash here at Watkins Glen. Heavy contact. Jeff Gordon involved. Jeff Burton is there. Heavy hit by the 77 car of Sam Hornish. He is out of his car. Jeff Gordon is yet to come out now. He is climbing out of the car.
I'd say we're done for the day.
It's a very fast part of the racetrack. As you come out of turn 9, you're wide open. Anything happens, there is room to avoid it, but obviously these guys were in a position not to do that. And Sam Hornish's car taking a huge lead. All of these guys are out of the cars. That's a good thing. See, we saw Jeff Burton on the other side of the guardrail.
Let's show you what happened here a moment ago on lap 61.
Here's Sam Hornish racing with Casey Kane as they come out of the corner.
Oh, looks like Casey got loose and tried to correct it. Got into Sam, and goodness gracious, what
just
a lick.
as we saw the other day. Wow, huge lick by Jeff Gordon. It's good to see him get out of his car.
And Sam Hornish. Both of those cars hit extremely hard on that second impact.
Gordon head on into the Armco barrier.
We saw this happen with Jason Leffler's car the other day, get thrown back, and Jeff Gordon wide open, nowhere to go.
It's good to see those guys get out of the car.
Joey Logano just missing the inside of the 77 car when he came by.
Right along with Jeff Gordon here. Be ready, folks. This is hard. Ooh. Man, just no time to do anything.
And there's no safer barrier there. That's just an Armco barrier, steel barrier. Fortunately, Jeff able to get the helmet off and walk away. Hard lick here.
Yeah, tough day for Jeff.
Here are the drivers now involved in the crash. Jeff Gordon, Sam Hornish, Jeff Burton, the 3 primary ones. Andy Lally got some damage. Casey Kane was slid off the track and initiated that when the car got loose. And Joey Logano got some sheet metal damage trying to get by the inside of Sam Hornish. Now let's update the pit stop strategy here. We were talking about Marcus Ambrose and when he might have come in, but he actually did come down pit road on lap 55.
Yeah, he snuck in there. Dale Knight missed it. He came in under green, made his stop with 55 to go, which is exactly what he needed to do. And he only took on fuel. That's why he was in and out really quick. He's put himself now in the top 5 and not having to make another pit stop. So he is in a great position now to get a good finish. The only car that's on the track that has to make another stop is Scott Speed. He's going to be shown as the leader, but he'll have to make one more stop.
Yeah, and I apologize to those guys for questioning their strategy. They're on top of it. Got lost in the race there for a minute, so they've got a chance to win this race today.
We are under caution for the 4th time a day here at the Hell of a Good at the Glen. A heavy crash out of turn 9. Back in a moment.
Trouble behind him. That's Kurt Busch spinning down the back straightaway. First caution of the day.
There you go. Something is wrong. Car is beyond loose. It's like a right front flat.
Groove or not, you couldn't tell from that. Yeah, he's way up.
Where did he
right
get
there.
the damage on the front? He must have got it to somebody there.
Right there, I think. Yep.
Yeah, he had to. But you see how high he was. He was pretty high right there compared to where these other guys that had started the race.
Kurt Busch 3rd yesterday here in nationwide competition, and there's a good look, Wally.
Trying to see who he gets into right there. I can't make it out.
Little bit of a brush. It's like the David Gilliland machine that got him in the right side.
Oh, he's wrecking right in front of you, right in front. You just slow it down, slow it down, slow it down, keep it straight.
Right rear of the 22. I don't.
That obviously got in the wall or something, but
I don't know if it's a crush panel or something out of that race car that's
Montoya has inherited the race lead, and we have a caution, 6th of the day, and once again it's Kurt Busch down the back straightaway. And as of now, it's Montoya on point at Michigan. When the green goes in the air, we complete lap 125. Montoya giving a little shove there to Junior, who goes around Gordon on the outside. Boyer getting aggressive in the outside lane. Oh, there's Joey Logano around. Hard into the wall in the back straightaway. Casey Kane, David Gilliland among those that got damage.
wow. Hard to tell where that started at. You just saw the 20 car come back across the racetrack the wrong way.
yeah, you don't know if he got tagged or not, but wow.
Joey Logano, the orange car.
Comes up off the corner.
He just turned down to avoid the 38 car, and when he did, it just got loose on him.
It got loose, and then he overcorrected right around 38. I mean,
yeah, that was
like he was going
to the 38 car.
Like he was going to slap the 38 with his right rear, and then drove right around the front of the 38.
Gilliland got way up in the racetrack, and he just Logano just went down to avoid him. And cold tires, you know, new tires.
It's like Joey spins himself trying to keep from hitting somebody.
Yeah.
2 of the last 3 drivers to win in Sprint Cup competition involved in this accident. Logano last week at Pocono, a few weeks ago. Casey Kane in the Coke 600.
And that 38 obviously pushed up the racetrack, just like Wally said. As he was on the high side, he really let off because those cars were really streaming by him on the inside there.
On board here with Ryan Newman.
Bottom of 3, tight. 2 wide outside, tight. Slow car up top. Go low, go low, go low. The wrecking over there. Stay with it, stay with it. Inside, 1 back, clear.
You see the 38 get a little loose, slip up the racetrack. He's sideways right there. Joey tries to avoid him, thinking he might come back.
At the worst part to do that, because you got so much steering wheel already turned into it.
Joey Logano tried to drive his car away to no avail. He did climb from his machine, go to the ambulance. He'll make the ride to the infield care center.
These cars are really slipping and sliding.
Oh, here we go.
See Montoya up
and there goes Denny Hamlin down on the apron into the grass. Big damage for the 11. Caution is out for the 8th time today.
And I was just getting ready to say, these cars are really slipping and sliding on new tires. They go down in the corner and go straight up the racetrack. It just looks like a slide job.
Yes. On top of it.
It's incredible.
Last 2 races here in June, and that thing's on fire.
Yeah, he's going to probably want to get out of that pretty quick.
I'd say real quick. There's a great outside Newman to the inside.
They just ran out of room down there, yeah. Just look, did he get tagged by the 39?
I don't think he got tagged. Look at the 39. I don't know. Look at the 56. Watch in front of this accident. The 56 all of a sudden goes up the racetrack. I don't know that it's almost like he was like the 22. You see right here, he's down on the inside. Or
I think the 39 may
39's right there.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, the 39 was loose, and he corrected and
I think he got into the 56. You see the 56 wobble and get into the car in front of him. You see that one puff of smoke. That might have been the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
Probably lucky we didn't have more guys involved in that accident.
That was like they're 4 wide and all 4 cars touch. That's what it almost looks like. You see it.
This will be a good shot right here. See 11 right there to the right.
Bottom of 4.
Yeah, right there, you got him.
Back to 2 now. 1 bumper tight, clear high, clear high. Come on.
He's
still
okay.
Green. Come on, still green. Come on.
But a scary ride for Denny Hamlin, Matt.
And
2 more miles to victory for Dale Earnhardt Jr. as the crowd stands and cheers here at Michigan.
Oh my God! I wish people at home could be here to see these people in the grandstands and to hear them. We're up here in the TV booth, and you can hear these people.
Jr. down the back straightaway and into turn 3 for the final time. There is going to be a party in Junior Nation tonight.
3-5 win is one. Hell yeah.
The streak is over. Dale Earnhardt Jr. back to victory lane at Michigan.
Thanks. I don't want to say. Yeah, I double-checked it wasn't the 500. We really won it. All right. Hey, good job, man. I know you guys have been waiting on that one. I know I have.
See that monkey fly off his back when he took the checkered flag?
You know, but I think his voice said it all when he said, I really don't know what to say. After all that time, listen to the crowd. After all that time, he expected it. And I think that said it all.
He hadn't been able to celebrate in a while. He's going to make this one last. Burn it down, Dale Jr. After 143 races without a win, he's making the donuts on the front straightaway. Got it done last week at Pocono. Today it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Let's go to victory lane.
Bubba Wallace slams the wall.
Turn 4. Fortunately, he has not hit anything.
You know what happened there? He just all of a sudden decided to come to pit road, and Carl Edwards was right. Here comes Carl in the yellow car. Joey comes off turn 4 here, and he just decides to slow down. And I don't think he got his hand out the window or anything. It looked like Carl had no idea he was slowing down, but wow, missed that wall.
Stayed on the gas.
That's 2 for 2, and both of them he got in the back of. Well, Gibbs cars got to 18 the first time, and now Logano, but he definitely lifted right in front of Carl.
Certainly did. I don't know if he was getting it. I'm not sure he was getting his hand up or not. Maybe we can tell from if we got an in-car.
On board with Joey.
Whoa, we do. You can tell he was in the throttle pretty far off the corner before he started to slow down, so I just don't think Carl had any idea. Normally, you would drop down going into the third turn and slow down and give a guy behind you a little hand signal.
And Darrell, I think actually the first view we saw showed it more dramatically how much he slowed down. Watch here.
Right here, he just all of a sudden.
He's way up the racetrack.
I believe what happened is he kind of hit those bumps, Jeff, and the car kind of jumped up in the racetrack with him.
But look at Carl, too. He sees him starting to slow down, and I think he starts to get on the brakes, and his car almost gets sideways.
Watch his 20 car. Up the hill he went right there. Probably on the brakes trying to slow down, and Carl just didn't have any idea that he was going to go to the pits at that point.
And he really didn't have any place to go. He couldn't swerve up. There was a car coming to the inside of him, and he couldn't cut it to the bottom of the racetrack either.
We're just coming off the corner there, and I'm trucking along here trying to keep mine on the bottom, and Joey was going to come to pit road, and he just it looked like he just got off the line a little bit farther than he meant to, and there's a lot of Office Depot in the windshield, or Home Depot there.
Well, you can see that's where it starts there with he in the 16 car. Leffler hits hard, then back out, gets the 99 car involved. Then nowhere to go for a lot of cars here.
Yeah.
This is where it gets big.
Didn't see Trevor Bayne in this mess. Look at Nelson Piquet. And we do have a red flag situation now. Another look.
I'm sorry, Jason Leffler there got himself out there, and you just can't expect to come back on the racetrack. There's other cars there that have no idea that you're still up to speed, and that's just a mistake on his part trying to get himself back in line there.
On board with Justin Allgaier. Let's listen in.
Inside. Still there. Still there. One inside. Inside. There you go. I believe we just killed it here.
I think you nailed it on the head.
See, what we had here is Leffler got out there, and the 16 car, who was clear down there, he was coming back out and getting himself ready. He had no idea that Leffler was going to be coming back. Just a lot of people trying to go for the same spot.
Watch him up here, watch him up here. Caution, now you're on. Get it, Joey. I see you rolling through it.
What's has a hard hit.
Give Joe Nemechek a tip of the hat. He got through that mess. And watch Harvick.
High, 390 left track, or right front. To back.
Wow. What a job Harvick did. That was 2 cars that came in after Harvick was there, and he stopped and...
It was like a big Lego pile that fell down, and we didn't get touched.
That's a great way to describe it. So our red flag situation is that they're having a hard time getting these cars. And then here's the aftermath. Kevin backs up and says, okay, guys.
Get into it.
He's still looking for a way around this now.
I stopped and 3 cars drove by me and wound up on top of the crash.
That's exactly right.
That's good play-by-play, Kevin. Thank you. Boy, you got...
Is that leaving the scene of the wreck? Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah. Oh. All right, well, another tough break for both Roush machines. Can you believe that in one crash, both of them are involved again? Stay with us.
Oh, we got a spin right here on the back straight. Here comes Tony around.
Tony Stewart goes around. 35 minutes into this practice.
Tell you what, there's a lot of damage to the front end of that car. You can see the left front fender, the entire splitter destroyed. And he never made contact. You can see all the ductwork right there that's tore up. See what happened. Just got loose on him, Larry. Sitting there watching as Steve was reading that promo. Coming off turn 2. Coming around. And he's third quickest. He's run a total of 11 laps. Ooh. And that right there is what did all the damage. You can see part of the splitter just completely came off.
It's been a good racetrack for Tony Stewart, too. He's got a win here.
And Larry, I hate to say it, but I mean, I think grass makes a racetrack look real pretty, but it sure would have helped Tony Stewart out if that part right there had been asphalt instead of what it is. You can see clearly when he had that little crossover. When he made that transition from grass to asphalt. It just, and I've seen that get guys upside down. You've been a part of that, I think, before here. 1992. Davey Allison. He had picked the throttle back up, and right there.
Just broke traction.
Yep, I mean, he was well in the throttle coming off.
In the middle now, just waiting for whichever line. Huge push. And around goes the 2. Too big of a push. He caught the 41. The big one. Logano's caught up in it. Oh, my God. Denny Hamlin. Austin Dillon has damage. Daniel Suarez trying to avoid. Ty Dillon sliding in. A wreck 22 of Joey Logano sitting on the apron. A wreck 2.
All the Penske cars right there. The one organization that everybody came here thinking they had the best shot to win. We're getting pretty aggressive here. And Ricky was pushing him and also turning down the racetrack, and that was enough to turn the 2-car around. It's just so much happening right there, and they were coming up on Williams so fast that I believe Brad was sort of throttling down a little bit because he was going to run to the back of the 24. Can you see the 24 blocking here? So Brad's probably throttling down a little bit. And, Stenhouse coming across the nose.
Yeah, so right here, the 17. Watch the 17 when he gets into the rear bumper. Right there, hits him in the right rear, and that's what sends him. We talked about that earlier. That's where you want to bump draft somebody. You want to bump them in the right rear. But when you do that, and the speed's wrong, and it's misaligned, and also he's turning left, then that literally just shoves the left rear bumper to the inside of the car, and it shoots the nose straight to the wall.
We've seen this generation of car. These guys, their bumpers don't line up all that great. We don't never see these guys lock bumpers like they used to, or like we see in the Xfinity Series. So anytime they make a push, they got to be careful. And that was incredibly. There's just so much happening there, as you see, running up on William Byron so fast.
Look who gets through. The 31 of Ryan Newman, the 18 of Kyle Busch. But after that, everyone fighting to find some type of a clear racetrack.
Quarter panel, he's going to side draft him right here in 3 and 4. Oh, my goodness.
Sideways the 18, hard into the wall. Around goes the 24 as well. Byron sliding all the way to the inside wall. Jamie McMurray caught up as well. Kyle Larson avoiding the 18. He went way down on the apron.
Guys, I'm afraid to say it, but I think Stenhouse was involved in this one as well.
I do too.
Take a look on the roof cam of the 17. So he gets into the quarter panel 18. 18's trying to get down there and side draft, and the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse is not following the 24, not following his line exactly. He's also trying to side draft. So Ricky's trying to side draft 18. 18's coming down to side draft to 24. Just a couple bad decisions there. Trying to, you got to be aggressive on the side draft, and that's what happens sometimes when there's 3 or 4 guys trying to do the same thing.
So what the 17's trying to do right there is he's trying to get as close to the left rear quarter panel of the 18 to slow him down, and he gets into him. He came up the racetrack so aggressively, I almost wonder if he got tight or something. Like,
maybe.
He can see that the 18 is right next to William Byron.
Groove. He could have lost the front in the dirty air of the 24. He could have lost the nose a little bit there. I think he was going up there to get a little side draft, but it's also creating a lot of turbulence for this draft of cars. And you can see,
a lot of sparks flying. The 42 goes around and collects the 17. Larson around and got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as he was going. The 48 also, we mentioned you can't make a mistake.
I saw sparks right there.
He's got
See?
a flat tire.
Yeah, he had a problem. It just spun all by itself. I saw sparks flying from the car. I didn't think
tire.
Yeah.
Right rear tire come apart.
I didn't think Ryan Newman made contact. It's just he has a problem right rear tire, and around he goes. Stenhouse, nothing he could do.
Decisions, though, guys. Decisions. Remember the 17. Would he have been at the back of that pack? Would he have even been in that position if they would have pitted earlier with the other leaders?
So this, the 6th car. Chris Buescher of Prosper, Texas, trying to go around. And of the 96, DJ Kennington. Can he straighten it out before he hits the inside wall? He does. They'll stay green if he stays going the right direction and can back up to speed. DJ Kennington around, bringing out the 7th caution as we go NASCAR nonstop.
Back to you. Drag that back on caution. There it is.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. around. The tire finally goes down.
Down in the grass, you're fine. Nothing else coming.
Tom Menard races down pit road because he wanted to avoid any of the problems. This is great for Jimmy Johnson.
Obviously, we talked about it. He's got the left rear tires going down. He knows it. Look at that shred that car apart. Look at all that crush panels falling flying out of that thing.
Winner of stage 1, winner of stage 2. We called him a gladiator earlier.
Look at him. Watch this. Look at him hands. Trying to hang on to this thing. Look at all the stuff flying around in the cockpit. He's looking around.
Got 4 or 5 coming at
trying
you.
to see which way is which.
See all those flames down below on the left side of him. That's all just the tire blowing apart. Taking out metal, aluminum, everything that's down there.
He's just going to shove the 4 a little bit farther forward.
I wonder if he didn't take it because his teammate, or the teammate to the 4 cars behind him.
Into the wall again. This time Eric Almirola caught up. The 00 of Joey Gase and the 34, who had a great run tonight, gets caught up in it, Michael McDowell.
Oh, Jimmy Johnson as well.
The 48 of Jimmy Johnson just got back on the lead lap. Not a lot of damage to the 48, though.
So here they are, 3 wide, 4 wide.
Yeah, the 4 wide just hooked him.
Yeah. Just not enough. This track is just not wide enough for 4 wide. At Talladega, you can make it work. It's a little bit wider, but this racetrack is just not as wide as Talladega.
Here's another look at it. 00 is already hooked. Turned down the corner. Joey Gase, he's just trying to gather it up. Nowhere for those guys to go.
Jimmy Johnson's like, I've seen this before.
That heavy impact with McDowell sandwiching Eric in the wall. Wow, what a hit. That shears that.
The wheel comes off, and then you see the 48 sliding down into the grass. The wheel actually comes back and hits the 10 and rolls over the top of it and then keeps going down the racetrack.
That hurts.
Look at this.
Yeah, see
the wheel comes back, runs over the top of the 10, and keeps going.
Those hurt when you're the outside car and the car's just driving.
The 78 of Martin Truex Jr. out front. Coming out of turn 4. Once they get the white flag, the next flag will call it the 14 around. Boyer into the wall. The caution comes out just before they get to the start-finish line.
Some big impacts.
Bain caught up, as is Bubba Wallace. Brendan Gaughan also in this. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson, Trevor Bain. A lot of damage to Jimmy Johnson's car. Ross Chastain.
There you see Clint Boyer and Bubba Wallace. Clint's on the inside. Bubba's got a little tire rub there, but he's shoving and he just turns, pushing so hard. And Clint was moving around on the front bumper. And it hooked him into the wall. That's just real aggressive bump drafting. Here's from the 43 root camp. And he just turned him sideways there, hooked him bad. That's just really aggressive pushing. Really aggressive bump drafting, which is what's going to happen at the end of these races.
Yeah, they got misaligned. When they got misaligned, here's Kevin Harvick.
I'll help you. Keep digging here. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming, keep coming.
And right there you see Bubba's pushing the 14, and the 14 moved to the left, and when he did, now he's pushing him on the extreme right rear of the bumper, and just like the wreck we saw earlier in the race, it just turns the car directly head on into the wall. And you know, when you're pushing somebody, how you are pushing them is so important. You have to have everybody has got to be lined up, and the most effective way is on that right rear, but if you get misaligned just a touch, boom, that's what happens. It just yanks it to the right. Trevor Bain with a big hit, too.
Yeah, remember, these cars going over 180 miles an hour. Hard impact into the wall.
Yeah, guys, you've mentioned this is how it starts. The 14 gets turned, big impact. But look at Jimmy Johnson come in. He's at the top of the screen. He hits the wall. Then he's into Clint Boyer, and he starts to turn left. He's going to basically come right at me. We talked about the pit box being in the center of the action. Well, this is another shot for the 48. And at this point, he's just along for the ride. But you see why NASCAR doesn't use these last 3 pit stalls anymore. This is basically pit stall 2. I'm 1 pit stall to his left.
Playoff points.
Trouble turn 1. Jimmy Johnson slams the outside retaining wall. May have had a brake or a tire failure going into turn 1. He cut down across the grass. Now another car, Jamie McMurray, is up into the wall. I'm going to say that was a brake failure on the Jimmy Johnson car. He came into turn 1 at the braking point. Right front tire exploded. He went down through the grass, head on into the wall. Debris all over the racetrack. May have cut a tire down on the Jamie McMurray machine. Right now the concern is for Jimmy Johnson. The window net is down. He is climbing out or beginning to climb out of the race car at the exit of turn 1 after an absolutely vicious shot into the safer barrier.
And Jamie McMurray's car is beginning to burst into flame. There's flame coming to the right side, and Jamie has pulled the car, nosed it into the safer barrier gently, and he is bailed out of that car as it slowly becomes engulfed in flames.
Well, our first caution flag of the afternoon at lap number. Here's the communications, the in-car radio communications between Jimmy and Chad.
All right, man, you sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Whew, I got away with one there.
The one car crashed behind us as well. I don't know if maybe there's something on the track.
No, when I hit the brakes, my pedal went to the floor.
There you go. Brake problem taking Jimmy Johnson out here at Pocono this afternoon. Caution here at Pocono Raceway. It's turned into the red flag because of all the cleanup that will have to be done, not only in turn 1 from Jimmy Johnson's crash, but down the Long Pond stretch, entering turn number 2 for the other crash involving the car of Jamie McMurray. Let's check in first with Dave Moody.
Jimmy Johnson has gotten out of the car. He's been attended to. The ambulance is on the scene, and he'll take the mandatory ride back to the infield care center. Cleanup effort is underway here in turn number 1.
Going to do yet in 2010.
Now, there's just a very few opportunities out there for next year that are not already secured, and he is one of the guys that's in the running for one of those. And you know, that's why this race is so important for all of these drivers. They want to do well and really leave a good impression on a potential owner for next year.
Boy, he had his hands full coming down. We saw him wiggling that steering wheel back and forth and going way up across the racetrack. And just clipped the wall a little bit with the right rear.
Great job, though.
195 on your first lap. Good save there.
This car's not very comfortable right here. Reed's trying to get the most out of it, but it just gets away from him. You always said, Andy, too, if you're up close to that wall, you won't hit it as hard, right?
That's right. He just barely gets a piece of it and does a really good job to save it from there.
Yeah, and so I wasn't saying that the car was bad or anything. It's a different challenge for these guys to find what is that balance between going fast and the comfort level that you can get in the car. And a lot of these guys have found, we see Jimmy Johnson drive his car literally sideways at a lot of places, and so it makes it difficult. But finding that edge and what's going to make your car go better is what you have to look for.
This is what happens when you go over the edge.
How appropriate it was always Richard Petty, who drove the 43, said the closer to the wall you are, the update on Montoya. Shannon?
Yeah, the update is happy with the car, as you can tell, guys. Pretty quiet over the radio, nothing to report. Wampa crash on the track.
Oh, heavy contact, cars crashing. There's Hornish. One car in flames. Heavy contact, the 43 involved, Blaney involved. David Gilliland is heavy. The whole front of that car sheared away. There's David Gilliland. The good news is the window net is down, and he is pulling the visor up. Look at the front of that car, completely destroyed. Michael Waldrop involved.
Boy, Dave Blaney's car is destroyed in the front also. Oh, it looks...
Bobby Labonte is hit hard, and he is
taking a big hit here.
Yeah, he's trying to get over to get to the wall. Bobby hit front and back. You see all the barrels that have been destroyed there where the Hornish car hit. Blaney's car, hard impact inside and out.
Don't know what started that, but boy, that was a huge wreck.
Look at David Gilliland's car, front and back, just destroyed. There's a 70 car, Max Pappas. And they obviously will red flag Joe Nemechek involved. Red flag this field because there is just nothing but just a field of debris.
See, Bobby Labonte's still hurting there. He's walking, but he's hurting. He's just wanting to get away from there. We talked about how fast they go into that next to the last corner, but they're full throttle coming out of the last corner. And when something happens, obviously it's very big.
Dave Blaney out of the car. You see him walking away there. The 12 car. Sam Hornish trying to get a push. He's trying to get his car pushed and restarted.
He just stalled here. I don't think he was part of this accident. I think his car just stalled again.
Yeah, Bobby Labonte getting into the back of the ambulance here. There's David Gilliland walking to run across the wall. Same car he had that great run with at Infineon. There's Max Pappas. Show you what happened here with 8 laps to go in turn 11.
Then Michael McDowell gets into the back of Gilliland, getting into the corner here. Oh my goodness. Just a hard lap.
Right across in front of Labonte, who backs that car into the guardrail. There comes the 77 of Hornish. He was involved. See, Ryan Newman just stopped in the 12 car.
That was a lot of really hard hits right there.
Gilliland, that's the 43 car that came down, and as Gilliland bounced off the wall. Watch from Clint Bowyer's onboard camera. Oh, he just gets by, but the car behind him.
Big wreck behind you. Big crash, bud. Back her down.
And look at the debris. Wow. Those garbage cans where Sam Hornish broadsided him with the side of his Dodge. Watch Robbie Gordon somehow pick his way through this mess.
Check her up.
Ryan Newman also no contact, but he stalled his car, and they've had a hard time keeping it running, so he can't get it started. See Max Pappas' car up against the guardrail.
Looked like that happened with Michael McDowell and David Gilliland kind of arguing over some spots there.
Bobby Labonte, Dave Blaney, Hornish, Gilliland, Pappas, Nemechek, Newman. and Sorensen involved.
So Mark Martin's 1.6 second lead just evaporates. Let's go back and show you exactly what happened to Truex.
And this started way back up in the middle. You can see him get really loose.
Hit the wall,
contact with the wall there. No problems in the grass other than you have to be careful not to be able to see.
Caution. Oh, Martin Truex.
Yeah, he hit the wall earlier. He's been running right at the tail end of the
Can I come
pack.
this time, or we got tires gonna come apart? Come on, two, you gonna tell her to fend up?
There you can see the damage.
Stay on the lead lap.
I'm not sure that's going to survive if he tries to stay out there.
Now he'll need to get in and get that changed. I know he's got the field kind of bearing down on him. He's not able to run fast enough to get around and not lose a lap.
Well, let's work on it.
All right, let's go back and show you exactly what happened to Truex.
Yeah, tire just let go. It's a good thing he was really close to the wall there, so he didn't get a ton of damage.
So Martin becomes 109. We've had 11 different leaders and 19 lead chases. Well, and into turn one.
Like
Kyle Busch is involved. David Reagan may have a piece of that as well. So the man who almost won this race last year has trouble here on lap number 159.
I think the 6 of David Reagan. I'm not sure if he got tapped or if Kyle just got loose getting down into the corner.
I just wondered if it was the.
Yeah, I'd say
that's what it looks like.
There's no doubt that he got hit right there. Yes, that's exactly what you have.
Kept it off the wall.
Hold your brake.
That's
hold your
unreal.
brake.
He saved that car like that.
He has made it to pit road.
Gonna have to hustle.
To make another pit. So it looks like it's a 56 car Truex again.
Yeah, up in turn number 4 as we got the caution out. And yeah, it's been a very bad day for Martin Truex and the Napa crew. And you can see just how bad.
Yeah, they may have killed it that time.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad this time as he's going to head for the garage. So our 7th caution. Oh, no, and Jeff Gordon. Where in the world?
Bring it to me.
He's over at the exit of turn 2, and Jeff Burton involved. This had to happen at the opposite end of the racetrack.
God, we just raced on the back stretch.
Here's the first part with Martin Truex, and all our eyes are down to the left.
Yeah, he kind of pounded that wall. We knew the caution was going to come out.
And it's really hard to tell if he blew another tire or if he just got loose and jumped up into the wall.
Now, while we're looking left, over on the right side of the track, here's what happened with Gordon and Burton.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, hard contact for the 24.
To me, like Burton did that on purpose.
No, it looked like the 24 slid up in front maybe and then jumped out of the gas as the caution came out.
That's a pretty good lick, too. I don't know if maybe they made a little contact earlier.
Didn't roll on.
Yeah, it's not. Jeff Gordon's not happy at all.
And they're going to go and talk it out here. Oh, and this is. Well, we got a fight breaking out.
Yeah, Jeff's not happy. Jeff Gordon's not happy with what happened there.
Officials stepping in between, but this is far from over. I mean, there weren't even words exchanged. This was in your face.
I saw that coming because there was an ambulance behind Jeff Gordon's car for him to get in. He walked over there to the other one that they had for Jeff Burton.
They're fighting.
These points are important. More going on back in the garage, Doc?
Well, it's actually on pit road. Here's what's happening. The 24 crew of Jeff Gordon is going to go up and now start pitting the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson. They've been told to go to the 48 pit, and here's why. Because the 24 crew's been locking off 11.8, 12 second, 12.1 second stops, and now they've been asked to come to the 48 and provide assistance. So what's happening here is that
and Hamlin's, the points are going to change. Coming down the backstretch. The last time Jimmy Johnson was not the point leader following race number 7 in the chase was 2005. And we've only got 2 quarters to negotiate. And Denny Hamlin is going to make a statement saying, if the drive for 5 is alive, you're going to have to come through me. Look at this going to the stripe. Woo.
Look at the
inside of Blaney. He'll try to take second away and sliding in and hitting the walls of 15. The 42's also involved. Another car here as well. That's the one of Ross Chastain.
He's got right front damage.
All right, bring it to us this time.
So
Guys, I think it's right front toe link.
J.J. Yaley making hard contact in the 15 with the inside wall.
Now that is the break Truex wanted. Right, so all these cars are damaged down here, but that is a break Truex wanted because now he can go line up right with the cars that are on the lead lap with him.
That might be the first good break he's got in all the playoffs.
John Hunter Nemechek in the 42 also involved. There we see the AMR safety crew to these drivers. And window net's still up for John Hunter Nemechek. That's J.J. Yaley, and you see the extensive damage to the front of the 15.
But Junior, you talked about it. Intensity is going to pick up on these late race restarts. Everybody pushing a little bit harder. We saw Chastain in it. He was one of those wave around cars along with Martin Truex and several others.
John Hunter.
Yeah, I was going to say it's hard to tell. Yeah, hard to tell with the visor down. It looked like John Hunter.
So a break for Martin Truex Jr.
How about that restart, Jeff? You mentioned the 12. I couldn't tell if the 12 had an issue. The 11 had the best corner, but it was the 11 come off turn 2 with a 5 or 6 car length lead.
Yeah, Blaney drove in the corner and just got really slow in the middle of 1 and 2, and Hamlin just took advantage of it. And I'm not so sure without that caution that Blaney wouldn't have also lost second place to Bell.
I gotta wonder, we talk about these bodies on these cars not being quite as, vulnerable to aero, but there was some contact with the 5 car on the pit road, right? And it bows that right rear quarter panel out somewhat on that 12 car, and I wonder if that's catching a little air.
Or maybe there's even damage underneath, right? Maybe something we can't see. We know how sensitive the underneath is because there was definitely contact.
Let's see right here what happened. You see the 1 car top of the screen, 42, the 15 on the bottom of the screen.
A lot of cars in the same spot, 3 wide, 4 wide, just not so sure if everybody knew. See right there.
The 42 into the 6, the 6 into the 1, turns the 1 sideways. And they all big contact for Brad on that outside line.
And John Hunter Nemechek in that 42 car, that's the first time he's driven that car this year. So, working with a new spotter, maybe a little bit of communication.
I can concur. It gets tight off of turn 2 on these late restarts.
I was waiting for that. You're not referring to yesterday, are you?
He's got his hands all the way off the wheel. That's the key from the wheel.
Good restart. Matt Kenseth took advantage of on the high side. There goes Gordon on the inside. They're going to split it going into 1.
Boy, I think Junior may have spun the tires, Larry.
And what a break that was for Gordon, but look on the high side. Oh, Gordon comes up.
Oh, he got Kenseth. Oh, and there goes Jeff. Jeff's in the inside wall, hard
into the wall. Caution will wave. Caution will wave. The field is frozen. We'll be coming back to 4 to go.
That was, and he almost got clipped again. This gets everything bottled up. And now it's just like a real rat race down here into turn 1. Jeff's on the bottom. Here comes Matt up on the outside. I think Jeff just shoves up right there, gets into him ever so slightly. And look at Greg Biffle slide by, but that inside lick on the inside wall is what tore Jeff's car all to pieces.
They're going to stop the field in turn 1 so they can clean up turn 2. Here's another look. And you're right, Darrell. Jeff's car just pushes up, won't hold the bottom of the racetrack.
Couldn't hold it down. And this thing goes in here, and it hits an opening. That's why it knocked. That's what happened.
Oh, my God.
It hit that opening, and it just ripped the front end off of it.
There's no safer barrier there.
No.
Now, Jeff is okay. Let's ride along in his Chevrolet.
outside, still to the outside. Clear.
Oh, my.
That was one hard lick, but you could hear him playing with that
Oh,
throttle
yeah.
all the way
Yeah.
through 1 and 2.
Well, here's what I heard. He went into 1. He almost tried, like he almost didn't back off. Then he had to play with that throttle a little bit off of turn 2, and the car wasn't biting. It just wasn't getting enough grip. But that opening right there, that could have been disastrous.
Let's watch this unfold from the restart. You'll see that the 88 of Dale Earnhardt. Now watch the 16 Biffle and the 29 Harvick.
Oh, they do an incredible job, especially Biffle there, sliding by on the outside.
And I know a lot of people are going to say, wait a minute, isn't this the same thing that happened at Chicago 2 years ago? Totally different situation.
You know, and I think Matt's okay. I don't think he got his car torn up.
No. And Jeff did.
Oh,
Landon Castle down to the bottom of the racetrack, and Derek Cope's car.
I just wanted to go straight.
Cope heavily damaged and slides into the mud in the infield.
Right away.
Boy, that 64 car of Cope rammed into 09 of Castle. I mean, he just hit him running wide open. That was a big hit.
Look, though, Darrell, Landon Castle's window net's down. That means Landon's okay, or was able to lower the net himself. And the main part of the contact was to that left rear tire area. You can see just ahead of the tire, the door was still in pretty good shape. But, man, that was scary looking. Derek Cope didn't have anywhere to go.
No, it wasn't Derek's fault. It came right up in front of him. Castle came right up in front of him.
Now this happened back at about 22nd place, way deep in the field. Let's show you what happened.
I believe something happened to the 09 because you'll see him.
Look at there, left rear
Yeah,
tire.
you see he's got the smoke and
that's the left rear tire.
tires
blow all to
down.
pieces.
And he's sideways getting in the corner. And now just hang on here because this is going to get big and ugly.
Check out that camera angle. Great work, guys.
And watch this thing when it goes back up the hill. Here you think he's going to stay down. You think he's going to stay down. Go high, go high, go high. One made it. Bam.
Oh,
One
what
didn't.
a lick in the driver's door. On our Fox Exmo Extreme Slow-Mo Cam, both drivers have climbed from their cars. They are both okay. Car in the wall, turn 4. Caution is out for the number 30 of David Stremme.
It's another car that stayed out.
Hard contact.
We haven't seen any sign of tire issues, and even though Stremme was a car that stayed out, looks like that right front tire is blown, but we haven't seen.
For Stremme, who was running 17th, up and into the wall just ahead of Todd Bodine.
He's up against that wall, and I think he's just holding it there, Mike, because he knows there's cars coming. It was almost.
Regan spin the wall. Casey Kane. There might have been contact from Biffle, but Kane's in the fence. Yellow is out.
All right, bud.
What a shame.
He had a great drive going tonight.
Yeah, 6-4.
I mean, that's what it looked like.
There's a little mark on the left rear corner of Casey's car, but the angle's not conclusive.
I think getting in, I think it's almost that bump draft thing I was talking about. You can push a guy in a straight line, but you got to get off of him or you'll turn him around when you get to the corner. Hang on to it, hang on.
Hold it, caution's out.
Hang on, buddy, don't hit that inside.
Just kissed it.
I think it's okay. No damage to the right side.
Yeah.
I think he's all right.
And not wind up in that inside wall. He just barely clipped it.
Darrell, when we come back here in a week for the 600, we may once again hear those once familiar words. He took the air off my spoiler.
It sure looks like it, but Mike, you're going to run your car a whole lot different tonight than you're going to run it for 6. Oh my gosh!
Oh boy!
He just tore his car all to pieces. He hit this manhole down there. He tore it up.
Sorry about that.
He tore the whole front off of it. He was going to do a Matt Kenseth. He didn't know there was a manhole down there.
You can get behind that show car over there on pit road.
I don't think
that's going to happen.
He's going to get behind a record. What he's going to get behind.
That is awesome.
Gosh.
He didn't make one mistake all night long till then.
He just didn't. There's a man cover down there. I think there's a cover down there that he hit.
In your words, dadgum cars tore all to pieces.
Dadgum cars tore all to pieces, Mike.
Here we go. $1 million backflip.
But at least he made it down here. He's got to be sick about his car, though, because I bet they were going to use that that thing next. But what he didn't realize is somewhere right along in there.
Look at tore the whole front end off.
Well, the car about turned over. That's crazy, man.
Checkers and wreckers for Carl Edwards.
I did an incredible amount of damage to that race car. I wonder what Carl's thinking right along then.
Oops. Oops.
You know, I bet he's thinking Jack's not going to be happy about this.
Oh man,
that's a shame. I feel sorry for him in that situation.
Look at all the water running out of the radiator. Busted that.
Here he goes. Ooh.
Closed his eyes. Did you see that?
I bet he said, "What in the world just happened?"
Tony Stewart, our current champion, trying to pick up where he left off. Look at Kyle Busch there, sideways again in that 18 car.
Well, he's driving really defensively right now. He's trying to keep Jeff Gordon behind him, and Jeff is working him over. Look at that. Jeff's going to move him up out of the groove and get by him.
Whoa, Busch is around. Can he save it this time?
Oh, there you go.
He does. He saves it. But there's a
Jeff Gordon's upside down. Jeff Gordon's upside down.
And Kurt Busch's car is destroyed.
Oh my gosh. Jimmy Johnson's car destroyed.
Track crew quickly on the scene to aid Jeff Gordon. On the radio, he has told his team he is okay.
Side again.
Yeah, he's just working on him, Michael. Kyle was blocking, and Jeff was trying to get him loose and get him up out of the way, and he just got on the left side and spun him out.
Look at the job Ambrose and Boyer did coming through there. And there's our buddy old Brad Keselowski. We ain't seen him up front all night. He's fixing to restart with a chance to win this baby.
Yeah, I asked Larry, I said, is Brad Keselowski in this race?
Well, yeah. Jeff Gordon's car went about 1,000 feet on the driver's door before it barrel rolled to a stop.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski in that too. He's in that backup car.
You see Jeff down there. He just gets down on his left corner, and we've seen that time and time and time again.
You got to stay off the left side. What do we do about that, though, man? How do we fix it? The drivers just have to make the decision that they've got to lay off that left side.
Look at this long slide for Gordon. And that's Kurt Busch tangled up with him and Jimmy Johnson. And that car still hasn't lost much of its momentum as it goes side over side and comes to rest.
Michael
on
made
its roof.
A really good point, though, Mike. These cars are so much bigger than the cars were 5 years ago. With the safety innovations that NASCAR has built into these cars, the drivers moved over to the center of the car 6 inches further than ever before. The roll cage is bigger. That really helped Jeff Gordon in that situation. He's able to handle something like that and walk away. Jeff was just really working hard on the back of that 18 car, trying to move him up the hill so he could get by.
And the type of bump drafting you used to be able to do at Daytona is problematic tonight. 4 big crashes.
Feel so bad for Kurt Busch, second car of the weekend.
There are the cars involved in the wreck, and we heard Richard Childress talking about what might lead up to.
No, you can't get up on anybody in the corners.
In the corner.
From ground level. As Jeff Gordon slid 1,000 feet on the driver's door, and then the rest of that car's energy dissipated in a series of barrel rolls before landing on its roof. Dick Berggren with Jeff Gordon.
Okay, Jeff Gordon. I believe I like the outside line now because I think we've got some grip on the top side of the racetrack. Let's get that thing wound up. 18 to go. Boy, look at Dale Earnhardt Jr. 3 wide through 1 and 2. The hole wasn't big enough for him.
He had to lift, and maybe so did Tony, because here comes the inside, and it's the Gibbs Toyotas. Hamlin and Busch to the inside. Junior regains his momentum. He may be able to hold on to third here.
I think the 24 is going to get boxed right here as they try to go
Four wide. Stewart Slater. Gordon's hard into the wall. There's Edwards. Allmendinger.
Oh, no. What a mess.
Gordon and Stewart, and then cars trying to sweep by on the outside. Menard, Montoya, McMurray, Harvick, or rather Boyer, all get caught up in it.
What a wadded-up mess.
The big one in Texas takes the pole sitter and the driver who's led the most laps, Gordon. And look who's left.
I think you'll see somebody gets into Tony Stewart. Can't remember. Let's see. He's on the
Stewart's
outside.
in the 14. And here comes Biffle on the bottom.
Yeah, we're going to go 3 wide. We're going to try to go 3 wide right here. You see Gordon forces his way by right there.
Edwards.
Edwards got into the back of Stewart and got him into Gordon in the 24 car.
Allmendinger, there's McMurray.
And there they all go.
Menard,
Boyer.
Logano.
Boy, look at Ryan Newman.
Great job. Scott Speed
just snuck through there.
That's called bobbing and weaving. You see here, it gets this so bottled up. Not a lot of room to work. Trying to go 3 wide right here. Here comes Carl with the run up on the outside, calling the 99 Edwards.
I think Gordon touch Stewart just a little bit.
But touch there. But then when he does, Edwards has got a hit into the back of the 14 of Tony Stewart.
I don't think Gordon got into Stewart enough to move him. The contact from Edwards, though,
I think what happened was Stewart broke a little momentum. Edwards had it in the 99, had that great run coming off 4, and they got together.
Oh, I agree. That's why Edwards got into Stewart. Gordon and Stewart getting together breaks the momentum right there.
You see the green car Edwards back there. He's trying to find a place to go.
That was a hard lick on that 24 car.
It really was.
And now watch them all sweep up through the quad oval and crunch the outside. Menard and Boyer. Harvick got through. And Scott Speed, here he comes,
right
the
here.
silver car. Whoop, whoop. Incredible job. Jeff Gordon led 124 laps today. He won't be there to lead the last one.
And he's asking Tony, what the heck are you doing? What happened? And Tony's saying, calm down, calm down. Look at the replay. So disappointing. I know Jeff Gordon was just, I've never seen him drive so hard.
I don't think Jeff's there saying, it didn't mean to get into you. Tony's saying, it's okay, that isn't what did it. That might have started it, but it didn't cause the big one.
I mean, we talked about it earlier. It narrows up so much on the exit of turn 4 into the trial. It's hard to run 2 cars side by side.
And you see Carl Edwards in the 99, the green car back there. He's got a hole here up on the outside coming up on the back of Stewart. But when the 24 of Gordon bumps the 14 goes up the hill right in front of Edwards. They come together there, 24 of Gordon and 14, and you see how it cocks the 14 a little bit sideways? That's why Edwards got into him.
So there really is nowhere to pin blame.
No,
close racing, contact, loss of momentum, big crash.
And it's all on the line. This is what racing's all about, folks. This is when you give it all you got, take no prisoners. Sometimes it doesn't work out so well.
Wow, Newman cut hard left and missed both Edwards and Allmendinger.
That 82 is the one that amazed me. Scott Speed in the 82 car, just absolutely.
Here in real time, you see it happening. We're showing you all these replays as the red flag is out.
Hard hit on Montoya. Watch the 82, the silver car there, almost gets into Gordon. Able to work his way through there.
Let's ride with Montoya.
Get to the bottom. Watch from here. Get to the bottom, get to the bottom, get to the bottom.
No.
Easy.
No.
Yeah, hold on.
Got in that wet grass, and when he did, took off.
How about Ryan Newman? Wait till you see this crank it left and hang on.
Crash in front of you. Go high, go high, go high, go high, go high. Go low now, real low.
Where did everybody
Good job,
go?
man. Come on.
Casey Kane.
Up here a little bit. Get loose in front of you. Get low, get low. Stay high, stay high, stay high. Keep coming. Get through there. Get through there. You're good. Get low. You're good. Man, missed that 42 there.
Nice job by he and Harvick.
Actually, a very good job on those spotters' part to help those guys get through there when there was mud on the windshield, smoke. You can see very little.
Coming down.
There was nowhere for him to go. Nowhere. But you know, you mentioned that, Darrell. I know that was an in-car camera shot from Ryan Newman, the 39, but his windshield was getting the same mud thrown on.
Oh, yeah.
Be a good time to get back in that hole and stay.
Digger can't even see. You know it's bad.
17 laps to go. The race has been red flagged. They are still cleaning up down in turn number 1. The preliminary report we have is that all the drivers involved are okay and either walked to the ambulance under their own power or drove their cars back to pit road, as Joey Logano did. His car's messed up, but they're going to work on it once the red flag is lifted. There are the drivers involved.
Oh, man, that thing is, oh, yeah, it's in trouble. Oh. Man, that thing was out of control.
Way back in one.
Oh, way back there. When he gets right here, look, it's already hanging out with him, hanging, and I'm not sure if he thought he could save it, or I guess that was what we've been going through his mind at that point, but that thing was loose.
2.5 miles to win number 4 in 2010 for Denny Hamlin.
Harvick's car is just a little too free to run up on Tony. He got a little bit loose right there in the middle.
Is Kyle weaving the car?
He had been cutting it.
Oh, trouble.
Oh, big.
Casey Kane gets turned around. Greg Biffle involved. Mark Martin is there. No caution has come out. They're going to let him race back as Verdi piles in, and now the caution.
6. You knew that was going to be big when you saw the 9 coming back across the racetrack.
Denny Hamlin came here as a rookie in 2006. He won both poles that year and won both races. Career win number 12 for Hamlin comes in his 4th at Pocono. He wins the Gillette Fusion Pro Glide 500 presented by Target.
Look at that. Half the field's gone.
Oh, look, somebody's just barreling around the wall up there.
Newman.
Yeah, this is going to be, they're going to have to sort this one out.
Wow.
Because I tell you what, that 9 car, you saw it hit and get up on top of the wall. And then the 24.
Biffle was in it. Mark Martin was in it.
Reagan was in it. Yeah, Reagan came into it late.
Casey Kane out of his car. That's a good sign. You see the medical crews working with Jeff Gordon in his car. Greg Biffle, another one of those that had heavy impact. There's Marcus Ambrose. His window net is down. That's a good sign. David Reagan, who also got a part of that accident, just drove across the start-finish line.
Okay,
here's what happened final lap.
Casey, and Allmendinger put a big block on him, and that's what it was.
Oh.
He put a and man, once you get in that grass, you're done.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a hit, man.
Wow.
That was a hit.
That was a hard hit. The 16 and the 5 just drove into the side of the 9, had no place to go. The Mark Martin and Biffle took the hard hits right there. And then you see 24 come into it. 26.
Yeah. Take another look here. Watch. You see Casey Kane, the Budweiser car. He's going to make a run, and Allmendinger is going to take him all the way to the grass on the block.
Yeah, and I think Allmendinger, I think AJ felt like, okay, I'm this far down. He's not going to be there now.
And I mean, right in front of Mark Martin and Biffle. Who's that? Is that Truex in there too?
Yeah, Truex is in there.
Yeah.
Here's a 39 that we saw come off of turn 3, just in the gas.
Oh, Ambrose hit the inside guardrail a ton.
A wild final lap crash. Joey Logano picked up some positions here and finished 13. Your race winner today, Denny Hamlin. We'll talk to him next. And here it is again, Casey Kane getting pushed to the grass, headed to the tunnel turn.
The concrete came through the outside of the wheel.
Yeah, that's incredible. That was hard hits right there.
Matt Yoakum.
Catching up with both Jeff Gordon and Casey Kane, walking Infield Care Center.
Well, what did Jeff say to you first?
Oh, he said he didn't mean to hit me at the end, but I mean, I think it was just things everywhere. I had a huge run. I had tires there, two tires on the right side, and I had a big run on AJ in the 77. And as I come across the track, he just starts left, and I'm like in the grass at that point. So there's like I couldn't turn back against it. You know, once somebody shoots to the left like that and blocks you. But we had a pretty good Budweiser Ford. Definitely a bad way to end the day, but we had a good race prior to that.
It seemed like today there were so many different race strategy situations, just as much as the track changing because of the weather changing so often.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a lot of people up front at the end that probably shouldn't have been. I mean, it's just the way that strategy goes here. We had a top 5 car throughout the race, and a lot of guys were up there at the end that shouldn't have been. They weren't very good. And we were driving back by a lot of them, and just got put in the grass. So it's part of it. I don't know, teammates. We gotta work on that a little bit, maybe.
You guys gonna have a good conversation this week about it?
I don't talk to AJ hardly ever, and I doubt I'm going to talk to him about this.
All right, thanks, Casey.
Look at Jimmy. Trouble! Kurt's into the wall. Boyer's in it as well. And Kurt's getting the worst of it.
Like a little bump drafting going on right there. We're trying to gain the advantage. Looks like the 48 got into the back of him a little bit.
Boy, he almost came back out onto the track right there, and there is the view as Kurt takes the wheel off.
Man, look at this car.
Oh man, further back, Elliott Sadler, and look at this. Gosh, the engine is out of this thing.
Oh my gosh.
The 48 was right on the 2. Looks like he might have got into him a little hard and turned him.
Yeah, he was trying to help him pass this 33 car, Clint Boyer, but
yeah,
kind of went bad there.
That's a hard lick at 180 miles an hour.
You know, and then Boyer tags Kurt Busch. There's where the front wheel came from, maybe off of this 2 car. Yeah, there it comes loose.
Let's take another look at it. You can see Boyer was trying to side draft a little bit at the same time, so there wasn't any room for any error there.
He gets a good view of Kurt Busch.
He makes it through.
There's the tap right there. Yeah, it wasn't intentional on Jimmy's part, but definitely that's what caused this, was that contact from Jimmy's front bumper.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Hey, look at that.
Head on into that Armco.
How are you?
I feel pretty good.
What happened?
Got wrecked on the straightaway.
How did it happen?
Jimmy Johnson drove straight through us.
How are you?
Actually, I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm a little sore. I think from where the belts grabbed me, it knocked the breath out of me pretty good. But definitely the hardest hit I've ever had in a race car. But you know, these new cars are built to be safer, and you know, if I can get out of that and walk through that, I think you know, it did its job. So not sure what happened. I know some guys got spun out or moved around up in front of us, and I saw some smoke, and everybody started checking up. I checked them. Whoever was behind me did not run in the back of us and knock me down through the grass. So not the day we wanted to have with the U.S. Ford, but it's just a tough day.
Back up. So then all of a sudden, the guys that were running with other guys are now it breaks the whole pack up. So then all of a sudden, the guys that were running with other guys are now forced to run with somebody else. And First caution of the night, Sam Hornish Jr.
Looks like a tire's come apart in that thing. The way it's ripped the whole side of the car off. It's like he's had a flat tire. It doesn't appear that he's been hit. Yeah.
Sam Hornish Jr. in this race tonight. For A.J. Allmendinger. It was announced around 6 o'clock this evening by NASCAR that he had been suspended for violating the sport of Charlotte late this afternoon. Here's the substance abuse policy. Hornish had to fly in from Charlotte late this afternoon. Here's the replay.
See at the back of the screen here, at the back of the pack, you see Hornish, and you see that thing wiggle right there. It's coming apart. He chases it across the racetrack. And there, when he gets to the corner, he spins around, does a good job of keeping it out of the wall, because obviously as it...
And said, the heck with this. Let's go make it happen. See how that car's moving around? There we got trouble. Trevor Bayne into the wall. Kurt Busch trying to save it.
And you see these guys spinning behind is because they check up and somebody else doesn't check up. But everyone else has been hit.
That's Bobby Labonte in the 47 who went for a ride.
I told you, when you get in the middle of things, they waddle like porky. All of a sudden, you lose a lot of things. When you get there, you're okay right here. But when you get in the corner,
all of a sudden you lose a lot of downforce on these cars. Not to mention, I mean, he got right in the middle of those guys, and he just lost the front of the car. It slid up, and he caught Trevor Bayne.
We're lucky it wasn't bigger than what it was, because he's right in the middle of the group.
And watch this. That hole kind of closes up between the 43 and the 21. He snatches it.
Yeah, he turned off the 21, and that's what got him sideways.
Yes. As you watch it from this angle, you can see the 51 of Kurt Busch. He comes in, and we're going around this way, but you can't see. You see the thing already sideways. He goes up. They're really lucky that all these guys back here didn't get more into it. You see the 42 clip the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Denny did a great job.
Yeah, there wasn't any room to go 3 wide in that spot right there. That was pushing your luck. But those guys behind did an excellent job. Was that Denny Hamlin down there?
Yeah. The 11.
He did a really nice job.
Reminded me of Kyle Busch in the Bud Shootout, his teammate. It's right on board with Trevor Bayne here.
Yeah, this is a great shot. Watch the 51. He gets down underneath him. Actually got Trevor a little bit loose.
Yeah.
But that was just asking for a lot right there. Trying to go in the middle right there.
Yeah, right there. And at that point in time, that was asking for a lot.
Even though we're within the fuel window, or stretch it a little further on this run right here, even though we're within the fuel window, I think
we got trouble, Larry.
Coming to the tri-oval. A number of cars involved. Still spinning. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon on the grass, Regan Smith, Michael Waltrip back up through the groove, and there's Bill Elliott as well.
Yeah, and Jeff Gordon and those guys were up in the 4th, 5th, and 6th positions. So this thing, obviously, it may have started back a little bit, but it carried its way all the way to the front.
Jimmy Johnson
line right here.
Above, we look at what happened.
See, the 24 car is 3rd in line right here, but you see him slowing down to come in pit road. Now he slows down.
Yeah, Johnson got tagged.
Is it Martin Truex Jr. maybe?
I couldn't tell, but he got tagged early though. I mean,
look at the 24 right here. The 24 is coming down pit road and gets wrecked. They run into him from the back right there, and you see these guys already on pit road. So it's really going to be interesting to see when the light comes on.
Watch how hard Jimmy Johnson hits this inside wall. I'm telling you what, those soft walls or whatever you want to call them, those things are incredible.
And we've not always had safer barrier on the inside.
I've hit walls on the inside when they weren't there. I'll tell you what, it's a shot.
Watch his tires. Wow,
when it picks up the rear wheels off the ground, that's a hit.
Time tonight, and the reason why, Brad Keselowski racing, where we are under caution for the 4th time tonight, and the reason why, Brad Keselowski having a problem while running 13th on track.
Take a look. Yeah, he just gets loose right there, and that was we saw him loose earlier in the race, and it just got worse and worse and worse. But he was really fast on the straightaway. It's like you said, Kyle, that right rear being down, but that's what happened. He just
turns, and when he turns to the left, it just turns out from under him right there. Good job of everybody else kind of avoiding. Look at that thing get up in the air a little bit, where it catches in that right rear quarter panel. Is so messed up. That thing does not have any side force in the rear. As you see that quarter panel, the way that thing's caved in, it's a totally different aero car than what he's driven all week long.
And when it's like that here, it's pretty terrifying.
Pretty terrible. Look how far that bumper's driven in, and how far. Look at that thing just lift up right there.
But how good has that team done tonight, based on what the difficulties they had early?
Yeah, what this team has done here.
Yeah, and if they clear Tony, it's going to be
move to get up there.
Yeah, and if they clear Tony, it's going to be over.
That was a good move by Tony.
Oh wow, who was that?
Denny Hamlin out of shape. Here's the big one. A number of drivers involved as they come down toward turn 1.
Hold your brake there. Hold your brake.
Oh wow, that was a ton.
This is big.
Man, was that Ambrose? Somebody hit a ton up there.
That was big. Biffle got hit a little bit and got sent back across the racetrack into the 11 car, I think is what we'll see.
Trevor Bayne, one of the drivers involved.
And the second wreck of the night for him.
Window net going
He's
down.
got caught in 2 of them.
That's a sign to safety workers that he is okay.
Gets a big run. Got tapped. And Hamlin just gets a big run. Got tapped. Did he get tapped by the 5?
It was close.
It's hard to say from that angle. It almost looks like he gets the 9. Look at the 9 car go back up the racetrack. Oh.
Yeah, David Gilroy, Dave Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., Saw Hamler was involved. The damage for Kyle Busch, Juan Pablo Montoya.
And that's one thing, too, when these cars don't change direction very good. I think he went to turn to the left. It almost looked like Biffle maybe went down a little bit. But regardless, when you turn these cars as hard like that to avoid something, it's hard to keep them straight.
Yeah, it almost looked like I couldn't tell where the 5 car was. But it's like Denny came down across the hood, and the 11 and the 18 really looked like they got together more so than the 5 car involved. That 9 car took a tough hit. Yeah. And all these guys had no place to go because they're going... Some cars are...
The next flag will end it, whether it's the caution or the checker. Side by the white flag, the next flag will end it, whether it's the caution or the checker. Side by side with a lap to go at Daytona.
And these guys are going to run. They're going to be leaning on each other going down the backstretch.
Oh, my God.
We got somebody sideways. Wow, Burton did an unbelievable job saving that race car.
Amazing save by Jeff Burton.
Now we got the 14 out there all by himself, but he got a big push to get away from those guys.
Tony Stewart pulling down in front of Matt Kenseth. And Kane with a little charge in the outside lane.
That's the break that Tony needed right there.
This is going to be... They're
stacking up. They're stacking up.
Through turns 3 and 4
here we go.
for the final time. Big crash behind the race leader, Tony Stewart. That's going to allow smoke to pull away. What's going to happen behind him? Can Burton get there? No, he can't. Tony Stewart wins it at Daytona.
We'll take that.
Great finish. To go up. He goes up down in here. These guys are right on him. 17 wants to go up. He goes up. The 16's right there. He just... It looked like Matt comes down and gets into the 16 and knocks him down.
How many times have you seen it at Daytona? Someone's coming to the checker flag, and they're everywhere, scattering in the tri-oval behind them.
I tell you, Harvick he did a good job, too, because Earnhardt was in the back of Harvick, actually turned Harvick down on the apron and just about had it saved.
Yes. Earnhardt took a hard lick to the outside wall. He got turned to the outside. You see him right in the middle of the race.
So did
back
Harvick.
into the outside again.
Yeah, Harvick took a shot, too. See the 29 go down?
Yes.
And then the 16 gets hit by the 17 and gets into Harvick.
Wow. It just closes up.
Was that Newman on the bottom? No, that was
Eric
Almirola. He was just driving along, thought he had it missed.
Jamie McMurray, Kyle Busch, some of the other drivers involved. Travis Kvapil, there's Jeff Gordon driving through the grass.
Kevin Harvick way out in front now. And here comes that inside line. Byron.
Oh,
Harvick blocks it.
He does, and this allows the 12 of Blaney to get to his outside now. That changes things a little bit for Harvick.
Self with no help. Don't let him get in the middle here.
Under 2 laps to go.
But again, will Herbst be aggressive enough to be able to help this 12 get back toward the front of the field, back into the lead? Is he going to push Blaney hard enough down these straightaways to be able to clear this 12?
The third line hasn't moved, but now gaining. Another car. We'll see if they can go. Side drafting happening up front. Blaney on the high side, Harvick on the inside. Through the tri-oval they go. 1 lap to go. Presented by Credit One Bank.
Oh, he almost spun the 12. Herbst into the back of Blaney.
That cleared Harvick. Harvick is clear of the 12. Now he's got to have to block both lanes.
The 12's going to have a little momentum here. I think Harvick can hop back in front of the 12. Big run coming. The 12 to the inside.
Shuffles the 4 out. Now Blaney and Harvick down the backstretch for the final time and into turn 3. Blaney with a push from the 24 of Byron. Here comes Harvick on the outside. Can the 36 get to the back bumper of the 4 and give him a big push? Momentum coming. They're side by side through the tri-oval. Blaney, Harvick, Blaney, Harvick. They spin behind him. It's going to be Blaney. Blaney gets the win at Talladega.
stretch he had to make. When Harvick went high, he dove to the inside. There was enough room down there to jump in front of Byron. Byron forced to give him the push that he needed through the tri-oval to give him just enough, literally almost a foot, to beat this 4 car across the finish line.
12 one-thousandths of a second separating 1 and 2, Blaney and Harvick. Saw the 42 of Hocevar, or excuse me, the 36 of Riley Herbst sideways when he crossed the start-finish line.
He gets a little help here from the 7. He gets up the racetrack and just gets a little clip in the left rear quarter panel.
Denny Hamlin ends up 4th after being a lap down and fighting his way back up toward the front.
Caution at the end of lap number 3. Spanaway Washington's Derek Cope, the winner here in 1990. And who did he beat? Dale Earnhardt on the last lap. 62-year-old Cope on the 3rd lap in number 15.
Looks like maybe a tire went down. It just happened very slowly as he came into turn 3.
Daytona 500. That's like back in your era, Jeff. Oh no! Almirola Bowman.
Oh, the 24's on his side. Remember what I said, Clint, about 21 cars? I don't know if we got there, but man, that took out a lot of race cars and a lot of great race cars in there.
I know Eric Almirola was one of the front ones up in
that heavy rain down here overnight.
Reddick. That is a dozen of destruction.
Well, we talk about being aggressive, bump drafting, switching lanes here early on. Only 14 laps into this 200-lap race.
Oh, Eric Almirola, who won his dual race, thought he had a great shot for the 500.
Busch coming from Kyle Busch to his teammate Christopher Bell. Now that's going to get him to the rear bumper.
Big shot.
Oh, he just got over on that right side.
I could tell you another part of that equation, Jeff. These cars, they have skew in the rear ends. That's obviously for speed and make the cars go fast, make them pull up to other cars. It's also, in my experience, makes them squirrely. When that car hits him, it pushes that car into the steer of the rear end, and it can turn you in a heartbeat.
We're so reminiscent when Eric Almirola lost the lead in the closing yards of this race in 2018.
He was along for the ride. As soon as that contact hit, it just turned his car right. He took the words right out of my mouth. Unbelievable. Crushing blow to so many teams, so many efforts that it goes into having fast cars and being at this Daytona 500. That was a lot of heavy hitters in this one.
We're going to ride with Ryan Newman through this.
Well, look at that 24 car go up on the side on 2 wheels.
Smashed just as badly as he got with his primary car
that's
Thursday
his backup car.
At least a dozen cars involved. Oh, David Reagan torn up as well.
Airline's got a little bit more of a run. 43 closing on you. But still has got spinning top, spinning top, spinning top.
Just nothing you can do when it happens up front like that.
Carnage in the first 15 laps of the Daytona 500. Riding with Kurt Busch. That's Tyler Reddick right behind.
Stay low, stay low, stay low, stay low, stay low. Spinning.
You can see just how fast he got to the impact. Didn't take long to get to the crash, does it, Jeff?
No, it doesn't, especially when it happens to one of those guys running.
Worst case scenario, too. Has that big run coming up on what we all know is happening.
Jumps on the brakes here, a little wheel hop. He's in it at that point.
Look at that heart rate skyrocketing.
Jamie McMurray started this race at a heart rate of 100, so that
Daytona or Talladega.
So there is some of the cause. Here is the effect.
Oof. Big crunch to the front nose. And you know, Eric Almirola, he's prepared for this. He's looking in his mirror. Spotter's telling him, big run coming. You're just holding the wheel straight, knowing that bump is going to come. And then, if you're Christopher Bell, you're trying to square up on the rear bumper. It just looked to me like one car moved left and the other car moved right at the worst possible time as they made contact.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. As you're looking in the mirror, that spotter's telling you, all right, 3, 2, 1. That's telling you how close he's getting. As soon as he feels that, as soon as you feel that big bump coming, that car's going to do something. It's good.
Hamlin on point.
Oh, Red. Quinn Houff and Chase Briscoe.
And caution is out for the third time at lap 38.
I just looked up naturally and was looking where the 14 was. He was back in like a 3-car pack off of the field a little bit.
Now, those cars were on the lead lap in 22nd and 23rd positions.
Limping back to pit road.
Yeah, we're going to have to back it up a little bit more. They're already spun right there.
Clearly contact or, you know, something happened between these two guys that got him. Right there. He's doing everything he can.
Long for the ride.
There goes Chase Elliott. Let's ride with him through this.
Just staying inside. It's free as in your mirror. The 5 top gonna hit. Mid, down, good down.
Boy, great job by Chase Elliott, as well as his spotter, Eddie DeHunt, helping him get through it. Now remember, the 20 machine of Christopher Bell, that car only changed right side tires on that last pit.
And around goes the 90. It's Todd Bodine as well as the 77 of TJ Bell. And the 70 has to stop behind him. That's Derek Cope. TJ Bell still not rolling.
On a road course, NASCAR will give them a lot of time to try to get going. They don't want to throw the caution if they don't have to.
But the field just coming down the front straight. Just as they came out of the bus stop. And now the caution has come out. The 77 still is yet to fire, making sure everyone was in line when they came to the start-finish line.
See Brendan Gaughan, the black and yellow car, missed the top of the S's.
Oh, and around goes. Big accident. The 14 involved. Looks like Kyle Busch might have been at the front end of that. Tommy Dreese in the 14.
And this is so fast and so narrow, Rick. This is what happens. There's just no room. You see big damage on the 18 of Kyle Busch. He's going to go behind the wall. He's had enough. His day's done. The 11
point. Take another look at what happens.
Wow, you see the 90.
Big contact from the 90.
Yeah, you have to believe there was contact from behind or something happened. The angle at which he was heading to the wall. Severe change of directions quickly.
Drivers trying to get through after all of that took place, but the 90 got into the wall, bounced back out onto the racetrack.
Oh, and the 18 had it completely stopped until the 11 comes spinning back across the racetrack and made big contact with the left rear of the 18.
Red flag is out. We look once again. So much damage to so many cars. Again, so tight in that area. It's right along with the 11.
Looking to your left. Looking to your left. Clear. Back it right here. Back it out. Back it out. Back it out. Back it out. Back it out.
When you hear a driver say, his hands off the wheel, when you hear a driver say he had nowhere to go,
we got
that's it.
Damage.
Another look as they go up through the S's. Again, the 90 sideways there and then pointed back the other direction.
To a Menard barely gets by the driver's left. Look how fast these cars are coming right here at real speed.
It's so hard to tell what started all this.
There was damage to the back of the 90. Not sure if that happened prior to him getting right and into the wall or after the fact.
I don't know, you saw him loose getting up the hill, and I don't know when he got.
Or 2 laps as they stretch it as far as they can go.
Very close there. Around goes Trevor Bayne. Getting into the bus stop.
Fired up. Get around here.
That's a spot getting into the inner loop that it's very difficult for the spotters to see. You see the 22 in. It's kind of a late move.
I know, Jeff, it's a late move, but Trevor Bayne has to realize that the 22 is faster than him. Brad Keselowski's showing more pace. The 60 still has to come to pit road. I agree it's a late move, but I really think if the 60, assuming Trevor Bayne knew the 22 was there, then I feel he should have let the 22 have the position. Now, that's an assumption. Maybe the 60 didn't know with the late move. Maybe he didn't get communication from his spotter. I don't know that. But if he knew the 22 was there, I would have expected him to concede the position to theirs.
That's not the angle you want to come through the bus stop in.
I wonder if he came and tried to get there side by side with a 97 car, and Elliott's running 7th. So,
hey, Jeff.
He flat spotted his tires. Yeah, go ahead.
Jeff, he said, I didn't know which way the 97 was going to go. I'm sorry, guys. And so, of course, he tried to pit, but
Hood not off, and he's missing the bus stop. Oh, my goodness.
That thing just exploded, the whole nose of it.
No nose damage. There's no damage to the car right here.
And it looks, I mean, yes, the right front tire is blown, but it looked like that came from the left side of that tire, or the left side of the Dillon.
Yeah, they're starting to enter. You see Casey Mears and Austin Dillon side by side. Jeff comes in and gets into the back of the 3 car. I think just what happened there was Austin was trying to make sure he wasn't in a wreck. I think Austin got slowed down much more than Jeff Gordon thought he was going to get slowed down, and Jeff just misjudged it and got into the back of the 3 Austin. So Austin trying to be conservative and make.
Well, in the first round of pit stops, it was that 2, and Paul Wolf was the first car on pit road. As you see, the 18 at Kyle Busch.
Oh, and a big contact. Came across the barrier, the 16 of Biffle involved. As is the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Austin Dillon included in this as well. That's coming out of the carousel. So much damage by the 17. Also the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
We'll be going to the garage here, fellas.
What happened? Ryan Blaney in the 21. It was just behind him. Stenhouse Jr. into the wall. Back out. There was some contact made behind him, and then big contact from Jimmy Johnson.
I mean, from that angle, it looked like Stenhouse lost it off the long carousel. Got loose, leaving the carousel, trying to carry speed. Just got loose, and now he gets back out on the racetrack.
Heavy shot for Jimmy Johnson into the side of the 17. You see 16 of Greg Biffle also getting into the Armco. The 3 of Dillon. We've seen some major crashes here, Jeff. Unfortunately, I know you've been a part of at least one. It's that blind sweeping corner. So we're going to see right here the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse up in front. He gets up over that curb and just gets loose. Just hard in the gas, gets loose, comes across the racetrack. Big shot into the Armco, and then it's just so narrow, Rick. There's no escape route. The 17 doesn't slide 100 feet off the racetrack. He comes back onto the racetrack. Heavy contact with the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
There was 2 accidents that happened at the same time. The 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was sliding off the track.
Ahead of you here. Stay high, stay high, stay high, back it down, stay high, stay high. You're
great move by Casey Mears.
I can't see, stop. There you go, you're clear right there. There's the 401 right in front of you.
So we saw him racing off this right here, the 17. I'm not so sure that maybe he didn't clip that curb on the right before, kind of push him way out as he was racing the car in front of him. Sorry, I can't make out who that car was that was in front of him, but I wonder if that wreck didn't actually start in the carousel. Looked like he got really low and maybe it clipped that curve, and that pushed him way left, and then ultimately got loose. Back out into the racetrack. Big impact.
Because Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was about to come back out on the track, a lot of guys over on the left were trying to fight for track position, and so narrow there. He came onto pit road at lap 54.
And if you're Kyle Busch, you pitted on lap 54. Everybody in front of you.
Oh, big wreck again. Clint Boyer caught up in this one. 19 of Carl Edwards on the pole earlier. Now spun around. David Reagan in the 23. Chris Buescher racing against him for 30th in points to get into the chase.
Let's come fix her up.
Carl Edwards right here. Oh, it all starts with the 23 of David Reagan underneath. It looked like the 31 of Ryan Newman just got loose in the carousel. 19 and the 15 just had really nowhere to go. It's just that blind sweep.
In the fourth spot. And around goes the four. Kevin Harvick involved in this one, as is the 23 of David Reagan. Once again, chase implications. They stay green, and now caution. Now the caution comes out. Kevin Harvick, David Reagan running second. Send the bus stop.
See Paul Menard, he had all four tires, got into the side of the 6. Now he's up the racetrack. Has to try to find a way back onto the racetrack. A lot of dirt on the track. Drivers can't see. They all get stacked up. Now it's a chain reaction.
More than 4 cars damaged. 34 of Chris Buescher was also involved. That's the 34, the yellow and blue on the inside up against the Armco barrier. Riding along with Kevin Hart.
All clear right there. Single file to the 44, one back. 27 minutes smoke here.
And the red flag now out. Big contact there again.
Yeah,
take a spot away. Way up high goes the 18 and the 2. Both of them aggressive into turn number 1. Could lose the lead here going up the S's. Big wreck behind him. 2 cars go around. No caution yet. They continue to go, and now the caution comes.
To row 3, so watch as they take off. Everybody's pretty early except for Trevor Bayne making a move into turn 1. The 18 deep. Overshot it. The 2 overshot it as well.
Denny Hamlin gets the lead. You see the 2 in front of the 22 when the caution came out.
31 just spun out by himself trying to use all the racetrack.
83 of Matt Benedetto also around.
See the 31. Oh, he was 3 wide. Gets over the curb, gets loose. Similar to what we saw over in the carousel. When he got on that curb, it got him loose. He spun out.
Watch the 2. Coming up on the final turn. Martin Truex Jr. is going to be aggressive. Denny Hamlin out front. Aggressive goes around. That's right. Martin Truex Jr. spins. Denny Hamlin will win at the Glen.
That's so good, buddy. Way to go, guys. Good job, Denny.
Kyle Larson in the 42 spins coming off of turn 7 hard into the wall. Martin Truex Jr. trying to be aggressive through 7. Around he went. Denny Hamlin wins. Logano and Keselowski fought for the 2nd spot.
There's a lot of contact on turn 7. Like the 2 got into the back of the 78. Martin Truex is not happy about it. And there was also contact further back with Allmendinger.
Hamlin grabs his first road course win of his career. And it's still not settled between the 78 and 2. Hand going out the window for Brad.
I think he was going to come up in front of me. Sorry, Mark.
Brad Keselowski got into the back of the 78 and around he went.
So we see 78 way offline, moves back out to turn to get into 7.
You see Brad Keselowski just gets in the rear bumper of the 78.
I will say the 78 was pretty high getting in the corner. Then also we saw further back.
Watching high, watching the cross.
47 got in the back of 42. You know, I don't know if possibly Larson was slowing.
Makes it 3 wide going down because these guys are going to start looking for the apron. Trust me, this time in the race you can see more and more guys dropping down low.
Well, here we go again. Coming to the green flag. Back underway.
And Gordon gets a great start
Junior did not. Look at Junior.
No, trouble.
Oh, that's going to turn Truex. And Truex is going to get right into Burton, and we've got more
we
problems.
got all kinds of people. Kevin Harvick,
Brian Vickers, David Reagan,
Yeah.
Casey Mears is involved in that. Oh, what a mess for the 8th caution of the day.
Lots of RCR cars sitting in that shot.
And there's one of them right there.
I think
Kevin
all 3
Harvick.
RCR cars got in it.
Yeah.
Harvick, Burton,
We didn't
and
see
Casey
Boyer.
Mears.
Oh, yeah, Boyer was not in it.
And I'm going to tell you, Truex was a factor. This was a guy that had a shot at running in the top 5 and possibly putting himself in position to win the race. These guys were good today.
I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see if it all checked up and just was a.
Watch the 88.
88 got sideways,
and he's got Truex right behind him. And
Kyle Busch. But Kyle couldn't really go anywhere.
No.
So
Rudiman gets turned.
I think right. The 88 looked like he got a little bit sideways. Listen, that's already happened. I think by this point.
Yeah, it's behind that, isn't it?
That was just one of those chain reaction deals. Kyle Busch was already up close to whoever he was next to. You see him down on the bottom. You see the one has to check up. Kyle tries to squeeze to the right. And they, whether Martin came over or whatever, there just wasn't enough room. Doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just everybody going for the same spot.
And when the 88 spun his tires, he goes to the inside. So now all of a sudden it looks to Kyle Busch like it's a 3-wide racetrack. You see the 88. Look at how far over he comes over. You can't see it from that angle. But the 88 or the 18 stuffs it up in there, and the 1 follows and then comes back to get around the 88.
Yeah.
And there's no place to go. That is strictly racing. And I know everybody, watch the 88. Well, we're already past it again. They're already into it.
It's just like I said. It's just a chain reaction thing where you're only talking about inches here.
Yeah, and that's
you don't
nobody's
have a lot
fault.
of room to work with. When somebody checks up in front of you, you're just hoping you don't get run over, and you're looking for real estate to try to get out of the way.
Yeah, watch this from inside the 6 car. Look, this is brake smoke right here, and he still gets in the back of the 83. Boom, there he is. All of a sudden, the 83 goes by. The 83's in it also. But I mean, think about this. Think about when you're sitting at a stoplight, and this is a 31. 31 goes inside. He thinks he's clear. Boom, he runs right into the 1 car, and you can't see it. Golly,
man.
That's a wicked hit right there, man.
When you hear that, that's a shot.
That was just a hammering, Marty.
Look at Jimmy.
Trouble! Kurt's into the wall. Boyer's in it as well. And Kurt's getting the worst of it.
Like a little bump drafting going on right there. We're trying to gain the advantage. Looked like the 48 got into the back of him a little bit.
Boy, he almost came back out onto the track right there, and there is the view as Kurt takes the wheel off.
Man, look at this car.
Oh, man, further back, Elliott Sadler. And look at this. The engine is out of this thing.
Oh, my gosh. The 48 was right on the 2. Looks like he might have got into him a little hard and turned him. Yeah, he was trying to help him pass this 33 car, Clint Boyer, but kind of went bad there.
It's a hard lick at 180 miles an hour.
And then Boyer tags Kurt Busch. There's where the front wheel came from, maybe off of this 2 car. Yeah, there it comes loose.
Let's take another look at it.
You can see Boyer was trying to side draft a little bit at the same time, so there wasn't any room for any error there. He gets a good view of Kurt Busch.
He makes it through.
There's the tap right there. Yeah, it wasn't intentional on Jimmy's part, but definitely that's what caused this, was that contact from Jimmy's front bumper.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Hey, look at that.
Head on into that Armco.
How are you? I feel pretty good. What happened? Got wrecked on the straightaway. How did it happen? Jimmy Johnson drove straight through us. How are you?
Actually, I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm a little sore. I think from where the belts grabbed me, it knocked the breath out of me pretty good. But definitely the hardest hit I've ever had in a race car. But these new cars are built to be safer, and you know, if I can get out of that and walk through that, I think, you know, it did its job. So not sure what happened. I know some guys got spun out or moved around up in front of us, and I saw some smoke, and everybody started checking up. I checked up. Whoever was behind me did not run in the back of us and knock me down through the grass. So not the day we wanted to have with the U.S. Ford, but it's just a tough day.
2.5 miles to win number 4 in 2010 for Denny Hamlin.
Harvick's car is just a little too free to run up on Tony. He got a little bit loose right there in the middle.
Is Kyle weaving the car?
He had been cutting it.
Oh, big. Casey Kane gets turned around. Greg Biffle involved. Mark Martin is there. No caution has come out. They're going to let him race back as Birdie piles in, and now the caution.
6. You knew that was going to be big when you saw the 9 coming back across the racetrack.
Denny Hamlin came here as a rookie in 2006. He won both poles that year and won both races. Career win number 12 for Hamlin comes in his 4th at Pocono. He wins the Gillette Fusion Pro Glide 500 presented by Target.
Look at that. Half the field's gone.
Oh, look, somebody's just barreling around the wall up there.
Newman.
Yeah, this is going to be, they're going to have to sort this one out.
Wow.
Because I tell you what, that 9 car, you saw it hit and get up on top of the wall. And then the 24.
Biffle was in it. Mark Martin was in it.
Reagan was in it. Yeah, Reagan came into it late.
Casey Kane out of his car. That's a good sign. You see the medical crews working with Jeff Gordon in his car. Greg Biffle, another one of those that had heavy impact. There's Marcus Ambrose. His window net is down. That's a good sign. David Reagan, who also got a part of that accident, just drove across the start-finish line.
Okay,
here's what happened final lap.
Casey, and Allmendinger put a big block on him, and that's what it was.
Oh.
He put and man, once you get in that grass, you're done.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a hit, man.
Wow.
That was a hit.
That was a hard hit. The 16 and the 5 just drove into the side of the 9, had no place to go. The Mark Martin and Biffle took the hard hits right there. And then you see 24 come into it. 26.
Yeah. Take another look here. Watch. You see Casey Kane in the Budweiser car. He's going to make a run, and Allmendinger is going to take him all the way to the grass on the block.
Yeah, and I think Allmendinger, I think AJ felt like, okay, I'm this far down. He's not going to be there now.
And I mean, right in front of Mark Martin and Biffle. Who's that? Is that Truex in there too?
Yeah, Truex is in there. Yeah. Here's a 39 that we saw come off of turn 3, just in the gas.
Oh, Ambrose hit the inside guardrail a ton.
A wild final lap crash. Joey Logano picked up some positions here and finished 13. Your race winner today, Denny Hamlin. We'll talk to him next. And here it is again, Casey Kane getting pushed to the grass, headed to the tunnel turn.
The concrete came through the outside of the wheel.
Yeah, that's incredible. That was hard hits right there.
Matt Yoakum.
Catching up with both Jeff Gordon and Casey Kane walking Infield Care Center. Well, what did Jeff say to you first?
Oh, he said he didn't mean to hit me at the end, but I mean, I think it was just things everywhere. I had a huge run. I had tires there, two tires on the right side, and I had a big run on AJ in the 77. And as I come across the track, he just starts left, and I'm like in the grass at that point. So there's like I couldn't turn back against it. You know, once somebody shoots to the left like that and blocks you. But we had a pretty good Budweiser Ford. Definitely a bad way to end the day, but we had a good race prior to that.
It seemed like today there were so many different race strategy situations, just as much as the track changing because of the weather changing so often.
Yeah, I mean, you saw a lot of people up front at the end that probably shouldn't have been. I mean, it's just the way that strategy goes here. We had a top 5 car throughout the race, and a lot of guys were up there at the end that shouldn't have been. They weren't very good. And we were driving back by a lot of them, and just got put in the grass. So it's part of it. I don't know, teammates. We gotta work on that a little bit, maybe.
You guys gonna have a good conversation this week about it?
I don't talk to AJ hardly ever, and I doubt I'm going to talk to him about this.
All right, thanks, Casey.
Kevin Harvick to be able to get clear. As soon as he's clear, the 4 is going to go to the inside.
Oh, we got wreck in the back.
Got a big crash.
They're sliding behind as it went across the start-finish line. The caution has come out. Keselowski's involved in it. You see him hit the inside wall. Big damage, it looks like, to Austin Dillon. In the 3, Brad Keselowski, playoff driver. There's the 3 of Dillon. Keselowski now below the cut line. Ty Gibbs also involved in the 54.
And big damage on the nose of that car as he climbs out the 42.
Carson Hocevar.
Yep. All these cars, a lot of nose damage.
I'm flat. I can't drive it.
The AMR safety crew out attending to all of these drivers. We saw Ty Gibbs walking there outside of the car. Here's Austin Dillon climbing out of the 3. Again, while it was crazy up front.
I was wondering if Brad could get that car moving, but he's got a lot of flat tires. Looks like a bent toe link on that left rear.
Yeah, the whole back end is busted off as far as the body work. Let's take a look at what happens. Carson Hocevar on the outside line.
Getting a push from Brad Keselowski here through the tri-oval. And it just turns that 42 sideways. Oh, man, massive, massive impact for the outside wall, the 54 and the 3. The 3 somewhat lessened a little bit of that blow when he collects the 6 as well, but hard hit for the 54.
Right along with Busher.
Still top 3, check. Left if you can, left, come down straight, just brake. Push him straight forward. All right, you're clear straight forward. They're still wrecking up.
You know, we talk about pushing and how important it is, but Brad Keselowski has caused a lot of wrecks on these races with this car by pushing. He has been very aggressive, and once again, just pushing a little too hard at the wrong time. Car got in the air there briefly. Not good to see. A good thing it did come back down, but that is a difficult place to push someone. In the tri-oval, the car that you're pushing is very light. It's not planted in the ground. Look at that. Good thing those flaps got up in there and got the car back down.
It's like when the right front tire on that car blew or something, it allowed the pressure coming out of that tire and the wind coming underneath the rockers all to collectively lift the car off the ground. It's a very lucky situation for Brad.
See the cars that were involved: Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski, a playoff driver, Chase Briscoe, AJ Allmendinger also involved in this. Carson Hocevar in the 42.
Stop. And Jamie McMurray's involved. Have help. No, they come down to block. Logano goes back up. Keselowski with him. McDowell in tow. Dillon on the bottom.
It runs on top. Oh, teammates.
Around they go in a hard crash. Kyle Busch.
Larson.
Caution is out.
Bubba Wallace is in this. Austin Cindric. Hard hit by Kyle Busch.
Caution's out. McDowell is first to the line, but will have to go back to the moment of caution, which ends the race. Brad Keselowski is climbing out. He's okay. Joey Logano, we see taking off the gloves and the steering wheel.
You're going to see some emotion on this guy if this comes back official.
A lot of tore up race cars. All the Chevys torn up. You saw Priest with damage. Chase Elliott with damage.
This was a really hard hit. Kyle Busch, when he came in.
Yes. And the AMR safety crew very quickly on the scene, being directed. Look at the damage to the wall. It's a bumper cover up there. And there's Kyle Busch climbing out. That is a great sign, and that means everybody has climbed from their cars at the moment of caution.
Huge run, went for it. Joey was obviously had to block.
Ahead of Chase Elliott.
And Michael McDowell from Glendale, Arizona, for Bob Jenkins Front Row Motorsports, has won the Daytona 500.
How about that?
Man.
That's a huge win for Michael McDowell and that team. Doesn't get any bigger than this.
And a huge crash to secure the victory. The big one on the final lap in the final corner of the Daytona 500. Brad Keselowski gets hard into the wall trying to win the Daytona 500, and Kyle Busch piles in at over 190 miles an hour. Let's join Vince Welch.
Big push. He went to make the move. He's got so much momentum. There's nothing more that he could do. And I think Joey Logano didn't make an abrupt move. He just tried to slowly slow down that momentum, and they made contact.
And in hindsight, when you look at it now that you've seen the wreck and know what happened, well, he wrecked his teammate. That's not the case. He was going for the biggest race of his career. He hasn't won this Daytona 500.
Let's ride with the Toyota onboard camera and Bubba Wallace.
Oh, big hit.
I love what I saw out of Bubba Wallace's decision making there, though. He let those guys race.
Tight, especially in 1 and 2, but late into that run, he said the car fell off big time. He said he was in a 4-wheel drift there.
Oh, it's a huge wreck on pit road. We talked about how narrow it was, and look at this. They're piled up at the end of pit road.
Piled up. There's like 6 cars you can't even get by. Huge damage to the 48, the 37 we see in there.
Unbelievable, Gary, obviously. Here's this, they start coming on pit road, and they just all got stacked up right there. One driver had to slow up because of a guy turning into his pits, and then they just all stacked up.
And this is the narrowest pit road on the series.
Yeah.
24 feet. And, you know, cars in their pit boxes taking up a majority of that, or some of that. And when a car does get slowed down on, you know, it's a chain reaction, a domino effect that starts way up here. And then look at the cars. There's nowhere for these guys to go because of how narrow that pit road is, and affected so many cars.
We also saw a tire got hit there. Those things are 70 pounds that just got thrown in the air there. Great to see a smile on his face.
He's awake and alert, but he has been transported to the hospital for further evaluation. I also spoke to Corey LaJoie. You see the moment of impact there, who has been in the infield care center with Zach. He said he stopped in to check on him, and Zach was able to give him the big thumbs up, so that's good news. But as I said, the team's just told us that he has been transported.
They look the same, but I promise you they're not.
Oh, we got a car in the fence. The 6 of Newman.
Big smoking car for Ryan Newman, as a lot of damage to the right side of that car. And the caution has come out once again.
He's running 18th. And we talked about...
He had a vibration. And Indiana kid, Ryan
right
Newman.
here. Oh, looks like a flat right front to me.
Well, we talked about it, guys. You know, this racetrack is one of the most abrasive.
Oh, boy. Oh, such a nasty, nasty angle into turn 3. One of the fastest parts of the racetrack for these guys. And, you know, it's just, there's no practice. It's a green racetrack. It's incredibly abrasive. We've seen this track just destroy tires throughout a tire test. These tires, even this far into the race, are still not able to go through an entire run. Steve, you talked about it, how this track has grooves in it, and it's like a cheese grater to these tires, and takes quite a while for this place to work in. There's been no lap.
Oh, gosh. That is such a big impact.
We're so thankful for all this.
I thought William was going to get on the right rear quarter panel, but he wasn't able to. It's going to hurt William.
Oh, William's got a left front tire issue.
Blew up. The left front tire blows up on the 24.
Remember, just took right sides. 2 tires only on the last pit stop. That left front had time on it. I don't know if you ran over something.
Left front came apart.
Yeah, he might have been flat.
Again, caution for that 24, Kelly.
And Rick, I can tell you that William Byron said something broke right there, and then he said the left was dragging. So that was something broke leading up to all of that. William Byron, as you know, had been on old tires as they only took 2 on that last stop.
Yeah, I'm just speculating that he might have dragged that left front into the stall. It's already worn out. So if he's pitting under with 4 old tires and slides it even just a foot, that could be enough to get it to the fabric. You have to take those runs. You have to take every run you get, especially against Denny Hamlin, who looks like he has the best car.
Ryan Blaney hard into the wall.
Oh, my goodness.
Blaney was running 12th. We saw he got damaged on pit road earlier and fought back up to 12th. I wonder if Ryan was just going a little bit quicker into 3 than he thought he was, than he thought he was. He got a big shove. Loose. It was just so early we got loose.
Yeah. They have to come to pit road, but man, it just shows if you can get out front. Oh boy, wow, huge!
And this is going to be a caution right here. Big hit again. This time it's Alex Bowman in the 88.
That looks a lot like Eric Jones'
is turn 1. They're coming out of.
Wow. Yeah. Again, a really hard hit there. Looked like the right.
It's the most terrifying moment as a driver.
There's no question in your mind. You're gonna hit really hard.
Remember, we saw a restart and the craziness, but the control of this race changed on that green flag.
Hard into the wall. Denny Hamlin from the lead slams into the wall. Again, we see a right front failure, and Hamlin hard into the wall.
Down there, catch your breath.
We mentioned it when Eric Jones slammed into the wall, one of the hardest hits. And then we see it duplicated by Denny Hamlin there.
Off into turn 1, and the right front goes.
Seen some big impacts today. That's such a big hit.
It's so surprising to me too, because we've just been talking about it for the last several laps about the clean air that he's enjoyed. And
well, one thing you wonder, Junior, is with the cooler temperatures, right? It's gotten
more speed.
Yeah, it's probably faster than it was. Clean air, just carrying so much speed. You just wonder if that that extra pressure on the tires.
And you have to acknowledge that his teammate Jones had an issue.
Yep.
The 18. Kyle Busch talked about having a vibration just before Jones had his accident. I really wish we could show you what this racetrack surface looks like and how those grooves are cut into it. They kind of run parallel with the race car. They're very sharp.
Yeah, 26 laps on that right front tire. You have to ask yourself, as you look through the rest of the field, what does everybody else do now? With only 5 laps to go, you would definitely want to stay out. We're hearing a lot of buzz about some other possible vibrations in the top 5 or 10. And as a driver, you come by and you see this, or as a crew chief, you see.
Awesome job.
Big wreck behind him. A couple cars in the grass here.
Benedetto and Austin Dillon. And remember, Dillon was right up there. He was up front helping push Harvin.
Let's take a look at this wreck and see what happened with Austin Dillon. Oh, Matthew tries to get down in the inside. That was Austin, and they both end up in the fence. Oh, and another aggressive move there. Watch here. Austin just doesn't give him the room, and Matt kind of bombed in there.
And that 34 that came through Michael McDowell ended up in 7th. So that position they were racing for was going to be well inside the top 10.
Yeah. How about McDowell?
Trouble off of 2.
and it's
like
Jimmy
Johnson
Johnson
spinning.
sideways, and
Inside.
trouble for Jimmy Johnson as he slams the inside wall.
Oh, man, he's got a lot of damage to that race car.
Yeah, they were 3 wide.
Johnson, who dodged so many bullets last week at Talladega in the final laps.
Right front suspension, right rear suspension.
Your Chad Knaus on the radio getting the crew ready to make repairs to this car.
Well, look how heavily damaged that car is, both sides and the rear.
That's going to take a lot of work. They're going to have to replace a lot of parts.
Here, take our time, get this thing fixed up.
Let's show you what happened here. Lap 3, watch Jimmy Johnson. Watch him 3 wide on the outside of the 77.
Looks like Rudeman got into the back of Sam Hornish in the 77. That shoved him up into Jimmy.
It looked like Jimmy might almost have it saved, but he got back into Hornish there. And then goes down and collects the inside wall. You can see Sam Hornish getting against the wall on the outside.
Now right along with Jimmy Johnson, and watch the little tap here.
Inside. Straight down there, you get it inside. Caution's out.
Well, Jimmy did a great job trying to save the car. Like you said, Dale, he almost had it saved.
Almost did, but right now, here's that window of opportunity for these guys behind him in the points to take advantage today.
Guys, we're going to need to get right.
Now from Joey Logano behind the 48 car.
Watch 77. Stay low. Caution's out.
Really hard to tell there if the 00 of David Rudeman got into the 77 or if he just got him arrow loose. Either way, Hornish had to chase it up the track, and that forced Johnson into a slide.
Now, what about Chad Knaus? You think you're 3 races away from making history, and he's watching this happen, and can he believe what's happening to his car here on lap 3?
I know that feeling, man. That could not feel good. But they've got to now just start focusing on what they can do to minimize the points they're going to lose today, and that's just get this car fixed.
22nd place, and obviously car not handling well, just got away from him.
As you can see right here through the grass, a little bit on the left front, but doesn't look like a
Toyota driver update. Martin Truex Jr. out in front. Denny Hamlin, teammate right there. And around goes the 17. And so Chris Buescher brings the caution out.
All right, you're good here.
Chris Buescher.
Looks very similar to Bubba Wallace, his incident.
Yeah, following Clint Boyer right in his tracks, you know, just lost the air on the car and around it came. It's like these cars are spinning out really quickly. Once they're getting sideways, it's almost like they can't save it. The right front tire pops there.
I'm not rooting bad luck on anyone, but it is refreshing to see these cars are so tough to, you know, we hear all the time, some people say how, oh, they're easy to drive. Well, you know, these two drivers would disagree, right, Jeff?
Got to be able to run that bottom.
Oh, now goes the 42. Matt Kenseth has slid, and he got into the 43 of Bubba Wallace.
Inside on the grass, coming outside.
That's broken the right front suspension on that 43 car for
You're right
Bubba.
up in the back of you.
Sounds like someone feels they got contact from behind. Bubba Wallace nowhere to go right there as the car was spinning.
42's out of the gas. Loose. I don't think the 37 touched him. Bubba had nowhere to go.
Yeah, there's times there's just nothing you can do. That was the case for Bubba Wallace right there.
Yeah, that's going to be the night for the 43. It broke the right front suspension on that car. We'll see.
I don't know, the 37, he clipped the apron as well, and then when he did, he came up the racetrack just a little bit. Makes me think he did get in the back of the 42, but
yeah.
Parker.
Caution comes out, another restart about to come. And the 38 sliding. Put that inside wall, stays off of it.
We got to do that all over again?
We get to do that all over again.
Man,
John Hunter Nemechek behind the wheel of the 38, the yellow stripe on the back there indicating rookie status.
There you see him back there on the inside of the 8. Tyler Reddick just gets loose, loses the side force, overcorrects the car back into the outside wall, just a little bit of contact with the nose. Everybody around him doing a great job of avoiding the 38 car as John Hunter tries to gain control.
You said you overcorrected just right here when the car comes around. See the tires They were cut to the left, to the right to keep from spinning out, and he just didn't get them turned back to the left quick enough. And that got the front end.
Big run.
Creed, what's he going to do with it? He looked high. Now he's side by side for the lead. Sheldon Creed, a half a car length ahead. Could this be the night? Here comes Allgaier. He's got momentum. They're side by side. Allgaier at the line. He'll win at Daytona.